It is Phase 2, Day 2 here in Salt Lake City, and things are just starting to heat up. Today we send our first teams to the main stage, and we also see who's going to get burned out of the tournament. In a shock to absolutely no one, FaZe and G2 are killing it, still undefeated, but their opponents today, Wildcard and Twisted Minds, are both playing with subs, and they've both caught fire at the perfect time. On the chopping block, Furia is the biggest surprise. After an upset loss to All Gamers yesterday, they face SAL rival NIP to see whose SLC major goes up in smoke. We've got another dual stream day here in Salt Lake City, so let's get to it. Hey guys, question, is Wildcard going to beat FaZe today? Is Furia going to be the first team to lose in Swiss? Is G2 the best team in the world? That's all right.
Well, you've heard how it is. The temperature is rising here in Salt Lake City as we push into the 30s. And today, the heat's up another level as we start to promote teams to the live stage and also send them home. I'm Des. This is Tim.
I've even got shorts on.
He's rocking the shorts today.
It's too hot.
A little bit of Tim knee. Tim, keep it away. The viewers are ready.
It's not even because of the weather. It's not even the weather. It's the siege.
And it's going to be fantastic. We've got a lot to get through today, so why don't we start by taking a look at our Swiss brackets so you can see how things currently set up. Yes, we've had a good few days of action so far, Tim, and you heard a little bit from Jonah there. We've got some big teams going into our qualification bracket.
Yeah, look, I promised upsets yesterday, and I think we delivered. I'm going to promise a few more today. There are going to be surprises. That's what we love about Swiss. But like you say, yeah, there was also some, I think, teams that met expectations as well. You know, we've got to look at teams like G2 and FaZe. They're in that 2-0. They are now looking at getting themselves qualified as quickly as possible. Wildcard, for me, are probably the standout team in that 2-0 bracket, by the way. Given that they've got hot and cold stepping in, I think that's been a real big start for them. So definitely one to watch. But of course, we are starting more in the 1-1, and we're looking at some of those relegation or elimination games today as well.
Absolutely, Tim, you're right. So you can take a look at the schedule. We're kicking things off with 2 best of 1s to get ourselves moving before we step into 2 best of 3s. And those best of 3s that we have later across both streams, 1 team from each will be promoted, 1 will be eliminated. So big games to come up a little bit later on today. And this is the order of things as you can see them breaking out across our 2 streams today. We have Enterprise versus Falcons in a best of 1, it's worth stressing, in our first game. Then we go into All Gamers against Rebellion. Before, Tim, we get an EU showdown, G2 versus Twisted Minds. The winner of that game is the one that progresses through into the next round.
Yeah, like you say, it's just tasty from top to bottom, isn't it? No matter which way you look, no matter where we are going with this, they are big games. I'm really looking forward to our second game, All Gamers against Shopify Rebellion. All Gamers upsetting Furia yesterday. Furia, who knows what's going on? Obviously, big roster change. They find themselves 0-2. We are definitely losing a Brazilian team today, by the way.
Crazy.
And after one day, all of a sudden starts looking like FaZe are carrying the banner for Brazil. It's like, what is going on?
If you want to know the exact breakdown of that, we have our 2 promotion games here on the A stream. The elimination games at the end of the day over on the B stream is where you can see teams sent home. And as Tim just said, Furia or NIP, someone's going home. Imagine if it's Furia.
Honestly, so long as they don't play Fortress, I think they'll be fine.
We'll see. We'll see. Let's have a look at our rosters, though, for our first game. Let's get into it a bit more in depth here, Tim. Enterprise versus Falcons. You've been a massive fan of Enterprise. Yeah. Talk us through this roster.
Yeah, absolutely loving Enterprise so far. There's a face missing, I think. You know, we've always got to remember the coaches as well. I don't want to make it all about Mag, but of course it's been kind of Mag's return to competitive Siege as well. And there is just talent to spare on this team. Jigsaw, he's loving it in the old chat. He's playing with confidence. Kairo's really impressed me. Everybody has been pulling their weight. If you look across, you know, you're talking from 94 EPS to 111. That's not a huge gap between bottom and top. They are all there, all contributing with great leadership.
Tim, you're missing the most important part of this roster, though. The shit talk coming out of Jigsaw.
I mentioned his old chat antics.
Oh, it has been
We need
fantastic.
a new stat for him. All chat messages.
Number of messages sent. I tell you, I'll be up towards the hundreds at this point, I'm pretty sure already. The ha-ha-ha spam yesterday was something special. Their opponents on the other side don't really need much introduction. You've seen them before. It's Falcons, of course, looking to make a big upgrade, at least in their view, bringing in June to replace Shaiko, a move that many thought would never happen. it hasn't quite landed for them yet, Tim. They're still trying to figure out exactly what's not working at Salt Lake City for them.
It hasn't. I'll agree with you. I'll be very honest about this team. I think they've had a little bit of a struggle so far. Do I think they can get past that? Yes, I do. They're a new roster. They need time to settle in. Don't panic if you're a Falcons fan, but my expectation is not that they go on and win this tournament. I've got to be honest.
Well,
at the minute.
We'll see, won't we? Let's find out the battleground that we're going to for these two teams, though. Of course, 9 maps in the pool, and because it's best of 1, teams ban away 4, and we're left with 1 at the end. It's going to be Night Haven Labs, your favorite map, Tim. And
Tasty.
this is an interesting map overall because looking at it, at least on the record of things, for Enterprise, it's not one of their top maps, Tim. In fact, it's quite low down. For Falcons, it is their #1 most preferred map. 5-1 on it over the last 6 months. The only reason that I can think Enterprise would let us go here is they've got something in mind. They've got a game plan. We saw them bring it out the other day and completely shatter their opponents on day 1. Maybe we see the same thing happen here. Let's find out and get into it with Night Haven Labs.
I always worry when we look at map bans and teams, they look like they've gone with that mentality like, yeah, we know this is a great map for you, but we're coming in, don't get me wrong, I love confidence, but we're coming in, we've got a plan, we're going to do it. Against a team like Falcons, oh boy, can you be asking for some trouble. You know, I just said there, my expectation for Falcons isn't necessarily that they win the tournament. It'd be a fantastic surprise to them, I'm sure. But, you know, they've got things to work on. We've seen that. Do I think that they're going to need to work on anything on Night Haven Labs? I'm not too sure that's going to be the case.
Tim, am I a bad guy for wanting to see Falcons lose this? Am I? Now look, for those of you at home, you hear that and go, oh, how dare you, Des? Bias caster against your own region. How could you do this? We love an underdog in the UK. And Enterprise, by all marks, probably are considered underdogs right now. Yes.
That's not that you want to see Falcons lose.
I want to see Enterprise win.
You want to see Enterprise win.
I'm not. This is just posturing and rubbish, Tim. I'm not buying into it.
Mr. Positivity strikes again.
Part of me does for a few reasons. One, because Enterprise have played very well. I'm really enjoying what they're bringing to the tournament so far. I want to see them do well here and make it to our live stage at the very least.
It's just a great story.
In quarters, knock them out. Don't care then.
It's just a great
but I'd love
story.
to see them make it there. On the other side, I'm due a leaky fat crash out. I want to see what he's got to say. After that 7-1 yesterday, there was a very, very stern team talk outside to get things corrected. And sure enough, they came back, they won the second, things were looking much better. Now, I said to you earlier on, most teams have a bad day at a tournament. And it felt like yesterday especially probably was that day that Falcons would look at and say, we shouldn't be losing 7-1 like that. That is not us. That is not a team that has finished second in 4 separate competitions. They need to shape up, and you've got to show what you can do now. However, let's see what Enterprise can do to disrupt that dream that Falcons have of finally lifting a trophy. We're starting things off down in the basement, Tim.
Yeah, interesting choice. We'd normally see top floor to kick things off, but this site is often just as good. We will keep a close eye on the roam game. That's going to be the important thing when you're down in basement. How far can you stretch those attackers? I'd love to see a top floor presence right the way through the map. Give Falcons a lot to think about. However, that's going to be a very difficult thing to maintain. So it's definitely something to watch Enterprise for, because straight away I'm looking at Doom. He's on Solid Snake. Doom on Solid Snake is a terrifying prospect. If he's going to be moving through, looking to clear at speed, you better be ready for those engagements, and you better have warmed up this morning.
It's again this combination that we've seen a lot of teams running, where you have the Dockerby on side, you have the Solid Snake, you have the Blitz, because the Blitz is there to capitalize on the information given by Snake and by the Decabi. Admittedly more by the Decabi, because Snake can be a very, very independent operator. We've seen a lot of players and a lot of teams making use of Snake entirely by himself and being able to sniff out 2 or 3 parts of the map all at once. There's some really good spots on certain maps where you can get a scan across the majority of the floor that you're on. And of course, if you see 2 or 3 players and can call out where they are, that's dream stuff. Information that a team can use to then formulate a plan off of and act.
Falcons were aware of Jigsaw's presence inside of storage there. We saw the Soliton radar being used by Doom, and he just got that little red alert to say somebody's in this area, so he will have known that it was storage. Now going up to the top floor, he's going to use it again. This time he's going to use that advanced scan, but how about this? Bappen, elsewhere in the map, picks up Leakafak, and that's your hard breach. That's the Hibana gone. They have now got no hard breaching options remaining.
Doom has to win this. The fact they've had a Snake go in and know that there's a player here, the fact they've had a Dockerby call come out as well, they really had to get something off those 2 engagements. But I'll also give it to Bappen, Tim. You got a Dockerby call on you know there's a player coming after you. You should be turning tail and running. But he turned around for the fight. A 3rd one comes on through. Enterprise, quite frankly, are battering Falcons in round 1.
Well, Des, you asked whether Enterprise have maybe come to Nighthaven Labs with a plan.
It begins. Even Cairo's getting involved now. I love it.
I would suggest that maybe there was a plan in place. Breeder, he's just going to be having a look. He'll take out his default cam. Will he take out the man? Just a little step back. He sees him. Can he find the headshot?
No!
He's going to be getting chased around sight. Damage will be done. Smashes the mirror, but surely a matter of time. Sprays through the soft wall. Can't find his man. And it felt a little bit like Falcons' overall performance there. Just half a second behind. And couldn't manage to punish Enterprise. Sees his man, but can't find the kill. Jigsaw picks him up, and that was, I would call it, a convincing first round from Enterprise.
Convincing? It was a slaughter, Tim. I think as I've just said, it was a team ace in chat. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure every player's got involved at some point in that round. And sure enough, every player on the side of Enterprise won their one. That is excellent, and a very good start, a good confidence builder for them. Falcons... I'll look at that and scratch my head because I was speaking about the Snake and the Dockerbee and the Blitz combo. Excellent for clearing your way through the map, isolating players, forming a 2 or a 3v1 and punishing roamers. And even when they try and make plays off that information, they're still losing. You bring things to try and deal with roamers, you still lose to roamers. That isn't a good sign.
Well, they couldn't get in the map. That's the big thing. You know, all those things, all those tools are useful largely once you get inside the map and you can take those fights. We saw the entry kill was, you know, a jump out. It was punishing them outside of the map. And I love that from Enterprise. What a level of confidence to come in with to say, we're not going to respect you. We're not going to be concerned that June was just in the SI Grand Final. We're not bothered that you're Falcons. We're taking the fight to you. And that's exactly what they've done. And it just really sends a message, not just to Falcons, but to the Enterprise players as well. We're in this one. We're here to play. We're here to win. They're going to go up to top floor for round 2. Nothing too wild on the setup. Brendo is on the Azami. He'll be playing Warehouse. My immediate question is, how do Falcons deal with it? Joom is on the Capitao and Usus is on the Rotero drones, so the Flores. Those are the two I'm looking at to get that catwalk clear.
And as we see many a team do at this tournament, Enterprise still doubling down on the trap-based lineup they've got here. We spoke a lot about Thorn yesterday, even saw a ban come on through, and I don't think it will be the last one that we see throughout the tournament, Tim, with the Ella and the Thorn being a little bit of a nuisance to deal with for a lot of teams. And of course, you've still got that stall potential of Jigsaw running around on the two-brow. So really, it's kind of attention now towards Falcons. How can you clear your way through the map? You've dropped away from the vast majority of your operator lineup that was looking towards roam control and the hunting down of those that were giving you a little bit of bother. It's just Leakafat now really running around the Deimos, and his main part in this round will be to get underneath, tear up those floorboards, and make the defenders sweat a little bit.
Yeah, he's got himself kind of positioned around Lounge. He's moving through, so actually just like kind of switching himself up here to try and support that catwalk push. I think Joom is over there as well. I said, as expected on the Capitao, he would be looking to clear out Brendo. Damage has been done, and Brendo has dipped away from Warehouse catwalk. So it is now there for the taking for Falcons. Halfway through the round, will they go in and get it? That's the question. Jigsaw manages to pick up Solotov. That's the Nomad off the board. June does manage to get the Azami. So catwalk is now safe for Falcons to take. They haven't actually gone up and got possession of it yet, but it is clear.
Ooh, sees the man's feet as well. Tuhan taking a couple of shots to the leg. Walks away. I won't say unscathed, but at least for now with his life. Go for it, Tim.
Absolutely nothing over on the connector side from Falcons here. They've got one on IT wall, and then they've got Leakafak and Joom down in Warehouse. There's no real pressure being applied from that other side. And what's going to happen? Bappen at the minute is watching that, but as soon as they realise that they're not suffering any pressure from there, he's going to be able to turn his attention because Usus is on IT wall as well with Breeder. So maybe a little bit one-dimensional here from Falcons. They could just do with that little bit of extra distraction coming in from connector and electrical or aqua, just somewhere else.
Dare I say they're looking a bit stuck and unsure of themselves, which is very not Falcons-like at all. They chewed their way through a lot of the barbed wire that we've seen scattered around, of course, with those Roteros, and at least it's a kill coming through here, but it is a trade. Cairo up nice and close with a shotgun, bapping into another, and like that, Falcons are just going to peter out here. Really struggling to find and put much together. Leakafat gets at least one, but he's got to find 2 more here. Make it a 4K to get this round over the line for his team with only 15 seconds to go. It feels like a bit of a foregone conclusion, Tim.
Yeah, Cairo's the win condition here. He's got himself an electrical, and he's going to be one that can hold the angle for the cross of Leakafak. As soon as he goes across this door or tries to move in, Cairo goes on the swing, and they both peak at the same time. As it is, Leakafak's just going to have to play with that sound a little bit. No choice. He knows he can't do anything. Bappen steps around the last 2 there. Cairo Cairo and Bappen played that brilliantly. And look, another great defense from Enterprise, but mistakes, I think, from Falcons there. I look at it, and like I said at the end there, the presence was Warehouse, Catwalk, and IT, which, give or take, might as well be the same place. You're attacking from the same kind of 10 feet, essentially. Yes, you can put a bit of pressure on triple wall. Yes, you can use IT door a little bit, but it's give or take the same location. And with nothing in Aqua, with nothing in Connector, nothing in Electrical, Enterprise were able to just hold the space. They were just able. We saw Jigsaw get a kill from behind bomb chassis. Yes, Leak of Fact traded him, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done, and why can he stay there? Because there's no pressure on Aqua. You know, why can the player stay behind Pillar? Bappen was there the whole round because there's no pressure into Connector. They opened the wall, they forgot about it, that was done. And Falcons, they should know better than that. They need to be getting themselves spread out and causing more problems for Enterprise.
Oh boy, now what? So you guys wouldn't have seen it, but at the end of that round, there was a little bit of an exchange in chat. Leak of Fact being like, yo, what's going on with the mag dump, basically? And they came back saying, oh, it was all bait. And then Leak of Fact's like, right, now I understand why you guys win the first round on every single game that you play, to which the boys quite enjoyed that acknowledgement. But as we've all heard and seen, like, in a way, almost like, I respect it. Lean into what gives you energy, what gives you confidence as a team, and clearly Enterprise are a team running very high on confidence in this round. Falcons dipping back to that comp that we saw back in the first round. Hopefully Solitov isn't the first one to fall here. Otherwise, that same core three of Leak of Fact being on the Snake, we've got the KB, and of course the Blitz coming on side. This is their ability to punish players that are around the map, but for the most part, Enterprise here have got a site set up. Now, I'll say that, Tim, they're going in for the rush. One coming straight in there, and here we go. Bappen gets one back onto Solitov as the Nomad falls. Cairo into a second. So yes, they've got sight, Tim, but at what cost?
Breeday's now all alone. He's going to go for the plant. He's got a little bit of cover from Doom on window. I'm not sure that they can stop him. Bappen can't find the man from above, and that will be a plant, but it is still a risk for Falcons. 4 versus 3. They don't have the manpower, but they do have the post plant. Leak of Fact manages to find Jigsaw. 3 versus 3. I'm sure he's going to have enjoyed that one.
He's taking this personally, isn't he, Leak of Fact? You mucked him around for 2 rounds, and now here he is, just to remind you of who one of Europe's best IGLs and gunners are. A 2v3 breaking out here for Bappen and Cairo. Of course, having a clash is not a bad thing, but he's dropped away from the shield because they need to be guns up. Only about 5 seconds left to make this happen! And Leak of Fact, straight in the old chat. Yo, here's a reminder of who I am, an ace in round 3.
There is no better response that could have come out from Falcons.
He's in chat. You guys are just terrible.
There is absolutely no better response that could have come out of Falcons. You know, we see it back and forth, and it's all just mind games. You know, at the end of the day, these guys don't really care. But ultimately, what a response to shut somebody down. If they've been mouthing off in chat a little bit, you come back with an ace in the next round. And look, Falcons, they weren't lucky there, but they played the round well, considering that they lost 2 players on the rush. Considering they found themselves in a 3v4, I think the call for Breeday to still plant there was actually really smart and really brave of them. They obviously recognised that they still had the space and time to do that. And it worked out really well for them. And part of their thinking there is, because they're in kitchen, it's such a difficult position to get a vertical on. And we saw Bappen above on the score pass. He was like trying all different angles to try and get it. There is very few vertical angles down into that kitchen window. Really, really tough to find any kind of line onto. And that was a really smart sort of split-second decision from Falcons to say, look, they can't attack us from above. Doom can hold the angle from the window. Just still go for the plant. Really, really good stuff.
I'm here for the all chat, Tim. You can talk about the game.
I know you are.
I'll give us analysis on what's going on in chat. You can focus on the cast. You know what? This gets really real when Breeday gets in the chat. He's the last person on this planet that would ever get involved.
I don't think I've ever seen Breeday in the all chat before.
I've never seen him in there. But this, if any game is going to do it, Tim, I feel like it's going to be this one. First quarter's down, though. We've had a couple more bans come on through. The Blitz being taken away. Of course, didn't really see it to amazing effects, except for in round 3. And I think it's more an acknowledgement on Enterprise's side there. Oh, no. Oh, no! Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, it's coming. Okay, nice.
This is already shaping up to be possibly the best game of the day! Jigsaw with a second onto Solitov! What a response to Leak of Fact's ace! Jigsaw comes out and says, you know what? Anything you can do, I'll give it a good go as well.
This is what I live for, Tim. This is my kind of siege. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Fair to say, they may struggle to recover in this round, Tim. There's quite a bit of work to do. There's 3 C4s. There's a pulse on the other side. All the information that Enterprise could ever need to sniff out these final 3 players and bring them down, it's in their hands. They, of course, now lack that ability for a lot of vertical destruction upstairs in IT2. So it's going to be a bit of a rough ask, a tall order for the other side, unless Brede can get in and make use of those exothermics inside of IT. But that isn't really the done thing, admittedly.
Given that they're in storage here, we do still have a top floor presence. Having a look, it is Brendo who is up there, but Cairo is the big win condition for them here. The pulse is down in basement. They're going hunting for him, and yes, they might get him, but the damage is done. He finds a kill onto Doom, 2 versus 4, and despite taking the pulse out of basement, it was the right play for Falcons. You can't leave him down there to deny with that C4 and pulse scanner. But the loss of Doom as well, leaving them now 2v4. I'm not sure Falcons can bring this round back from here.
Come on, AFAC. Feed me. Come on. I'm sure there'll be a lot of that throughout this game as we continue. But obviously we're at a point now where this round does feel very, very difficult to win. Usually some Brede, got to try and find something they can do, but as you've seen, they've been coming up against the Mozzie Pest to slow them down. There's a C4, if not 2, waiting for them. There's just an awful lot that they need to get done here. Step inside, they might. Brede's at the ready, and I've got the Thatcher at least ready here to try and deny it away. But there's Jigsaw, good for a third. Users gets his second trade of the round. But this one, Tim, let's be real, was lost in those first 30 seconds.
Yeah, it really was. What a play from Jigsaw at the beginning of the round. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Enterprise just playing on a whole other level of confidence. Absolutely brilliant stuff. 3-1 they sit then on Nighthaven Labs. Let's not forget those stats that you threw at us before we came in, Des. Falcons, #1 map is Nighthaven Labs. 5-1 record on it recently. And at the minute, I've got to say it, Enterprise are making them look like rank amateurs.
They did the same to NIP on Bank. NIP, it's very weird, actually. Both teams in Falcons and NIP had a 5-1 record on the maps that Enterprise took them to. They absolutely slammed them on Bank, made them look silly, like they had no idea that even what the map was, that they'd even played it before. It just simply wasn't a thing, and it's feeling a little bit similar here. On the one attack that Falcons almost managed to pull together upstairs, of course, when Leaky Fat was going in for the plant in the 1 versus 2, they looked lost then. And as we often say, even if it wasn't their favorite map, Tim, every pro team has played every map. They know what a good attack looks like. But so far, Enterprise are just tripping them up every single step they take. And Falcons need to fight their way back in. If they can recover this and get a couple of rounds and get a 3-3 all will be forgiven. But it feels like a tall order. Honestly. The mental chalker. Yeah, us too, Mag. Us too. The thing is, as a coach, you can't really say, yeah, that was a plan, right? Lie down and spray through garage wall and we'll get someone, right? No, but it worked wonders. At some point, Tim, you've got to let go of the wheel and just trust that the boys are going to be able to get it done. And so far, they're doing a wonderful job. Falcons then, attacking back into this top floor, are going to mix things up a little bit here. Users going across onto the Monty, which I don't hate. I feel a bit of stability is required, Tim, and Monty is certainly a stability bringer. I hope.
I've said countless times, I don't care, win or lose, who it is that comes out on top. We just want to be entertained. And Enterprise right now, they know how to entertain. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And we are going into round 5. Up onto that top floor. Problems last time for Falcons, at least to my mind, it was too one-dimensional. They got connector wall open. They did nothing with it. They pushed round to IT. They got catwalk, granted, but did not much else. And that was the issue. They were just all stacked up on that one south side of the map, and Enterprise just had to sit and hold their patience, wait for the pushes to come. So this time from Falcons, we gotta see some pressure elsewhere, Des. We gotta see a little push towards Aqua. We gotta see a little pressure in connector and electrical. Give them something else to think about.
Go high, yeah, shoot it off and then go low. Watch the window, destroy the exothermic. Everything they're doing just feels like a mental chalker, Tim. If they can't get this wall opened up, this is going to be disastrous. You need IT for this attack.
And the thing is, it's usually like a place and forget. They've put it down. Yep, that's going. Yeah, you'll use those auto canisters. It'll explode eventually. At what point of the round are they now going to come back and sort that out?
The thing is, though, they can bring the exothermic over, but if you place it anywhere near that mirror window, then they're just going to shoot at the mirror window and destroy it anyway. I do think they'll get it open because you can place it, of course, on other parts of the wall, but then the question comes in, do they shoot it out? Do they C4 it with the 3 C4s they've got? There are options available here, which I think is why Brede hasn't tried again up until now. Placing it off the mirror. In fact, the mirror window's already been shot out, in which case all well and good. C4 does cut. They froze it, and the C4 comes out as well. And Jigsaw still gets the entry! What is going on? Oh my God. Sign it, seal it, send them back to France. Wow.
Doom is going to pick up that and give Falcons at least a little bit of hope. We have a coming together at Aqua. Users is trying to use that shield to brute force his way in. Doom, he needs to be the saviour that they hoped he would be. Second kill from him in the round brings us back to 3v3. The battle for Aqua continues as Tuan is peeking around the corner using the shot. He's going to force Users back. And Users has taken a little bit of damage. So has Tuan. And we've got Brede down. This is not ideal for Falcons, but Users does manage to take the warden out. How about this, though? It's Kyron with a shot again. Man. 2v1 now, and it's all up to the Monty. Brendo finds his kill, and Enterprise secure another round where they were consistently the better team, and they were consistently on top. That defense of IT Waldes, just brilliant.
Bappens in all chat. What's the comms like? Jigsaw, Brede, bro, help the team. I tell you what, that's a heartbreaker. You vault into electric. Immediately, of course, the trap goes off. You try and get back out and still get down by it. Just every single death that Falcons seem to incur, I can just see the mental stability dropping point by point by point. Because they're dying to some wild stuff that wouldn't normally happen. It's just brutal. Absolutely brutal. This is a game that I'll remember for a long time, even off the back of those 5 rounds alone.
I'm not sure. Well, I don't want to get carried away. It's 4-1.
Don't get carried away. It's 4-1.
It's 4-1. Falcons. Well, it's funny because I'm kind of reversing what I was, we had a little chat before we came on stream and we were talking about Falcons, and I said I was more on the side of, look, I've got a few concerns about this Falcons roster. Like, really, when we think through kickoff as well, they've probably had 3 or 4 good games together overall. I said, let's not forget, they came in here from the lower bracket. They came in here into phase 1. Like, everything has not gone swimmingly for this Falcons roster. It's fair to say that. But I'm going to be on the other side of that fence. I'm going to sit here and say, this is Falcons. This is Users, Leakifight, June, Brede, Solitov. This is some of the best players we've seen. They can absolutely turn this around. But I just think Enterprise are just playing with such confidence at the minute, and Falcons are so beaten up that this is more of a mental game than it is a siege game at the minute.
Dare us, and I don't mean this in a bad way, Enterprise are playing the APAC way. A lot of teams around the world will look at this and turn their nose up at it and be like, that's not the proper way to play Siege, it's risky, it's aggressive. Teams will shut that down if they're being really disciplined about it. But they're doing it with such confidence, like you say, their gunshots have been on point all game long. They're doing it as a team, they're exploding around multiple maps at the same time. And it's rattling Falcons, you're seeing how bothered they look.
Dare I say that Enterprise seem to be having a lot of fun playing. And Falcons, they seem to be under a lot of pressure playing.
100%. A lot of teams say this, like if you're not having fun, you're not winning.
It's a video game.
It's one of them.
It's serious stuff.
Yeah, but you could say that about, like, I don't know, playing in the World Cup final in football. You're just kicking the ball around.
But it is about, it's not about just kicking the ball. My point there is that it's about having that fun element as well.
Yeah.
You play a sport because you enjoy it. You play the game because you enjoy it. You've got to be enjoying it. If you're under too much pressure, it can be difficult.
I don't know about you, Tim. I think I'd stop enjoying Siege. I'd probably auto F4 if I was getting spawn peaked by Jigsaw 3 times in a row. I think that would take the fun out of the game for me, at least.
It just, like I said, that seems to be one of the big differences between the two teams at the minute. Enterprise are loving what they're doing. They're having a lot of fun. Falcons seem to be under a lot of pressure. We've got the Thatcher ready to deny any nitros that come out. Brede is going to get this plan down, is it? Absolutely not. Tuhan manages to get the kill. Tuan gets the kill from above.
He just sprayed through smoke, Tim, killed one and down the other.
No, it's from behind the mirror window. Oh, he wasn't even above. Brendo manages to pick up Leakifight elsewhere. 5 versus 3, and the wheels are coming off for Falcons. There's, you can completely understand and forgive why they might be just rattled at the minute, and the mental is just not with them because everything they try is not working. And like I said, Enterprise are just running round like they're having nothing but fun. Doom manages to pick up Tuhan. They're going to go for the plan to get again. Solotov is there, forget about it. Bappen manages to pick up a double again from Nano, and that is going to leave users in a 1v4. Can do something about it. Manages to pick up Bappen in the late trade. 1v3 now.
Usus is quite a clutch player, but do I think he can do it against 3 when there's players above and when he... Oh no. Yeah, that happened. What I respect in that round from Enterprise is they had multiple ideas, right? They knew that a Thatcher was likely to come. Didn't want to use the C4, spray through smoke works great. They deal with that. Okay, cool. Now we've got a Solus upstairs and we're all well and good.
Lock in. Fresh off. Stop tapping. It's all good.
Yes, sir. Alright, guys, listen. We're going to be resetting again. Okay. Classes in session, so listen up. For their defense, they do like to run the mirror. They do like to run the tub and the Denari, very similar to our strat, okay? They play very, very default fucking defense, okay? Let's just stick to what we've been practicing in scrims, talk to each other, and make sure we get on the same page and do each step together. Yes?
Yeah. Wait, I have a question.
Yes.
Andreas, top floor. Can we do line Monty and then bring a Twitch for the Denaris for con?
Or con side.
Yeah.
We can also do the opposite. We did a con side against Chief, so if we want, we can just do the other garage side clear, okay?
Okay.
Fuck is always solid below, or like it's useless on Valkyrie, okay? We need to like be careful for that guy.
Do we try to drone them and do it on hunt him?
Player.
Do we want to kill him?
I have a question for the class.
That's
Yes,
distractions.
Jigsaw.
That's
Hang on.
distractions.
I've got to really
Yes,
go to the
Jigsaw.
bathroom, so can we just win these last 2 rounds?
Do you need a pee?
Let's go now. Don't
No, I
right
need
now.
shit.
Okay,
So
I
we
need
just
shit.
gotta...
Don't play Monty or shield in general. The other don't play shield.
Yeah.
That's the only one who can play. Yeah, just reset, guys. Focus on our defense, and yeah, the only thing we know about them is they like to push lounge with 2 people below, while Buck and Snake holding the flank. And on basement, they do like top floor push, and then they go for labs plan, basically. Okay.
Yeah.
So nothing else. We
Remember
should
I
just
spoke
adapt.
yesterday, okay, about like the mini conditions mid-round, playing together. And,
Yeah, also, the way they play in general, they will like pre-place drone around the map, try to get free space, and surprise us on our rotate, okay? So don't be young on our gaps. And secondly, the other are just baiting. That doesn't mean you can swing them, because they're boiling, but you don't be surprised, they are baiting, okay?
Yeah.
Just this. We got this, guys. Let's go, Bride. Let's go. Let's go, guys.
so
Not a lot of panic, I'd say, in the Falcons camp.
Not a lot of panic, but a noticeably different vibe, and it plays back into what I was saying. You know, yes, things were serious on the Enterprise side, but there was that bit of fun there, wasn't there? Right, come on, class, we're in session now, listening, guys, stop tapping. You know, and it was that, yes, there was a bit of comedy there, there was a bit of fun. A Jigsaw at the end joking about going to the bathroom, like, you know, all these things.
I don't think he was joking, Tim.
No,
I think
I don't think he was joking, but he
Bro's
put
got a piss.
put a bit of humour. That's not what he said. Put a bit of humour on it. But look, I think the point there is like, yes, there is. It's like I said, they are playing and having fun while doing it, and it is showing in their performance. And then you cut across to the Falcons room, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with their timeout. There isn't. You know, they are focused, they are locked in. But it was just, it's a very different atmosphere, and it feels like, you know, there's that extra bit of pressure there, and I'm sure they are feeling it because they know that if this continues, they are then fighting for survival. They've got multiple best of threes to win, and they've not played particularly well in Salt Lake so far.
Terrifying prospects. A lot of people that I spoke to probably 75% of the coaches at this competition before it all kicked off and said, who are your top 3 to win it? Very interestingly, I don't think I heard Falcons once. FaZe, Furia, G2 are the 3 big names that I've heard, and as we know, Furia in hot water right now, Tim, is probably the best way to summarize it. A few said Virtus Pro, 1 or 2 said DZ, so there are a few other names in the mix, but Falcons certainly went up there, and maybe we're seeing a little bit of why. And it's kind of weird because it feels hard to put your finger on exactly what it is they're doing wrong here. They're just being outplayed massively by Enterprise. They're playing with confidence, they're hitting their shots, they look like they've got everything considered that we're going to see from the other side. I almost respect Jigsaw there as well for spraying the garage, just in case they were trying to do a reverse Jigsaw on him. But sure enough, no one's caught out too early here. My only worry is that Falcons shrink into themselves and play a bit too passively here because they're worried about doing the wrong thing. You heard Leakifax saying, don't be scared to swing them. And look at what Solotov does. He gets a little swing on him. Easy kill off the IT window.
It's exactly how Falcons need to come out here, Des. They need to come out with aggression, with confidence, and sure, we can play on the defense. Yeah, you've had a good half, so what? We're about to have one. And I like that from Falcons. Like I said, feels like a little bit more pressure, but also they did seem locked in. Joom is hiding himself away in meeting at the minute. They have opened connector wall. It's got to keep a barricade over it at the minute. That's an important drone, just showing that they know that Joom is there. He's going to have to dip away at some point, surely, because the pressure is mounting around him. He's going to be tracked by the Deimos as well. He's got a shield up in his face, runs away, takes a little bit of damage, but that's not the end of the world. 1 minute and 10 wasted by Falcons before we can start looking at connector.
I do like, though, from Falcons there, we've had 4 players all push aggressively up towards this northeast side of the top floor and look to contest in towards Enterprise coming on through. They have now had to fall away because they can't get IT opened up, admittedly. They know that's a safe spot they can fall back on. It's all coming from one side for Enterprise. It's being dealt with perfectly.
Yeah, much the same as I criticised Falcons for. This is too one-dimensional. No pressure on Catwalk, no pressure on Aqua, no pressure through IT. They know exactly where they need to fight here, the Falcons. So hitting a Nitro, no problem. Breeder will send it in there, pinpoint every single time. Another kill into connector, you're welcome. And this is the problem that Enterprise are going to have. You got Bappen underneath now. You got Brendo pushing from connector. There is very little they can do to mix this up. Diffuser is down on the ground. Falcons, it's hands off your keyboard time. Just sit and wait for them to come to you.
And sure enough, Solotov has awoken Tim. Again, not forgetting, he only had a single kill in that first half. It was actually the same, I want to say, on the first day of the tournament, where we had a very quiet 0-6 half and then a massive swing around. Okay, we've dropped the come on dog-com. We're in real territory now, boys, but it's still only Leaky Fact speaking. I need to see us getting involved here. Let's get the ante raised up a little bit. Bappen, though, had to obviously recover a little bit here and round himself back up to the stairs. He was playing downstairs, looking to do some damage from below, but couldn't quite find it. But it does mean that Falcons here are going to be confident knowing, look, we've had a solid first defensive round here. We've shut down everything they've tried to do. We've kept IT wall closed up. No bother.
Solotov going to take a little bit of damage there. Will continue trying to peek. 1v4 comes to 1v3. He's not really going to mind that because he knows that his teammates have got him backed up. Breeder, Joom are both pretty deep here. Users is the one that's on electrical door waiting for this fight. But Falcons, they know that this round is over. They don't need to give him any more stat padding at all. And it's going to be a round going to Falcons. And look, perfect time for. There's no better time if you're 5-1 down to get a round than round 7. Get yourself set up into your defense. What Falcons need here, I think, is a full defensive rotation. They need 3 rounds in a row. 5-4. Right, we're back. Big message to Enterprise, and then we start seeing the other side of that. I've been talking about how they're playing with fun. They seem to be, playing pretty free, pretty easy. But once the pressure starts mounting on them, how do they respond? And Falcons need to find that out by getting themselves another couple of rounds here whilst they're on the defense. This is their #1 map. They've got to remind themselves of that. Remind themselves of exactly who they are and where they are. Take the next couple of rounds, get it back to 5-4, and then see if Enterprise can do it when the temperature's rising in the kitchen a little bit.
I'm sure we'll find out just how much it can rise here. Often I say when we get to a scoreline like a 6-2, a 6-3, the team that's on 6 only has to be right once. You've got to be right every single time. My big worry is that if Enterprise get a sniff of a single round here, they'll come out and do something absolutely wacky in the potentially final round. They'll go for a rush. They'll just find ways to cheese you off in the same way they did back in that first half. And so I feel, like you said, it's really important Falcons build up their round count a little bit here. Get to 5-4, then you can maybe afford to drop one. But I think if you give them a round here or in the next one, you're going to be extremely concerned about which way this could turn around to go. Now, obviously, interestingly, as you saw, we've again shot that mirror window out. So rather than waiting for the Thermite to come over and try and open up that wall, already have it shot out so you can get a C4 out there, and that should, at least you'd hope, keep Enterprise at bay. Last round they didn't bring any hard breach, didn't even bother with IT in the first place.
Yeah, storage and control is the site, so garage wall about to be opened by Tuhon, and that's just going to make it more difficult for Falcons to rotate around and move, switch positions. They do have Solotov up on that warehouse catwalk with the Azami though, so there's going to be no opportunity for anybody to be wandering in. We saw Spike playing up there during phase 1 actually fantastically well against Edward Gaming, it was, if I remember rightly. Did some great work up there on the Azami, and so we're going to have this time around Solotov trying to do the same, and that's exactly what he's doing, just keeping that shield at bay for the time being. He's got Joom in support as well. Still 5v5, but well dealt with. The IT wall, Jigsaw picks him up, Bappen onto users, Falcons. It's red alert time as they are in big trouble. 3 versus 5, and this would give 4 match points over to Enterprise if they cannot come back in this round.
What you've just seen there was the one thing I really wanted to see from Falcons in the first half. They forced a 2 or a 3 versus 1 onto the player on Catwalk. Solotov had no ability to stay alive there. A nade or anything that comes his way is going to force him to move, and then he either runs into the IT sight line or is exposed to the player at the bottom of Garage. Really good bit of play coming out from Enterprise to punish him. And now as long as they play this sensibly, Tim, they could get it over the line. But why not just go for a bit of an ego swing as well? Leakyfac's there for the trade at the very least, but it's a 4 versus 2. Leakyfac has got the vertical control that they need here to hold on. A C4 also available. Doom, of course, also able to do something here inside a warehouse.
Yeah, they're really playing for Leakyfac on this vertical denial, but the problem that they've got in doing that is the fact that there's 55 seconds left. So Enterprise can just sort of prod and poke. They can move around. They can try to find kills like this, put them in lose-lose situations.
Wow.
Two-hand with a beautiful shot onto Doom. Enterprise showing that they can do it on attack and defense. They get themselves onto 6. It's 6-2. Falcons, that was the last thing they needed. 4 match points in a row. Falcons are staring down the barrel of those best of 3 elimination matches.
Promotion matches for them. That'll be even better. That'll be absolutely crazy for Enterprise to make it to that main stage. And potentially that can be done tomorrow, not even taking the last day. I've spoken about this idea and this concept a few times over the years. Imagine you could remove all names in the game. You had no idea which team was playing. It was blue and orange. And you said, tell me which team just pulled off that attack. Most would look at that and say, oh, that's a Fury, that's a FaZe, that's an aggressive, well, not really a FaZe, they're a bit slower than that, but an aggressive team has pulled that off, and they've done so with brilliant amounts of team play. The drop they caught on Leakyfac, the punish onto Solotov up on Warehouse, that's a well put together team. Very few, I would imagine, would look at that and say, oh, that's an Enterprise attack. Extremely impressive and very befitting of a team that, as we've said here, is 1 round away from going into a best of 3 that can see them make the main stage on Friday and dispatching a team that has been in 4 grand finals over the last couple of years. What a story that'll prove to be. What time is it in Australia right now? Time, Australia. It's 4:20 a.m. Hey! Perfect time to check that climb, wasn't it? However, very much for those back home who stayed up to watch this now, you're feeling that it is worth being sleep deprived. It is worth watching the boys hand it to the Frenchies. Let's see if we can get it over the line, Tim. Well, not all the Frenchies, to be fair. It's a good mix now, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Back in the day, it was full French.
Once upon a day it used to be, but, you know, could be not quite further from the truth, but two French, British, you know, all sorts of German, all sorts of mix in there now. But, yes. Falcons are in serious trouble. That's the top and bottom of it. They have not looked like winning many rounds here, and they now need 4 in a row. Enterprise just seem to have the answers at every turn. You referenced their game against NIP, Des, and I would completely agree with you. The way that, you know, we said it at the time, it felt like they knew everything NIP were going to do on Bank. And again, it seems like they are so well prepared for this Falcons team here on Nighthaven Labs. And I suppose that's the downfall of playing your best map sometimes is people have seen it a lot of times as well. They know what you're going to do. We heard it in the halftime talk that it was very much from Mag. Look, we know how they defend here. We know how they defend there. This is how we're going to counter it. All very well prepared. We're going to have the Shield of Cairo looking to get himself into Catwalk. Users holding on for the time being, but it's going to be Bappen picking up Leakyfac, but a double from Falcons. Doom and Solotov bring them right back into it. 4 versus 3.
Yeah, a great response, especially when you've got a Dockerby call ringing out as well. To go that aggressive, dare I say, it's what we saw out of Enterprise earlier on. Solotov, they might have said it's a bit of a solo man, Tim, but who cares when he can get kills like that? A 3K in the round. Jigsaw gets one back, but this one already feels sewn up and done.
Yeah, it certainly does. Falcons now can hold their angles. They can wait for the push to come to them, but Jigsaw has had some special moments. We know this. He's on the Solid Snake. He's got the DMR. And he's got the scanner. It could be everything that he needs. He knows that the cam is being watched. That's what the yellow signal is telling him. He's not going to worry about that too much, but as it goes red, that will just give him a little bit of an idea that somebody is ahead of him. But just kind of chasing shadows at the minute because Falcons, they know that they don't need to get too aggressive on this fight. They are happy to burn a bit of time to back out. They're going to give him an idea as well of exactly where the Solid Snake is located here as he starts triggering that utility.
I think you and Tuhan are taking the same lessons, Tim. It's just a game. It's okay. Just fix mental. It's easy. Just have some fun.
You gotta. It is serious, but there has to be enjoyment. I think it's not that there has to be enjoyment, but where there is enjoyment, you see it. You can see it in the performances.
You and Suhan need to have a good chat, because you're like the angel in this case, trying to position it all positively, and he's like, bro, just fix your mental, it's only a game. And he's saying it at the worst possible time.
Very much not trying to help them do that.
He absolutely is not. Well, this round, as you can see, will not go the way of Enterprise. Falcons do get one more back. But as we said, it's 4 match point opportunities for Enterprise. Down one more here. There's still 3 more to see them over the line. And as I've said, Tim, they've only got to be right once.
That's the big issue now. That is the big issue. Falcons needing another full defensive rotation of success to get this one even to overtime, let alone any further. So we're going to have our next bands come in. Kaid and Bandit were the original ones from Enterprise, Grim and Ace from Falcons. Will we see them take away a shield? They haven't had too many problems dealing with it, so they are going to double down on the hard breach, take away the thermite, and Enterprise, interestingly, taking away that mirror. We've seen a lot of the mirror use on IT wall, so now they're going to make sure that that's not an issue for them when breaching. Yes, they're going to have to use the Hibana or the secondary hard breach gadgets, maybe the Maverick. They've still got plenty of choices, and removing that Hibana, the mirror is going to be a big bonus for them doing so. We will see it here in this round. Last time, when Enterprise attacked onto this site, it was completely one-dimensional. Didn't get IT wall open, nothing in catwalk, nothing on Aqua. Big problem for them. They have to do that differently this time.
Enterprise knew this was coming, though. You heard Mag, when we got to our halftime point, saying they like to run a lot of Mira, Tubarão, and Denari. We haven't seen really Denari coming out, but the Mira, of course, we've seen in the vast majority of those rounds. And Tubarão is making an appearance once again here. It's more of a stall tactic than anything else. I mean, again, this is basically the exact lineup you saw coming out of Enterprise in the first half. Both sides familiar with it. It's very much in the meta at the moment to run 2, sometimes even 3 trap operators in a single round. And top floor is where we're going to go. Cairo going across onto the Monty as well, Tim. Always curious when I see a shield coming out, because normally suggests that a team have got a plan in mind. Either that, or they have no plan, and they're trying to fall back to the very bare minimum safety they can find. And I'm sure Enterprise do have a plan.
I'm certain of it. That's all that they've shown us so far is plan after plan after plan. Secondary hard breach gadget is going to be in place immediately on that connector wall. So that's going to be that initial access. IT, as I suggested, dealt with the Hibana. And that is going to give access as well as lines of sight, everything they need. There's not going to be much that can be done. The Tubarão will slow it down, but they're not going to be able to clear these X-Kairos pellets off. So it is just a matter of time until IT wall is open, and Leakerfact will have to drop back and play a little bit deeper.
It's a good read, I think, from Enterprise too. Knowing that Mira is now taken offline does make this a hell of a lot easier to get it opened up and start making use of it on this attack, whereas before, if you remember, they had to push entirely from the meeting side and work their way down. They're still looking to do that. Currently, we've got Cairo pushing in towards that side of the map, along with a couple of others. A lot of drones racing around in that position as well. But it's the backstab you've got to be concerned of, is what I'm looking at here. I know Jigsaw's currently the one hanging around on that side of the map. Could be a late backstab from him into IT.
For the time being, Cairo is going to hop his way on into connector, so that is shield in place. Going to just eat up a bit of damage from an explosive heading in his direction there, but it's not going to manage to get the kill. So Enterprise at least managing to take one step forward. IT is now breached again, so Leakerfact has been forced away. He's back onto catwalk, but again, I'm a little bit concerned for Enterprise here. They're not really taking much ground.
This is what I was waiting to see. When the first phone call comes out, what do they do? Where do they move? This is something Falcons also do very well on their attacks. They make the call, and the team then start taking map control. Cairo, as you can see, has lost about half his HP, so he's not as stable as he would otherwise be. Tuhan is looking to back him up here. His army closing off the walls at the same time over there, and we've got 3 players focused on IT overall. So this is the split that we've got. We've got to find kills from it, though. Solotov gets one. Immediate trade. Joom onto Tuhan. Looking good for Falcons.
Cairo just getting into a bit of a situation here with Users, who comes out on top, and that is a bit of a... You can't allow your Monty to be bullied like that. He needed some support. It wasn't there for him. Joom manages to get one with a Razor Bloom. Brendo fighting back, but a 1v3 very unlikely to turn this around as.
It was a really good play from Falcons, to be fair. Tuhan goes down. He's the player that's supporting the Monty. He was holding inside a meeting the whole time, this long angle through, in case anyone did try to aggress. As soon as they win that gunfight, the power call is there from Falcons. Get that Monty dead. So yes, it looked aggressive. It looked risky. It looked like he was in no man's land on the shield, but it was very well played by Falcons, Tim. And yes, they've gone 2-1 inside the first quarter. They've got to claw back 2 more rounds to send this to OT, and we'll have attack timeout from Enterprise here.
Yeah, Mag deciding now's the time to interject and try and get this one over the line. Jigsaw and Bappen, 21 kills between the two of them at this point, by the way. Going absolutely fantastically. But yeah, I think this is going to be Mag here. We've already heard his sort of style of timeouts. We speak about that from coaches a lot. I think this is going to be very much, here's a blueprint to go and get this one. Here's where we think they're going to go for the next 2 rounds. And here is how I think you're going to win those 2 rounds on the attack. How you're going to get it done. And he's really going to try and set his team up now. Very specifically with instructions, I would imagine.
You know what I'm just really, really sad about? This isn't a best of 3. I feel like I've been given like...
Best of 5, best of 6, give me more of it.
I've gone to a restaurant, I've ordered a starter, and then they've told me the kitchen's closed, and I need to go home. I want 3 maps of it, Tim. Give me 5. Give me the grand final.
Let me play all night. Where's the dessert? Yeah, as you said, beautiful play there. It was a great call, from most likely Lika Fako uses himself, just sort of sensing that situation and knowing the opportunity was there to deal with that Monty and just aggressing at exactly the right time. Enterprise folding under the pressure in that round and finding themselves now 6-4. So that is 2 match point opportunities which have drifted away from their grasp. They have 2 more remaining. This time it's going to be storage and control is the site that we're going to. If we have a look previously, this is the site that Enterprise won last time on attack.
Always that challenge of playing through the rotations, but if Falcons can come out on top, Tim, I imagine they'll feel confident in their ability to win the next 2. Now, what will Enterprise bring along here? We had the Blackbeard swapped away to a Monty once again, so sticking to what we saw from them last round, and just hoping to correct the execution. Of course, we don't know what was said during that attack timeout, but I can only imagine it's just to get this 1 round over the line. Likafak here on the pulse, shotgun at the ready, of course, to play the verticals. An alternative to the Solus, of course, that we saw back in the first half, coming out from Enterprise in a similar position. They'll be able to do just as much from below or above, as you see with the Solus. Of course, assuming he identifies exactly who it is that's carrying the diffuser as it is going down.
Same pattern, going to be going on the RT wall from the Hibana. It's going to give them access in towards that position of Solotov on Catwalk, which is something that we saw them deal fantastically well with last time around. I think they'll have used the hard breach gadgets down on that garage wall, so they will have much the same, yep, there we go, much the same attacking setup as they did last time. So, big question for me here. It's not a complete pivot point for the round, I think, but how well can Solotov hold on? Where is the sport? Where are they doing things differently? How are they going to keep him in that position?
Well, here to begin with, they're looking for this catwalk take. Of course, with the Monty already asking questions. At the front door, off towards his left is Brendo outside. Got a kill onto Likafak from this position, actually. Last time he was on the Solus, sat at the bottom of those warehouse stairs and paid the price to Brendo, who was sat waiting on the window. I imagine Likafat now aware that, well, when they've got a snake on side, they're going to sniff out exactly where you are, and they punish them for it. Solotov, the one looking to give challenge in towards Warehouse and slow them down, but it's kind of inevitable with the Monty, Tim, that he will get himself forward.
Smart play from Solotov there, one to take to your rank games if you'd forgotten that that was a thing. Explode the fire extinguisher next to somebody, and it will stun them for a second, will act as a shield break. Likafat manages to find one onto Bappen as the Vulcan canister is detonated. I said Solotov was going to be in one of those key positions, and he's been able to play it so much better this time than the last time we saw it. Cairo, however, does eventually take him out, but it doesn't matter because all that attention towards Solotov have put Enterprise in such terrible positions that Falcons are able to just pick them off one at a time, all within about 4 seconds. It was just a brilliant play around that central cog, that piece on Catwalk in Warehouse.
Dare I say, Tim? Leak of fact, you guys stressed or what?
Well,
I can only imagine they are. Honestly, Tim,
when it gets to this point,
across these last 2 rounds, they are looking a little bit lost. Even after attack timeout, that didn't look super well put together. And it was a very simple thing. We touched on that the pulse very early on in that round. Sat downstairs, got a free kill upstairs, was then feeding information on where the other 2 or 3 players on Enterprise are pushing from. Falcons knew everything that was happening, and Enterprise didn't even realize that all that info was being fed back and forth. They've got to try something a bit different here. I don't feel these Monty plays are necessarily working out for them. And sure enough, maybe here they drop away from it entirely.
It's such a fascinating look at the development of what I was speaking about, how Enterprise were running around for fun and they were laughing, they were going in, they were in the old chat, they were winning round after round. But I said at the time, how will they do if that pressure is applied? And I spoke about Falcons, how they seem to be in a little bit more pressure within the team. They've had a couple of losses, but it is driving focus as well. And so it's just such a fascinating look at the difference between kind of the two vibes, the two strategies, the two approaches almost. So,
ooh, man, imagine if they shit out a win in this round now. Imagine. Do you believe?
I believe they can. I believe they can.
Do you believe they will, not can?
No, I don't think they will. I think everything's gone a little bit quiet for Enterprise here, if I'm honest. Falcons have got themselves locked in, which is what they needed. They've, that focus, that little bit of pressure that they were sort of seeming to play with is actually doing them good now.
Think back to what I said earlier, though, Tim. They've only got to be right once, and they're going for a very similar strat that we saw coming out of Falcons in the last round of their half. And on the defensive side, it's a similar story. Again, we've got a Soulless upstairs. We've, of course, got the Warden, but the Thatcher on the other side could be pivotal.
There's no pressure on the Warden at the minute. That's the problem. Liquefact is still playing with a little bit of freedom. Could do with a challenge at the same time. Jigsaw's on the window, but he doesn't have the angle to be able to prevent Liquefact from playing those verticals down onto this spot. Smoke canister is going to go in. Candelas are there to force him away, but it's the Warden. It's not really going to do much good. And with no shield follows in the smoke, they've all backed out. That was not the time, Des.
They only used one smoke. They've still got 5 available. It was very much bait to see if they could make someone move or something happen here. They've got to be really careful not to lose Cairo, though. I think without him, they don't manage to get this plant down. That shield on his back while planting will be pivotal to see this one over the line. So as long as he stays standing, and of course with all this utility still to play with, including all those Thatcher charges, this is still doable.
It is doable, but I just feel Liquefact is that pivotal player at the minute. He's the one that they need to try and deal with. They're watching for the Nitro to come out. They're going to try and get this plant down. Takes a little bit of damage, but no more.
Oh, that's it.
Yes, he does. Liquefact, I said they had to deal with this position, and they haven't been able to. We'll come back to that in a second. Glasses go off. Liquefact continues to defend. I think now they're recognizing that they need to get a little bit more aggressive onto him, but the problem is they've lost the shield, they've lost the plant, they've lost the plan, and that is a big problem.
If they can make Liquefact move, this is still doable. They've still got all the tools they came in the round with, except for the Blitz shield. They've got smokes. They are out of Candelas, admittedly, but they've also got the Glaz and the Thatcher. I think the Thatcher was so focused on the Soulless that he didn't have time to look at Liquefact and stop him getting away with it. And so really, Liquefact, shock horror, has been the pivotal player in this round.
Yep, such an issue. Two-hand now manages to take him down, but honestly, it could be too little too late. 3 versus 3. Diffuser is down. They don't have the shield, but like you say, there is maybe an opportunity whereby they can go for this again. They have one smoke left. Jigsaw has to hit the mark with this one.
In it goes. Plant not going to try and go too deep here. That's such a crucial kill as well. Jigsaw going in, looking to get the diffuser down. The Soulless, though, is in spot. Where's Brendo? We need to have that EMP out, but no, the spray comes on through. Brendo going to step into his grave and try the same once again, but Insanity is seeing the same thing twice, Tim. They get the shutdown they need. Too hard will not be able to save it. We're going to overtime, Tim.
Big round from Falcons there, all on the back of Liquefact, and Des, you picked up on it. It's not to be critical of the Thatcher. There's so many things that the Thatcher's trying to deal with there. Possible Nitros, Soulless, Liquefact above on the Warden. But you feel if they could have got that Thatcher EMP onto the Warden, preventing him using his glasses, then get the Candelas in, prevent him from doing anything, I don't know, maybe it gives them a little bit more space, but then maybe they miss a Nitro coming over that takes the planter down anyway. Like I said, there's just so many facets, and I think really what I'm saying there is how good a defense it was from Falcons. They were prepared for it. They'd brought so many issues that needed to be dealt with by that one player, by that Thatcher, that they almost nullified the Thatcher by giving him too much to do.
When you know that you can't respond to a Thatcher, like you say, overload him instead. Wonderful stuff and really well played by Falcons. They've shown us an equal half to Enterprise. 5-1 split, and Falcons get OT defense. That is a big deal for them. If they can get this one done, you'd assume that Enterprise would win the next, given we've only seen those 2 attacking rounds won, and then it comes round to 15. Now, which site we choose to go to for Falcons is going to be very interesting, assuming we get to round 15. If Enterprise have fallen off here and lost a bit of the energy they had back in that first half, by the time we get to round 14, this could be done 8-6. The Falcons have shown real fight and grit to keep themselves going here. Equally, can Enterprise dig a little bit deeper and do what they struggled to do so far and get an attacking round win.
I think starting on the defense suits Falcons down to the ground here. They've just got 4 rounds in a row, 5 out of 6 on the defense, and they can just continue rolling with it. They've brought the Clash along this time as well, so a new problem that hasn't yet been seen by Enterprise. How are they going to deal with that? I'm looking at Cairo, I'm looking at the Zafia. That's going to be the one. Get those stun charges in, try and get that shield break and deal with the Clash. Usus is just roaming around site at the minute. He's over on Aqua, he's back in main site, he's going to be over towards Pillar now. There's so much movement from this Clash.
I want to believe they're baiting a little bit here. They've baited in that they're trying to hit on towards this east side because they've not actually hit through Aqua yet at all, Enterprise, as far as I can recall. Like, everything has been focused instead on the other side. Currently, they've got 2-3 players stationed over here, a couple of drones running around, as you've just seen. That one could be a little bit of a backstab factor. Cairo, the one on rappel, just watching in through IT that's now been finally opened up, sees the barrel of the gun, but not quite the man himself. A little knee stepped out to the side just to tease him a little bit, Tim, but not yet able to find his man.
Bappen's walked his way into bottom warehouse here. He's looking to make the challenge onto Solotov, and Solotov will be down. Brendo manages to finish him off, and that is going to be first blow going to Enterprise. 5 versus 4. Jigsaw manages to find one onto Doom. 5 versus 3. Falcons, who have been so solid on the defense, and Arthaven Labs are starting to crumble up here on the top floor. Can Usus, Leakified, Breede hold on?
This is going to be a real sign of maturity for this Enterprise comp. I know they've played for a long time comp. For this team, they've played for a long time. You've got a 2-man advantage. I'm pretty sure the win rate of rounds like this is up towards 90%. I think 87 last time I looked. They should not be seeing this round slip them by.
User still has that Clash available. He's actually going to reinforce off the connector wall so they know that they don't need to worry about Pillar. They can focus on Aqua, they can focus on IT and Catwalk, and that is exactly what they're going to do. Breeder is going to come under pressure pretty soon. Cairo and Bappen are both pushing from that side. He's holding a real skinny angle. We've seen Breeder do this time after time. Jigsaw 2-hand, Cairo 1 apiece. Flawless round for Enterprise, as they could not have come back with a round at a better time than that. They give themselves the advantage. 7-6 heading into their defense.
A flawless round, Tim. A flawless attack is the crucial one. What both teams have struggled to do, as I said, coming into that round is win attacks. And to come out in that fashion, that's going to be a confidence builder. They now get the choice of every site on the map to defend for what could be the last round in this game. And you know there'll be fireworks if they can get it done. We're going to go upstairs, Tim. We've got all the stall coming out that you can see. The Warden, the Tubarão, the Mirror, the Denari to slow things down even further. And, of course, you can't forget trusty old Thorn, who's done so much for this team throughout this game. What are Falcons going to match it with?
The worst thing about this round, Des, is that I don't want this game to end. And it might.
Like I said, I'm gutted that it's not a best of 3. If this is map 1 of the best of 3...
I'm gutted that it's not first to 30. Right, let's just keep going. These two have been absolutely phenomenal entertainment, both in their own ways. Enterprise have just, through that first stage of the game where they were just running away with the lead, but then Falcons showing such great mental reserve and fortitude to dig deep and fight their way back into this. Both have been phenomenal to watch, and it all comes down to the next 2 rounds. Enterprise, they get 2 chances, Des, to put themselves into the qualification best of 3s. Who'd have thought that?
And I want to remind you, Tim, this is only game 1. We've got so much more still to come today. And we're here for the first 3. This is going to be a hell of a lot of fun. And this one hasn't even drawn to an end just yet. Similar style to what you've seen earlier on, though. IT being held down by Jigsaw on the Tubarão. Of course, being mindful of the window below. You can be challenged there while trying to drop your gadgets onto this wall. It can speed things up quite a bit for the attackers. June on the glass has got himself underneath 2. Only the smokes, 2 smokes are available to this entire team. So he's more looking here to cause a little bit of bother, a little bit of headache from underneath. I imagine with Leaky back, he will slowly, eventually get himself underneath on the Daemons.
Tubarão is going to apply the Zoto canister to IT wall, as we have seen previously. Try and slow things down there. Brendo this time doesn't have a mirror window in pocket, so they're not going to play the mirror trick onto that wall, but still, breach goes off. A little bit late with the Zoto canister there, so that is going to Be good for Falcons. That's the first minute. IT wall open and a nice big exothermic opening it is as well. Connector wall goals at the same time. So good progress from Falcons. Previously, I was concerned that they were a little bit one-dimensional on this push. This time, we need to see that other direction of pressure. Is it Connector? Is it Aqua? Get something else going on, Falcons.
I have a real feeling they're going to rue not being able to finish off Cairo. You got shots through the floor. He is low, but has got himself set out towards east of site here, as you can see, just around B. I think it's going to be a real nuisance as he's dropped down his last gadget as well. Don't count him out of this round just yet. We're over the halfway mark. No one has died yet on either team, both being so cautious as they know what this round means. For Falcons, they lose the game. For Enterprise, they win it and make it to that best-of-3 qualifier, as you said, Tim.
It is all IT and Catwalk again, and they have been punished again. Jigsaw with a double.
What an angle.
Bappen one in the middle. 5 versus 1. Could it be back-to-back flawless rounds for Enterprise to win this and send them into the qualification matches? No. Breedy does something about it. 1v5 becomes a 1v4. 50 seconds left. Triggers the Razor Bloom. But the problem for Breedy, they know exactly where he's coming from. Look at Enterprise. They're just holding their angles. They've got the crossfire. They know that it's just a matter of time. They're the ones that can benefit from this clock ticking down, Des.
Just let Falcons stew a little bit here as well. Really rub salt in the wounds. And bullets into the head, Tim. Breedy falls. An 8-6 win for Enterprise, pulling out that attacking win in round 13. What a game we have just witnessed.
What a story we are seeing unfold here in Salt Lake City, Des. Nobody expected anything of Enterprise coming in here, but with Mag at the helm, these 5 players are doing phenomenal work. They are upsetting teams left and right. The only ones they've lost to, G2, one of the favourites. They now head into best-of-3 matches to qualify through to the main stage.
This is what I really wanted to see. I'd imagine it's going to be all nice and calm, but there was a lot of smack being taught then as we saw Mag leading his boys down the corridor to see their opponents who have now fallen by the wayside. Cool as anything, isn't he? Look at him.
Yep. They've passed every test, every challenge that's been put in front of them there. So like I say, 1 loss and it's to G2. Other than that, coming through phase 1, they qualified in the upper bracket, not the lower bracket like people thought they might. No, straight through. No messing about. This Enterprise team not only are impressive, they are entertaining, and I love watching them.
Well, I'm with you, Tim. I can't wait to see what comes from these boys next. For Falcons, it's now Judgment Day in every game they play. That's just game 1, Tim. We've got so much more coming up for you today. Back with you in just a few.
Enterprise take down Falcons in a game that looked like it was going to be a runaway and then all of a sudden got very close. But throughout that first half of the game, while you guys were steamrolling Falcons, the trash talk was there, the banter was there. As always, it seems like that's just part of the Enterprise style.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you gotta, there's, everyone has the levels, but for us, another level to the game is the mental side. So us shit talking, and it doesn't affect us. You can see Harry typing, or Tuan typing, stop being so mean, like while they're literally typing the same stuff that we're typing. So it's like, it's just another side of the game. If people want to get angry at it, it's fine. They can just mute us. So.
You mentioned to me that EFAC came to you in the hallway and mentioned something about the trash talk?
Yeah, Licky Fat came to us in the vetoes, and I thought he was going to say, let's go to bank, or something silly. And he said, guys, let's keep it respectful. And we're like, yeah, sure. And then we get in the game, and we gotta, that means it's affecting someone if he has to say that. So, now we're gonna do it even more. So maybe on my half I didn't do it as much, but everyone else kept it up. So that's good, as always.
Well, a great performance from you guys, a great performance from you, going crazy with the double digits. Enterprise looking good as they continue to roll on here in Salt Lake.
My kind of
That's
people.
how you do it.
Keep it respectful. Nah, screw you. Absolutely biblical stuff. Like I've already said a few times now, for me, based on what we've seen so far, there's still a way to go. That's my game of the tournament. I've absolutely loved it, if not my game of the year.
What a setup for the day. You come in and that's the first game of the day that you cast. Some days I love my job every day, and then some days I love it a little bit more, and today is one of them.
I hopped on social media and was like, this is why we do what we do, and it was absolutely spectacular, zero complaints. Our next game that we're going into, though, is worth talking about, is All Gamers coming up against Shopify Rebellion. You've seen the veto here. We're going into Fortress, Tim. It does feel like a bit of a mountain to climb for All Gamers, but maybe, just maybe, they can work something a bit special.
Look, All Gamers had the result against Furia on Fortress yesterday, so I kind of get it, but I'm not sure it helps them because Shopify Rebellion are just going to have poured over that, match last night, and they will be fully prepared for it. So it's going to be tough for them. Can they do it? Yes. It's not going to be easy, though.
We'll see if All Gamers can fix their issues from yesterday after a short break. Banger, we are good to go with game 2 of the day. No more waffle, we'll get straight into things, Tim. It is Fortress between All Gamers and Shopify Rebellion. I'm sure as we'd all imagine, the vote is pretty heavily skewed towards Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, you know, obviously the expectation when we're going in with these new teams, the new to LAN, new to Siege in many cases, you know, like you said yourself, maybe 6-7 months of competitive experience, it's always fair to say that there's going to be, you know, a little bit of favoritism towards that team that's been around a long time. You got Canadian on the side of Shopify Rebellion, one of our most storied and longest running players inside of the esport at the minute, so it literally is, you know, one extreme to the other. But look, like I said, All Gamers had a good result against Furia. 7-3 they beat Furia on Fortress yesterday to dump Furia down to those 0-2 relegation battles, but that does mean Shopify Rebellion are going to be prepared, I would imagine, for what they will do on Fortress.
And similar for the other side as well. You know, Shopify Rebellion have played it twice so far here, beating Virtus Pro 7-5 yesterday and Edward Gaming the day before 7-2. They even beat Falcons back at SI 7-1. So there's certainly no slouches on this map. Both teams have got a record of 3-0 on it, and both teams do quite like it. So I think we could be in for another really interesting game here, Tim, because obviously for All Gamers, although we've seen them play a little bit in the Chinese kickoff, we haven't seen a lot of them on the international stage, and I can only imagine they've been cooking up something a little bit special behind the scenes.
We'll get straight into it then. Our bans come through. We've got Monty and Snake taken off the board by All Gamers. So not wanting to deal with the big shieldy boy or the rapid clearance machine that is Solid Snake. And Shopify Rebellion taking Azami and Smoke. So having a little bit of a look towards maybe just removing a bit of that plant denial, forcing the Tachanka pick from solo mid. We did see them, All Gamers, using Tachanka yesterday against Furia. It was a regular pick for them, so it shouldn't be too much of a shake-up for them.
No, nothing too crazy, I think, overall. So we'll see how things go up here on this top floor. So we're kicking things off anyway, at least assuming my eyesight isn't awful. In fact, no, we are going to find ourselves moving mainly down towards the southeast side of the map. It's very typical when defending up here as well, but you'll have the extension coming in. If you're defending down towards the southeast side of the map, then you extend up towards the northwest. If you're defending on the northwest, then you come down towards the southeast. It's very, very simple. And if you haven't watched too much Siege before, the reason for that is that if you only sit on the site itself, you're probably going to be screwed. You concede all map control, you make it far too easy for the attackers to get set up for an execute, so you need to be willing to go out there and meet them where it matters. If you can't defend the map to the site vertically, like you'll see on a lot of our maps, then you have to go laterally, and Fortress is one of those maps that is so required. I'm looking at the lineup really coming out from Rebellion here, so I'm seeing that blitz, I'm seeing the Raura, and after chatting to Eden, one of our coaches, he was saying, well, I think you might see a few Raura traps coming out from a few teams here. She's had a bit of time now in the game. Teams have had time to cook with her. Still very specialist in terms of what you're going to be doing in terms of the execution pull-off, for example, exactly what it is you're going to be doing with her. But doesn't mean she hasn't got a place, and here we go.
Well, we've seen the recent changes to her as well, to buffer, where it takes a lot longer for defenders to open that door. Solo mid manages to pick up the kill onto Ambi, but a double for Surf is going to keep the advantage for Shopify Rebellion. Rexon onto MC as well, and that's going to be Railgun following in the same direction. 4 versus 1 in the blink of an eye. We're a minute 10 in, and Shopify Rebellion have nearly got this 1-1 already. Rexon, a double on the Raura. You picked up on her, I mentioned the buffs to the gadget, but you can't forget as well, she's got that DMR, a super popular weapon at the minute inside of the game, and Rexon putting it to great use. That is not a good start if you're All Gamers.
Absolutely. That was a little bit of a run over, Tim, and of course it's only round 1, so you don't want to get too carried away with it, but if that's the kind of pace this game's going to be played at, then All Gamers sorely need to wake up here. Otherwise, it could be a pretty quick game. Same lineup coming out for, well, for the most part, for Rebellion. Imagine they'll stick to it and then, of course, change over based on what site that we're stepping into next. But very, very comfortable. Move down towards that southeast side, as I said, in towards bunks and games, which means you'll probably see an extension from All Gamers up towards the site that we were just defending. And imagine Rebellion will probably try to look to crush onto them once again.
Yep, Surf and Rexon certainly doing the jobs there. Like you say, it's going to be maybe a little bit of a mirror reverse of what we saw in the last round, because it's going to be moving over to dorms and bunks. And like you say, just switching up that lineup a little bit. Finker, Glaz, Nomad all being brought in this time. The Rower is actually going to be swapped away as well for the ace. So I would expect if we've seen that external hard breach, I would imagine it's going to be happening just down at the bottom of your screen now. We've got that wall that goes straight in towards those bunks inside a dormitory. Get that breach with the ace, put pressure directly onto site, and try and just force those defenders exactly there to move around a little bit.
Okay, well, I like the idea last time. It was the fast push in that was at least somewhat stemmed by Solomid, but I think he went down so fast when he was dropping down those Chanka pellets to try and slow down the push. Yes, he got a kill off the back of it, but him then falling just meant it was freedom for Rebellion to charge on through. Now here, of course, we stepped away from playing on the Chanka, going much more towards a conventional lineup that we're used to seeing these days. Really, I think the Melusi is the only operator we didn't see back on Labs in our last game. Otherwise, the Bandit was banned away, and the other three were picked up a large number of times. Still very much in the meta. Tim, I think my eyes are deceiving me. I think I'm seeing the same round again.
We're going to see a lot of intense aggression coming out of Shopify Rebellion, but it's not actually all falling in their favour. Railgun and Moonlight managing to pick up the last two of that flurry of kills, which leaves Diffuser down cold, and all gamers in a 3v2 advantage. Ambi and Rexon are last alive. They've got some good utility there. One Selma left, and also the Glaz with that super powerful scope, as we know. 2 smokes as well. Going to be aware of the attempt at a flank coming in from Moonlight there. The air jabs had been deployed, so it will just back him up a little bit. Ambi's just going to watch that angle. The thing is, Shopify Rebellion have got tons of time here to deal with this. Teamwork trying to clear Moonlight out. The flash goes in. They know exactly where he is. Ambi goes looking and manages to find. Levels things up, and this is the problem all gamers are going to have. They will be punished for fine marginal mistakes here against Shopify Rebellion. Moonlight just overstaying his welcome in Horse.
They've got to know that more nades will come their way if they don't swing onto something like this now, and sure enough, that's what you're looking for. Railgun gets one, looks for the third onto Ambi, but can't quite collect. Smokes are down. He's got a brief advantage here in which to try and make something happen. Knows that he's got a man tight on his right, and sure enough, looks for him, can't find him. Railgun makes it a 3. And all gamers take round 2.
Not like Ambi to miss his opportunity. No. Goes around the corner. First shot didn't land, and that was the only chance that he really had. Railgun finishes that one off, and I think Shopify Rebellion, I don't fault them for it. I think, yep, give it a go. They've just, let's try and flood sight. I think it's kind of having that mentality of, we're the better team here. Let's just go in and we'll just run over the top of them. I think now you need to look at that and say, right, okay, we've maybe got the size of them now. We're not going to get away with that. So I would expect to see Shopify Rebellion now reverting maybe more to, let's just play some really clean, solid siege and beat them that way.
Absolutely. I still think they'll run along with the blitz because one,
Great
Canadian looks playing
operator.
it too, but it's also the site that we're going into now that we're going on the downstairs. We see shields being brought along for this site so often that it would seem a little bit silly to step away from it just because of how the last couple of rounds have gone. Then maybe they were anticipating we'd see a repeat on the upstairs as well, going back to the first site, command and office they lost, but nope. Down we go, which means a full change-up for Rebellion as well, running around with Sens. We saw Rexon rolling this an awful lot on their game on Lair. I want to say it was yesterday we cast that one. So more of the same here, along with the Dockery coming in, just in case there is any craziness coming out of the other side. And when I say craziness, Tim, when we saw Moonlight playing his first round here at the tournament on the Vigil, he netted a 4K. So I think there's a little bit of consideration for what he might achieve. And here we go. Pre-fire was coming on through. There's certainly being a high risk there, trying to stay and look for a shot back onto Ambi. But Ambi doesn't find his target either.
Yeah, we did see Moonlight able to put that Boss G to good use yesterday, and just gives it another whirl. Not going to find his man this time, but sure that more opportunities will prevent themselves. Canadian goes in aggressively on the blitz, just looking to take ground here and start pushing through, claiming that space above the site if he can by getting inside of games. He's going to be supported by Ambi in that. In fact, looks like they're forgoing games a little bit and instead are just going to look to head down the stairs. We don't generally see too much verticality onto this site. It is there, it is possible. It tends to be limited to the hatching briefing. You just try and work around that, drop and get a plant. But in order to do that, you've got to play down on the ground level. You've got to clear out those defenders that are directly in that area.
And for now, we've seen the first one of those light screens being rolled down by Ambi. Give a safe passage to a couple of his team, but also a little bit of attention draw onto the side of all gamers, getting them looking the wrong way. Because now the ceiling's starting to be opened up by Rexon at the same time. So always the problem when you don't have this vertical control of a site is you are forced to then move around a lot as a defender. Certain spots no longer defendable because if you sit there, you're probably getting shot in from above. But of course, keep your eye on Canadian. He's the one with the diffuser in back pockets him. So he's the one looking to get this done.
Yeah, out go the smokes, and there's going to be down goes MC as Ambi manages to find that long-range kill, just supporting his shield, making sure that he's got the space that he needs. We're going to see the smokes flying out now. It's not a good spot to be in for Railgun as Surf picks up the kill. Canadian having flashed him. Ambi manages to find solo mid, 5 versus 2, and this is what I meant from Shopify Rebellion. It's been aggressive, yes. It's been intense, yes, but it wasn't that attempt at just running in and rushing and rolling over the top of them. Instead, it's been clean siege. It's been about putting them in lose-lose situations, picking them apart a piece at a time. Great round from the North Americans. 2-1.
I want to know who's kicked Ambi's dog. He's on like 7 kills here after 3 rounds. He's been absolutely flying, and that one especially found himself a 4K. And it does feel, Tim, like Rebellion probably are just a bit too much for all gamers. It's only been a quarter. It's still very early on. But you're seeing here how they are rolling over them with absolute confidence, and there's been very little so far that all gamers have been able to do. I wouldn't be shocked to see a Tachanka ban come out here, truthfully. It's been the one thing that we've seen them trying to crutch onto. Nope, going to be the Goyo instead that we saw back in round 1. So they'll leave that on side and say, you know what, you want to keep running the Tachanka that's nice and slow? That's fine. It's a bigger target for us to go after.
Round 4 on the way, and we will be going back to the same starting site. So it's going to be, I think, just a rinse and repeat from all gamers on defense. It's going to be over to commanders and bathroom. Last time around, Rebellion were pretty comfortable in their attack here. Managed to get it done with relative ease. I think this time we're going to see maybe more of a full clearance from Rebellion. I could be wrong, but Railgun's already setting up down towards games and dorms. We've got a little bit of attention towards courtyard as well. Briefings being dealt with. So I think we will see Shopify Rebellion move through and look to try and clear this out and take control.
Yeah, on this top floor, meeting is always the fishbowl of this top floor. It's where all the battles really happen because there's a number of single doorways to work into. You've seen a mirror window facing in towards it, assuming the attackers will come in from the south, inside bunks, inside gaming, and work their way up. We've seen teams getting stuck there for like 2 minutes sometimes because it's just so hard to take over, very tough to push through. That is when you need, as an attacker, someone on the backstab, something to really try and free things up, create pressure elsewhere to let your team move through a little more comfortably, or, as many teams have done historically, lean in towards shields instead as a way of getting control of it. Of course, Rebellion could bypass all of that and instead just push their way in from the top side of the map and work in from there. But I would expect there probably will be some south side clearance to do first and foremost.
Ambi straight away clearing off that utility from the stairs, just giving him the option to push onto and pressure those Eagle stairs. It's going to be solo mid that is tasked with holding on to this location. It was something that we actually saw all gamers clear out as an attacking side really well yesterday. They used the Rotero drone of the Flores to go on there and just dislodge the Warden, and then pushed up against Furia with the shotgun of the Deimos, pretty much as the sort of aggression that we're seeing coming in from Shopify Rebellion here. It's not going to work. It's a double to solo mid. You can't just push into a shotgun like that. Ambi, Canadian, both down. Deimos, Grim, huge loss.
That's where really you need that utility to do the job for you, to make it hard. Think about pushing into blue stairs on bank. You can't just charge in blindly, Tim. You need something to do the work for you, and Grim Bees in a track really ain't going to be it. So for the first time here, feels like Rebellion might find themselves a bit on the back foot with a lot to do to recover this round.
I don't think the nade placement helped them. I think they were hoping for a little bit more from that. Railgun will manage to pick up Spoit as he goes in. Razor Bloom onto Rexon. It's going to leave Surf with it all to do. Manages to find one onto Yaz, but he's got 4 still ahead of him. Going in with a shotgun, but will be taken down by MC. And that is going to be all gamers leveling things up 2-2.
All right, okay. Good round from them. Admittedly, more of a mess, I'd say, from Rebellion on clearing out Eagle. That should have been a free kill onto Solo Mid. I know he sat there with a shotgun. I know he's got thorn traps around him. But you've got things like a Ying on side. There's so much you can do to punish him. But I think they found out late that he was sat there. They didn't assume that he'd be playing so aggressively around the bottom of it, and they paid the price for it. Still not a bad outcome, though. I'd say having 2 attacks here is good because, as we often see with like newer teams, Tim, those that aren't as established, attacking is where you tend to see them fall down a little bit. And I think Rebellion here are thinking, look, if we can get 3, maybe even just 2 attacks, that'll be enough for us to completely shut things out on the defense in the second half.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think, you know, they're probably more than happy with that, but it's whether it goes their way or not. We move again down to that bottom side. All gamers going to be going to bunks and Games, or Dorms and Games, whichever you want to say. So, briefing going to be important. Solo mids out there at the minute, setting up with the Thorn. Railgun inside of Commander. Just looking to make sure that they've got this north side covered off and cleared. And the Shopify Rebellion don't have an easy time of getting into the map. That's the one thing you don't want to give people on Fortress, is an easy time getting in and getting control. Because, for example, if Shopify Rebellion are able to walk in and take over Commanders and Bathroom quite easily, the round starts falling apart quite quickly. You got to fight them for that.
Would be a little bit silly if you could very easily walk into a map called Fortress, Tim.
I mean, it would kind of defy the name a little bit, wouldn't it?
I mean, in my opinion, there's not really enough protection and security on this thing. They're just strolling in there and doing what they want a lot of the time. They're vaulting in windows.
Certainly doesn't seem to be the most secure fortress in history.
Exactly, yeah. Just a bit of a strange one. Very strange one. Either way, we'll see if they can turn it back into a decent fortress here in round 5. Leaning once again into that Tachanka, suggested that we might see it banned away at the end of the third, as it has been very much a crutch operator for all gamers to lean on. I think with the smoke being banned away, they're bringing it along as the alternative here, knowing that that isn't an option they've got to slow down the attacks of Rebellion. It's why you've seen them coming in at quite some pace. I think this round could be the same. Canadians on that shield still, and they've got the double intel operator. They're going to want to run at these boys here and not give them a chance to react.
Canadians going to go straight into Horse on the blitz, getting aggressive and taking ground, as he's done with that shield so far. He's going to be joined by Ambi at the top of Central Stairs. Canadians actually worked his way. You just see his silhouette off in the background. He's gone through into Bathroom, taken that ground, so now it allows them. This is what I said, you don't really want to give this area up if you are all gamers, because now they're going to be able to breach into briefing. That's going to force Moonlight back, and all of a sudden you're trying to defend deep from within sight.
Briefing is, like I spoke about in the last round, though, the real hard piece to break open on this map. I mean, MC, interestingly, has just reinforced it off entirely, so the only way they can challenge into it now is from the doorway where Moonlight's currently sat on a shield. Typically, you'd leave one of those walls open and be able to then challenge and at least go for a bit of a 2 versus 1 onto the doorway or onto the breach. That's not an option, so I'd actually say things just got a little bit easier here for Rebellion to start their push on forwards, but even now opening up that wall so they have a fast way through, could be opening up for a bit of Canadian aggression. Yeah,
Moonlight has been forced deeper into sight now, and everybody from the side of all gamers is within about 20 feet of each other, so they have just been forced in and in and in. This attack has constricted around them, forced them together, and now that they are pooled inside a site, it's about picking them off one at a time. MC is the first to go. DMR goes with him. A big loss for the defenders. 5 versus 4, but look at the time, Des. 35 seconds left to go. Shopify Rebellion, they need to think about how and where Canadian is going to deliver this diffuser.
This is what I was on about, looking able to get into a good spot, and he gets a free kill on a great angle there, leaving himself not exposed off towards Railgun. C4 comes on through, but it's ineffective. Doesn't finish him off, and at the same time, Rebellion find 3 into a second. Yaz going a bit big here, but Spoit steps across, gets the close. Rebellion into the lead.
I love that movement from Canadian when the Nitro comes out, and he leant so far forward. It was like he was trying to press his shield on top of it to protect himself. Did manage to do it, kept himself alive, but only for a few seconds. We're going to have all gamers calling the tactical timeout at this point. 3-2 down, obviously hoping for a little bit more from the defense here, Fenneman.
I feel like you can't be bleeding 4 attacks on Fortress. It's just really not going to go your way in the second half if you give Rebellion such a big start. So as you say, Tim, Fenneman, the coach, French coach, steps in. A lot of his communication, it's worth stressing for those who want to know a bit more about this team, goes through MC, who of course is known around the world, really. He's played in a few regions now and a few different teams. The rest of them are a little bit newer to the game. So he's doing a lot of the communication back and forth to help them get the message across. Is it going to be a message, though, that can turn their fortunes around? We'll find out going in. But to me, Tim, it does sort of feel like that smoke ban, I think the Goya ban as well, the 2 stall tactics that we saw all gamers really leaning on in their previous games being taken away. It's just making it that much harder to be able to stop Rebellion rising up.
Yeah, right now, I think all gamers need to turn the tide as quickly as they can. Otherwise, they're going to have a very difficult time of things. 3-3, absolute minimum for them now. They need to be taking this last defense. We'll see what Fenneman has given them. It's going to be a nice direct comparison because we're going back to the same site. So it is going to be Dorms and Games once again, so we can see exactly how they do things differently. Last time around, I think there wasn't enough resistance in Horse, Bathroom, Commander. Canadian was able to just walk in, take that ground reasonably easily with the blitz straight through. They got briefing wall, and we saw all the pressure then mount from that side. So I'd like to see this time all gamers just putting up a little bit more resistance over that side.
Well, still very much the same, as you say. Not too much changing away outside of the shield being dropped, because why bring it here? The Ying seems to have been offering quite a bit for them, at least in optionality. Didn't really manage to make great use of it in the round that we saw back in round 4, when All Gamers came out on top. And of course, you've got to contend with the Warden most critically in this round. If you've not seen Warden before, I assume you have if you played a bit of Siege. Pops the glasses on, deals with smokes and flashes, no problem. It doesn't get flashed out and can see through the smoke. So really only Ying that he has to contend with on the other side, as even allies do get flashed out by those Candelas and of course can't see through smoke.
Get ready for the breach.
Okay. It's shaping up outside of the external wall. I was just watching on our top down here to see exactly where this attack was kind of shaping up. There isn't too much pressure at the minute towards the other side, but I think we are going to see them now looking to move in through Horse. Rexon has managed to get that external wall open as well, so I think rather than seeing the bathroom briefing push, we're likely to see more down towards this door, in towards bunks. We saw them try it previously when Ambi tried to walk in with the glass. I think that's where more of the attention is going to go. That's why they've opened that external wall this time, so that the player, it was Railgun before on the Bandit, was sat in behind there because they hadn't managed to open that, and he was a bit of a sticking point. And yeah, as expected, they are now pushing towards this door. Nade is going to move Yaz away.
Yeah, so you got the shades on as well, just in case any smokes or flashes did come in off the back of it. Instead, it was a frag grenade headed his way. Our second Twitch drone being removed from the round. Those Electro Claws, Tim, as you've seen, have been safe for the most part as well. I think he was holding on to it here, MC, for the majority of the round to finally electrify off the wall. But now both shock drones are gone. He could drop those down, and these walls would largely stay closed up unless nades could follow on through to clear them away. It's much slower and controlled by Rebellion so far. All gamers have got to hold on for just 75 seconds.
Yeah, second Selma goes in to try and take out that internal wall, but Yaz is going to have absolutely none of it. Takes it out. That's a big mistake. Canadian drops down, taken out by solo mid, as Wrexham was also floored by a Razor Bloom.
Nice.
Surf and Ambi one apiece, though, to keep the advantage effectively. 3 versus 3, cut down by the big LMG of Railgun on the Tachanka. And that leaves us now 3 versus 2 with Wrexham down on the ground. Very possible that he won't be collected. Diffuser is down cold as well. This is, Wrexham does get picked up now, manages to drag himself to safety, but there's nobody really anywhere near this diffuser. Spite's on his way to try and collect it, but needs to be cautious.
And he's giving himself away by dropping down the Grim Beast. They know that he's coming from this position at the same time, so they got him on the backstab, the other 2 on the front, but Rex has been dealt with. There's Devon, there's 2, Macy collects 2, Railgun, another. Not bad. A bit of a recovery being shown there, Tim, but I think a lot of work to do still in the second half.
Yeah, really good from All Gamers. Just to close that out, tactical timeout obviously doing its job from Fenemy.
Anything else? Take 20 seconds to breathe. Remain calm, okay?
应该是没有呼吸一下，保持冷静。
Breathe, breathe. Find the calm, okay? All right. Good job on the defenses. It's in the past now. If they won 3 rounds on attack, we can win 4. Okay, that's the mentality.
防守已经过了，他们能赢3把进攻，然后我们能赢4把。OK。
It's a team that can fight. Okay, so don't be surprised if they try to hide, if they are aggressive. Okay.
他们是一个很会去对枪的队友，所以不要很惊讶，他们就直接顶过来。
We can rush the first round if we don't see there is much trap. Okay, on the courtyard draw, there is only like Denari.
没有这么多陷阱的位置，我们可以 run。
Go smoke.
没有这么多陷阱位，我们可以 run 那个庭园。
Yes, there is also a Denari on your window and a barbed wire. Okay.
Yes, 那边有个电线跟那个铁丝网。
And most likely someone will be in meeting, so you can fight that guy first.
新闻应该会站一个人的时候，你应该可以跟他先对上，这样子。
They can play wall deny. It's simple. If wall deny, we do front push. Okay, we don't bother like going.
This was basically on the roof, just clearing. For bunks, they 4-man blue with Deimos under, and he walked up the staircase. They do go for the ace on the wall immediately if they're doing that take, which we talked about. And they just try to play the cut. He eventually did try to jump in the soda window, so if they go for that, just be aware. When they did that, it was quick. So just make sure that if that's what we think we're doing or they're doing, we're ready to react. If they swap it, we didn't see it in the game, but I assume it's the same as their command, where it's basically them just 5-man.
Okay. I found the start of that really interesting from All Gamers, where it was very much a breathe. and just silence for 10-15 seconds. I thought at first he was going to do what a few teams have done
just
not
gaming
talk.
things a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but then obviously the talk then broke out after that, and it was completely fine. On the Rebellion side, it was also, again, quite tactical and specific, I suppose. The smoke ban coming through here, same as we saw from Rebellion alongside the Goyo. So really looking to remove those operators that support the bottleneck we've come to know from Fortress.
Okay, oh, a very evenly split first half. If I'm honest, I think that suits Shopify Rebellion down to the ground. I think going on to the defense, I would expect them to now really start to take control of this game, but that is not to say that all gamers cannot come out and surprise us, come out and have those big attacks. We saw them do it yesterday against Furia. They have got some serious gunners on their side. I'm looking at Moonlight I know he doesn't really prove my point at the minute 1 and 4, but my point is on the attack. We've seen him do some great things over the last couple of days. Definitely one to watch out for. Railgun quietly getting the job done. You know, this is a player that's played a lot of support through CNL if you have a look at his numbers, but he is coming out and delivering here at the minute.
He's doing fab. And also on the other side, I want to talk about Solo Mid. 3-0 on entry on this map so far. And that's in a map where we've seen a lot of fast aggression coming out from Rebellion. And yes, some of those entries were secured off the back of the Chanka. Fine. It's more the fact that he has been able to stem the tide a little bit and get his team moving. And round 4 was the big one for him, where he found the 3K, found the entry, and of course, secured the round for his team. But let's see how they fare on the attack. As I've said, my concern with newer teams, Tim, is on the attack is when things tend to look a little bit misaligned. Because if you're even half a second to a second out of step with each other, that's enough time for a defender to spin on their heels and get a real nasty flick onto a second player.
Canadian just in that position to try and stop the push up Eagle stairs. We'll just continue to hold that on the long angle. Interestingly, he's got the rotation available into sight, so he can't really give up his position too easily. Just having a look, a couple of reinforcements are left in pocket, so if he does rotate back in through there, there is the option there to be able to reinforce that wall. Because what you don't want to do is lose control of Eagle and then have them come down there, take control of that corridor, and just be able to walk on into sight. At the minute, he's kind of bouncing back in and out, as you can see here, but he has allowed, as you say, Moonlight to get up to the top of here, and he can just sit and wait for this fire to burn out for the time being.
I did worry more fire would come and would see him burnt out at top Eagle there with nothing he can really do about it. He'd have to run through more fire to get himself to safety, at which time he could run to his death. And no! A siege timing moment! Just as Canadian turns away, Moonlight gets his freebie.
And the big problem, there's now no opportunity to reinforce that wall. The breach has been done for all gamers. They're in control of the area, so they can now push through and use that for access to site if they choose to. MC manages to pick up another with a headshot, 5 versus 3. I said that they might have attacks in the locker, Des, and they certainly do at the minute. We see Moonlight collected back up onto 20 HP, so we are at full effectively 5 versus 3.
I said earlier on in our last map when we had Enterprise in a similar spot, it's a measure of a team's maturity to be able to close out man advantage situations. In this one, they've got 2. Both kills coming from Reapers, it's worth stressing as well, making very effective use of the pistols because they've got shotguns ready for close range encounters. A good Candela up over the top. And Macy making use of that chance to charge on forwards up against the Kiba. I'm sure they know that he's here, Tim. The question is who walks away with the kill. Probably not him, as that shotgun really should be losing out, I think, at the mid-range it's currently finding itself at.
Yeah, I think he's just... So long as he's not being pushed, he's happy to just remain there. Rexon manages to find Moonlight, and a beauty! We're just letting the recoil take him up to the head of Railgun. However, Solo Mid is in and getting the diffuser down, but Ambe is there once again when Shopify Rebellion need him. 3 versus 2.
Down on the floor, does he know? Yes, he does. Gets one, but there's a trade off the back of it. Now Yaz, 2 kills to his name across those first 6 rounds. Has got to find 2 with 15 seconds to go, and that is not a fantastic start to what could have been a pretty special clutch. Rex, and this is a great example of what I spoke about, by the way. Gets the 1, has a whole 2 seconds to spin onto the ace inside of Blue, who didn't step out for the trade, and that arguably has cost them here. A 5 versus 3 squandered. Rebellion back into the lead.
Yeah, and this is the difficulty that all gamers are going to have. That attack actually shaped up really well at the beginning. I loved the aggression out of Moonlight. He saw his opportunity. He knew that the next Shamika canister was going to be launched, but guess what? That's a great opportunity to attack a Tachanka because they don't have their LNG in hand ready to fight. It was brilliant stuff, but they just didn't do enough with what they took. It was exactly this. The double from Rex, and that's a beautiful shot. Just sprays all the way up the body of Railgun. Just completely and utterly in control of that recoil from the Vector. Love to see it. And Shopify Rebellion managed to get themselves around on the defense 4-3, and all gamers back to the drawing board.
Ambi didn't really have to move his position either. They knew that he was around. We had the yellow pings coming in on the other side of the hard wall down from that long museum corridor. They knew that he was there somewhere, just weren't 100% sure on where. And I think until that position is cleared, you can't comfortably step forward and get the plant down, because as you see, all Ambi had to do was stand up, lovely, head height holes, bam, guy is dead. They can't get that diffuser down. So not having control of Horse was the big misstep there for all gamers. And arguably that, including the botched 2v1 onto Rexon, is what has cost them the round. Small mistakes make a big difference at this level. We'll see if they can recover it here in round 8.
Okay, so we're going to head over to the bottom side. It's going to be Dorms and Games. Spite has the rotation out. We see that quite often. Little rotation out. You can just peek out onto the old tower drop, just kind of play in and around that vending machine and make things difficult for them to take that ground. Sometimes you'll play with it kind of half reinforced, and you've got the option to close it up if you need. Sometimes not. You can play there with a deployable shield, for example. All sorts of things that you can do from that position. But for the time being, let's have a look at where all gamers are shaping up towards. Moonlight is on the old tower side of the map, but other than that, I think mostly they are just on the drones and still in that intel phase.
Yeah, no rush right now. You want to know, it's more about like on a cafe, right? You get yourself up on the roof, you get back on the drones, you figure out what's going on, you start your push down in towards red, you start challenging around Skylight. It is kind of the get to the building safely, then you can worry about what's happening inside of it. Canadians still looking towards a lot of stall, of course, off the back of that Chanka. Last round dealt with very handily. A little bit unfortunate on his timing onto Eagle with the fire at first, and then also onto the challenge that came in very shortly after from Moonlight with that Reaper. This time round, he's got it down in good time, and he's keeping the aggressors at bay.
Going to see that external wall open, so not a bad start here. Just coming up to the halfway mark. That's going to put a little bit of pressure on Wrexham, but it's something Railgun needs to be aware of, because Wrexham is taking that peak on quite aggressively. Yaz, he's just going to move himself towards Horse Door there, look to try and put a little bit of pressure onto this top side of the Shopify Rebellion defense. It's actually Railgun, I mentioned that fight. It's him that comes away with the advantage, taking down Wrexham, but Spite is there for the trade, something Shopify Rebellion have done pretty well so far. Is keep on top of those numbers, keep on top of them, they will, in style. Surf with the Nitro over the top, finds his man, Moonlight down, 4 versus 3.
Yeah, 2 of them pushing in here as well. You're going into more fire potential. The C4 could come their way. Chanka does fall down though, that's not the end of the world for them. In fact, it's now just really Surf and Spite they need to force to move away, because Ambi is up towards the top side of the map, no doubt. He'll work his way back around, but that would have been their golden chance. But Surf has got this one unlocked him. A great C4 earlier on towards Moonlight, and now supports his teammate. Yaz left in a 1vx once again.
That teamwork from Surf and Spite was absolutely beautiful. I'm not going to go as far as to say Spite activating the glasses was bait, but it did give his location, and it did bring in that peak from MC, and Surf was just there ready to go. Brilliant stuff from them two, and now they know where Yaz is coming from. They know it's central stairs, and they're just going to wait for the push to come onto the single door. Razor Bloom is going to do a bunch of damage as well. Things do not get any easier for him here, and Shopify Rebellion, with 15 seconds left to go, they're not going to get too aggressive here. They know he doesn't have the diffuser. There's nothing that Yaz can realistically do, so they're just going to hold and bide their time. Round will tick away. Spite finds the final kill, and Shopify Rebellion get a second defense in a row. And as we suggested, it's looking tough for all gamers to get this one done on Fortress now.
Yeah, it's like I said back at the end of the first half, Tim. Like, for a newer team on the attacking side is when you're going to see the cracks start to show. On defense, it's a little bit easier. You're playing this spot, you're supporting that guy, you're watching these angles, you're using your C4 to do this. It's relatively straightforward. But timing is everything when you're on the attack. And I think as we saw once the Amaru got into spot there, was a little bit stuck. And Moonlight was a bit like, okay, where do I go for now? And you gave 3 seconds maybe, and then a C4's at his feet. Not much more they can do to recover off the back of that, unfortunately. That's 2 in a row now for Rebellion, who have pulled themselves ahead, have got a 2-round advantage, and we're into that also crucial round 9. We speak about this quite a lot as a pairing, me and Tim. If Rebellion win this one, they're up 6-3, and a 3-round deficit feels a bit too hard to recover. If it goes 5-4, all gamers have shown that they can win attacks, and just maybe with a 1-round deficit, things could yet turn around. But we've got to see a convincing attack out of them here, Tim. Otherwise, I do fear it's going to be lights out.
Yeah, the Sense Snake Blitz. We've now got Buck as well as a combo. So those operators are suggesting to me that all gamers are going to try this method that we see of attacking this site, where you take over top floor. They want particularly games, dorms, and briefing control. You open the hatch, you send the light screens down. You get your nades in there, you clear out the utility. They've got smoke canisters on Blitz. You get them down, and then you drop the hatch and you plant. That's going to be the attempt. Snake there to try and clear out that top floor quickly and try and help with that push. That's what I would expect. Looking across the side of Rebellion, if we have a look, everybody is downstairs. So they've given that top floor over to all gamers. So time should not be an issue here. They're going to get the drones in. They're going to be able to follow in behind them, but they should be able to go in and get control of this pretty quickly.
Solomon, of course. I mean, shields are always I don't want to call them a crutch. It sounds bad to say they're a crutch, but they're a very efficient way, I think, where maybe you aren't quite fully confident on your ability to step into a map aggressively. It's a good one to lean in behind. He's going to be the entry for them here, stepping on through, taking early control. And, of course, the snake behind him is certainly not going to be a bad thing either, because they can feed him all the info.
Surf has hidden himself away over in Old Tower. It's really going to be dependent on when Moonlight uses that scanner as to whether he gets spotted or not. Could be a real crucial part of this round as to whether they know the Azam is there, whether he's able to do any damage as it is. Surf drops away. I think he was maybe spotted out by a drone. That's going to force him out, and that's great play from all gamers on the attack. They've now got complete top floor control. They need to keep some guns on it because they don't have a Nomad or a Gridlock to be able to hold off those flanks and make sure they don't get hit. But now they can get that Buck to work. They can open up the hatch and they can start thinking about getting some vertical pressure down into that site.
That's it, yeah. Yaz can do an awful lot of work from here as well. There's still the one hatch they haven't opened up actually inside of briefing that you can see Canadians currently dancing around underneath. There we go. Just as I say it, it's opened up. Proper cast of time in moment, that one, Tim. And with that done, they've now got two hatches they can drop through. Normally you see the push coming in down the stairs where Solomon has currently got himself established. They'll look to work their way through, and same as we saw from Rebellion back in the first half, aggressing towards that site. Punish those who were sat a little bit out of position, but Rebellion have equally all moved off-site here, moved out towards the west a little bit and said, hey, you want to step in towards site, you're kind of welcome to do so. We'll wait for you.
Yeah, this is the problem with verticality on this site. If you're ever wondering, why do we not see more verticality? Why do we not just see these complete vertical approaches? It's because it is possible to avoid it inside a site. Light screen comes out, trying to get themselves down and established at the bottom of those stairs. Surf, he's going to continue to just hold his position here. Will be picked up by the Grimbees. Will be picked up by the kill. Solo mid manages to find him. 5 versus 4 now as all gamers start the push forward. And there, they just have that snake scan coming in as well to give them that extra little bit of intel, that extra little bit of impetus to push them forwards.
Yeah, Moonlight's on the alert there. If he can distract them from behind here, and sure enough, that scan will have done a little bit of that job for them. This is when they can try and look for a plant to go down. Got to be so careful, though. Canadian is ready and waiting. Lets his man go by, though. In he steps, Solomon in towards, trying to push on towards him, and that's a freebie. You've got to ask, why didn't he step up a little bit sooner? But here comes Canadian, off towards the left, knows where his man is, and it's going to be a free kill for him. Yaz once again, left in a 1vx, the 3rd time in a row that he's been in that spot, Tim. What's scary is they've got the entry 3 times in a row here, all gamers have, but have lost all 3 rounds.
Yeah, a decent attempt there from all gamers, but ultimately, as I said, all that vertical work didn't really gain them too much. There always comes a point on that site, realistically, where you need to get down there and get some form of lateral control so that you can hold the site, particularly in a post plant as well. But, great play from Ambi up on the top floor. He was sweeping across, picked up Moonlight, who was holding the flank, got the kill, and that really opened things up for Shopify Rebellion as well. So, despite all gamers looking like they were in control at this point of the round with 30 seconds left to go, when they started on that execute, they just didn't really have enough, I think, awareness of where everybody was inside a site or ability to take them down. So ultimately, Shopify Rebellion hold on well. 6-3 now, and looking pretty comfortable for the North American side. They're looking to move themselves up to 2-1 on the record, which will put them into those qualification games, of course.
We'll say it was also, I was a bit worried for Canadian when he let the blitz pass. Yeah, probably could have been a couple of pumps of the shotgun to see him finished off early. And only for the blitz to then go in and get rid of the mirror, I was like, oh no, it can't surely fall apart here. But patience is a virtue, Tim, and he rewarded him in spades. Free kill onto a plant going down because all gamers left it just a little bit too late in the round. And potentially, our last round is going to be spent up in command and office, Tim, or bathroom and command even, up towards this top side. We spoke about this already. You'll probably see the push coming in from the south side here, or from the attackers. Well, last time around, they went straight up towards Eagle Stairs, as we saw, and they worked absolute wonders from that position. But given where they've all spawned, Tim, it does look like it's going to be another full map clear.
Yeah, I would expect. So MC has gone over to that Eagle side, but he's actually moving around quite quickly, I think, and looking to come and join his team maybe towards the bottom of things. It's going to be Spoit that they need to deal with over there in Old Tower. He's on the Bandit. Spoit with that weapon terrifies me, to be honest. You just know he's going to absolutely rip some shots if he's given the opportunity to do so. He's supported by Ambi, so all gamers, this really is a trial by fire. Map clearance of Ambi and Spoit, not going to be easy.
Now trying to take away a few gadgets, but you've got to keep these drones alive is the hard part, and Canadians already sniffed out one without anything being taken away from the defenders. It's not an awful start. Now all the Roteros to roll on through. In fact, I'm looking at it. Look at how many drones we've got to work with. They're given across all the operators are rolling here. The Twitch, the Florid, and the Brava. Robot Wars in there.
It's a full drone lineup. We can see there Canadian was playing the rotate that I spoke about last time. If you remember, I said, you know, they keep reinforcements in pocket so they can close that wall up should they feel the need to. Canadian has chosen to do that this time. So even if all gamers do push their way into Eagle, there is going to be further work to be done. They're going to need Railgun up there. He is towards that side and he's going to look to breach this wall. Is that ideal? Is it not ideal? I don't know exactly how that's going to work.
What does it do?
It puts a little square hole rather than a full-size hole, I can tell you that. There we go. Maybe he did it on purpose. Maybe he wanted a little...
It's new Chinese tech.
Maybe he wanted like a funny-sized hole. I don't know.
I mean, it has done. It's got that little weird like head hole above it. I'm pretty sure it wasn't intentional, but we'll take it anyway. So. Ambi's going to start things out. Down goes Soda. They've just absolutely crumbled already, Tim. Looks like it's going to end in flawless fashion for Rebellion. Quite literally, a 7-3 win with very little bother against all gamers.
Yeah, great hold from Ambi and Spoit over on that far side. I said at the beginning, as soon as you see them two together on a hold away from sight like that, Spoit on the Bandit, you just know that you're going to be in trouble. That's exactly what happened as they tried to progress through. I think, you know, they've got Railgun opening up at the top side, try and create a little bit of a diversion, but it really didn't take the attention of Shopify Rebellion, who come through with a very solid performance there. I've got to say, it was great from them on Fortress. You can only play the team in front of you. Shopify Rebellion, very professional from them. Got in there, got the job done, nice and quick. They move on to the qualification best of threes.
Yeah, big for them to be in that spot because, of course, they don't like the idea, like a lot of teams being at that one-on-one mark. It just suggests that things could go from bad to worse, but a good matchup today for them. As you say, puts them in a spot to qualify for the main stage on home soil, no less. That's exactly where they want to be, in front of a home crowd.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like you say, the cheering will certainly be on their side, given the opportunity, but they've got to get themselves there first. They are going to have a number of chances to do that. Because, of course, if they lose their 2-1 qualification game, they'll still have their 2-2.
We
They've got to go up the stairs, Des. They've got to go up the stairs here. This is dedication.
I didn't even think about the fact that they could be on separate floors as teams as well. Indeed, they are. Nice little wall cut. Stretch your legs out after that performance to go and find your opponents, and, of course, take the hand for a game well played. For all gamers, of course, this also puts them in quite a precarious position, Tim. They're now down at 1 and 2. There is work for them to do. Yes, they got through Furia, but Shopify Rebellion, it proves just a bit too much to overcome.
Yeah, well, I don't think it was a massive surprise to anybody. You know, still plenty of respect to all gamers. They played a good game there. You know, they got it done against Furia yesterday. You can't keep winning games like that as a brand new team. You are going to come up against those that will beat you.
I'll also give what Phenomene said to me before the tournament, though. This is all about experience for these boys. This might not be their tournament, but you can be damn sure they're aiming for one in the future. We'll go to a break when we come back. Our next game awaits G2 Twisted Minds. I really wanted to hear that.
I'm sure we will at some point.
I'm sure we will at some point, yeah. But for now, of course, you're back with us. And if you missed it, it was probably as expected. Shopify Rebellion with a very comfortable 7-3 over All Gamers who struggled to find a single attack on Fortress. We've kind of said it. For these Chinese teams that are turning up at this tournament for the first time, there's a lot to do. In fact, our interview's ready. Let's go there now. Go, 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 go.
Let's listen.
Well, we're back. Hopefully not muted this time. I'm here with Troy, who, as we've talked about before, you've got more international experience than anybody here at the Major. You go into a game like today against a team you've never played against before, against a region you've never played against before. How do you prepare for a matchup like this?
Well, we did play against the region in phase 1, but just watching the games, honestly. I think part of it was part of it was just watching the games, getting a read on how they play. We kind of had a rough read on the region. I think there's obviously, as to be expected, I think some of the things strategically are a little underdeveloped there. So it's like kind of like an older style of play almost. And just basically, like, we obviously saw that they upset Furia, and went and checked out those replays just to confirm whether or not, like, you know, maybe there's something different. But it seemed like the same kind of style of play that we anticipated, and nothing too complicated, but just watch their games.
Great. Well, clearly you guys are feeling good again. Ambi's back on the horse. We're seeing the whole team playing great. Shopify Rebellion moving on here in the Swiss.
Thank you very much, Jonah. Indeed, we are. And as I said, they're getting a bit of a read. And I think we sort of said this, it's a bit underdeveloped still. That is going to be that older style that you're going to see. But give them time, guys. They're new to it as well. Maybe in the future, we'll see them pull off an Enterprise and come and shock the world, eh? That would be a lot of fun.
It certainly would be. Look, I've been very impressed so far today. It's all brand new. The quality coming out of the CNL, like I said, very, very impressive. We've got our best of 3 coming up, of course. G2 versus Twisted Minds. It is an EML throwdown, of course. We're used to seeing these two teams go up against each other. We saw it in kickoff, but we're going to see it best of 3 style this time. It's going to be Clubhouse, Chalet, and Cafe. I looked at this, and I mean, it ended up prompting us saying, we've got a really good map pool at the minute. But I looked at it, I was like, ooh, that's 3 good maps there. I'm liking that. It feels like a real classic lineup.
What I love is we're going to 2 of G2's perma bans. Club and Chalet are maps that they do not often like to play, but maybe they've got something cooking here, Tim. We'll find out after a short break. This is what many of you have been waiting for. When does Stompin play? He plays now. It's G2 against Twisted Minds in our first promotion best of 3. The winner makes it to our live stage on Friday. And pretty much all of you are back in G2. Tim, absolutely no surprises there. We're into club for our first map.
I am really looking forward to this matchup. G2, we've not cast them so far yet. I have gone back and watched the games, but they are one of the most exciting teams, I think, at the major. Obviously unbeaten so far, as are Twisted Minds. That's why we're here. They're both 2-0, but a lot of people coming in really liking G2 for this tournament with the way they've played. Shaiko on form along with the others.
Oh, he's having a lot of fun this
Really
event.
is. Twisted Minds, though, look, do not write them off. They are a class act, and they've been bringing their chaotic best, I think it's fair to say. Des Hasham just running all over Weibo in that second half yesterday.
They were. I mean, Shaiko right now is the second highest rated player in the tournament, only behind Baby Shark, who's up there at a 151 EPS. Shaiko on 137. But that doesn't mean that he isn't absolutely flying at the minute. I think also second rated when it comes to cost, only second to Kansan. We'll see if he can keep on delivering here, or if there's another hero waiting in the wings. I think Alamal put a couple of clips out on social media about how it's like winding back the years, this event. It's had a good few moments where he's himself absolutely popped off. It's been brilliant to see. We'll see if that can continue here against EU opposition and aggressive opposition at that. We saw a brilliant game from Twisted Minds yesterday against Weibo. Hasham, I think, causing quite a little bit of a problem for the opposition on the entry. And P9 equally dropped 16 kills or something absolutely ridiculous. Either way, they were a handful. And today could prove to be the same, even though they're playing with a sub in the form of guards. His brother Doverkin unfortunately couldn't make it, but so far has put up a good show in his place. We're going to start down in the basement, Tim. It's our most offensive site in the game, so if G2 can get this off to a good start anywhere, you'd imagine it's going to be down here.
So as a reminder for everybody looking back to kickoff as well, because obviously the most recent time we've seen these two play, they were actually in separate groups. G2 was Group A, Twisted Minds was Group B, so we didn't see them play in that initial phase, but we did see them play in the upper bracket semi-finals. It was 2-0 G2, 7-3, 8-7 played on Lair and Border, so none of the maps that we're seeing today are being replayed, but it was a comfortable win for G2. Benja actually going MVP in both games, both maps.
And there's a few question marks around this when G2, of course, made their roster changes recently. I think there'll be no complaints about Shaiko, not given how he's been playing so far. It makes total sense. But a few comments around Benja. I remember asking Doki at the time, why Benja? And he said, well, we know him as a known entity. Obviously, he's had time to grow and mature, playing for SSG over in NA. We've seen what he can do already. We know what kind of player he is. We know what we're expecting with him, and we feel it could take the team up a gear. That's not all a slight towards Blaz or Loira, but I think with many of the coaches at this tournament saying they favour G2, FaZe or Furia to win this event, you'd be hard pressed to say that those changes haven't been a positive for G2 overall. Storm kicking things off on the clash here on the main stairs as Twisted Minds get to work around kitchen, opening up hatches, tearing up floorboards, all the stuff that you know and love for a basement hit on Clubhouse.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are making really good progress so far. If you have a look at the bottom left of your screen, just a little quick way to be able to check. All of G2 are back in the basement. All listed across the bottom of their player cards, of course. Just helps you get a good idea, a quick gauge as to what's going on with the Rome game. And there isn't one for G2, which isn't the end of the world here on Church and Arsenal. But it does mean Twisted Minds are going to have a lot of time to be able to now soften sight up, clear utility, gain vertical angles, use the hatches. G2, they really need to keep themselves out of those lines of fire. The last thing they want is to start losing bodies here, because then Twisted Minds will attack from a number of directions, which is what we're seeing. Presence in kitchen, presence main stairs, Jalad's at the top of blue stairs, so they are going to try and swamp G2 here from multiple directions.
Oh, I mean, they've got a bit of a lick onto Doki so far. P9 being so patient, waiting and start Benja's low as well. They're yet to make their moves, though. I think they're waiting to see if G2 want to step onto them, peeking towards them, so they feel they can win out in those gunfights. But G2 are largely unmoving to. They don't feel the need to do anything just yet. And as Jalad tries, well, Shaiko shuts him down.
Shaiko's so familiar with playing that position. We've seen him behind Generator time after time. P9 tries to work his way in from Oil Pit. He knows that Shaiko's somewhere, but not tight, does he? Yes, he does. Brilliant kill. Trix manages to get two. Doki and Alamau. Benja's there to fight back. Stompin taken out, and it's all up to Benji. You picked up on him at the beginning of the game. Is he going to be able to close out a huge clutch 1v4? It would be 1v3. He stands at the moment, just misses his opportunity on the blitz. Ring around the roses. Guards finds a kill. And that's going to be a first and very good attack from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, wonderfully patient in how they approached it too. Because like I said, for a long time there, down to the last 45 seconds or so, they were waiting for G2 to come onto them, for them to take a gunfight, to challenge Twisted Minds. And they were just being patient, knowing that G2 aren't the type to sit and play Hyper Turtle. They do want to be aggressive. But when they pulled the trigger, Twisted Minds, you saw the 2 or 3 drop down in towards Kitchen Hatch along with the Blitz. We had Trix then rounding his way in towards Blue, who nets a 3k in the round. Very successful for him, and a great first attack for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, we could just see the confidence that Twisted Minds are playing with, and it's absolutely no surprise. They are a team that will continue to do that. They will run at you, they'll take gunfights, and they'll expect to win them. And 9 times out of 10, they will do. So, Twisted Minds go 1-0 up. Good start to the attack for them, and they will find themselves now attacking onto the top floor instead. It's going to be Bathroom and Gym. Just looking at that defensive lineup, no major surprises there. Doki on the Wamai, maybe a little bit of a change up from his usual lineups, but other than that, I think we're going to see, just looking at where Doki's placing those magnets, it looks like mainly around construction at the minute. I think the concern there just being supporting these players, yeah, one on red stairs as well, just supporting these players that are looking at that extended hold out into Cash and CCTV.
There are 3 of them out here as well looking to cause some trouble. Now, of course, the question for Twisted Minds is, do you want to try and play through this or just go direct towards site? If you don't clear this extended hold, and the reason why it's such an important extended hold on this map is the window inside of CC looks out onto the entire south balcony of Gym and Bedroom. So you as attackers can't play there. The only options you have if you don't clear it is to go into Jacuzzi Wall and to go in towards Logi. So you have to fight this part of the map realistically. We've seen so many teams win and lose rounds on the defense or attack of this part of the map. We've seen absolute bloodbaths inside of here. But mainly for G2, the case is to try and waste as much utility as they can, waste a bit of time, and then they can afford to fall back. Disaster would look like losing 2 players out here.
Stompin's just playing behind the shield at top red stairs. They've tried to track him with the Deimos. I think it was Stompin they were trying to track, but he's got a mute jammer to help him stay in position. You can see the symbol just above his player card there, showing that he's currently in the radius of that jammer. Keeper barricades as well to prevent him being pushed from the breach, which has been opened up. Takes a little bit of damage in the exchange with Hasham there, but Stompin doesn't really need to do over much at the minute because he's just burning time away. If he can maintain his life, he's got support from Alamau as well. Benja manages to pick him up. Brilliant stuff from G2, but P9 is there for the trade, and Twisted Minds are starting to push forward and get a little bit more aggressive. Stompin taken down as well. What a round from P9 so far.
Because they've got this cut here, Tim, these players can't fall back. They've basically got to play for their life here, and that's exactly what Alamau is going to try and do. Will he work his way underneath? That would be an interesting twist to the tail here. Shaiko getting Shalad on the window and recovering Doki. That is a massive play. This could have all gone so wrong so quickly. But for now, they're going to try and force their way forward that little bit quicker. Guards going to the window. Trick still sat in the doorway. They're just going for it, Tim. Hell for leather. They want to fight this one. He's down to almost no HP, but Guards still finds a kill. Alamau finally rejoins the action, but it's too little too late. Trix carries on that dominance of round 1, and Twisted Minds get the second.
That was a great call from Twisted Minds there. You saw that sudden rush of aggression to get into sight, and it was because they knew that Alamai was hightailing it underneath to try and get back up main stairs, but it meant that they were 2v2, and one of them was a shield. It gives them an advantage. They'll also have seen the blood trail on the floor. They'll have known that one of those players had been downed. It was Doke, so only 20 HP. Great call from them to say just flood sight, and then we know exactly where Alamau is going to come from. They were ready for him up main stairs, took him out easily. Brilliant stuff, gets them the round 2-0.
Yeah, honestly, I've got a lot of respect for Guards. Again, there's a player that stepped away from this team. He was part of a 6-man roster for the longest period of time, but then with Dov taking the dominant spot, he then chose to step away and go and focus his attention elsewhere. And to get called back in as a sub and play the way that he has at this tournament so far, I don't feel like we're watching a sub that they're having to play around here, Tim. He's very much a central part of the team.
Yeah, this is it. I said coming into it, I think out of any of the subs that we've seen or any of those situations, I've always felt like Guards was going to be the most natural to step in here. Like you say, having been part of that 6-man roster, having played in these big moments, these big events with this team, with these players, it was never going to take a huge job to get him up to speed, and we are seeing that because, like you say, brilliant numbers from him are being put up, real big contributions. So Twisted Minds 2-0 as we move to round 3, and right now G2 seriously on the back foot.
They've got to recover at some point, Tim. I feel if they lose this round, you'll probably have attack timeout immediately after the operator ban, because you can't be going down 3-0 on the defense of Clubhouse. One of our most well-loved, but also one of our most defender-sided maps in the map pool. Here with the Cash CC setup, it's very much tried and tested. Lots of anti-nade utility being set up inside a garage. Of course, Trick's getting focused on the main breach. That being open does make it very difficult to play inside of CC itself, and those who are sat on catwalk in a little bit more bother. Great scan from this Snake as well to identify where 3 players on G2 are. They'll know there's one lying near the window, which is Doki, and they've got to try and punish him.
It's a great example of the power of that Soliton radar. The scan comes in and he can see the entirety of site, including out to that little bit of catwalk as well. So it gets a real clear picture of everything that is going on inside at least, but also it's like the negative information. So there's 3 inside, so there's 2 off-site, and they know exactly where those 2 are likely to be. Shaiko manages to pick up a Shom. Shaiko does Shaiko things, finds another with a headshot onto Jalad, and he's not for stopping anytime soon. Gets aggressive towards Tricks on the repel as well, but the next flashpoint for G2 is going to be this catwalk. Monty just trying to bully Doki at the minute, who doesn't want to overcommit.
Honestly.
Guards manages to take him down, P9 onto Alamo, and again, Twisted Minds, they've fought their way back into this round.
Shaiko's done so much for them as well. The aggressive run down into Lounge to get a freebie onto Hersham. Turns back up front to the second onto Jalad, who had no idea how on earth he got into that position. But that should have been G2 very comfortably starting to slam the door shut. Instead, Twisted Minds have battled their way back in. They've got the garage control they needed. They've still got a smoke to play behind for P9. They've got all the tools they need to make this round work.
Just having that little bit of a pause as well. I like this, just trying to take stock of what they've got, reposition. P9 is going on to the breach. We've got Tricks up onto the rooftop, and Guards is just biding his time in catwalk, just trying to feed intel. It's actually got Shaiko in behind the bomb chassis at the minute. I'm not sure if you can see him. We can with the outline on the side of our screen. The Razor Bloom forces him forward. Shaiko forces him back, but Guards just keeps going. Gets the shield back up to protect from the Razor Bloom, but it's Benja who comes in with a huge double from Cash. He delivers, manages to shoot through the pair of them, and that's going to be G2 taking the round.
Guards is ridiculous, man. That's 2 separate 1v1s that he's
Ban the shield.
He's gone through the fire and the flames, the 3 Razor Blooms going off around him, and was in a spot there where I thought there's no way they lose this now, if not for Benja really taking that round by the scruff of the neck, charging at the last 2 players to see G2 over the line. But it was scrappy, Tim. Let's not forget they had a 5v3 thanks to Shaiko and relied on a player going big at the end to actually get it done. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all by that Monty ban.
No, I just said it coming in, didn't I? Just ban the shield, ban it now. Look, it was beautiful play from Guards. I don't know how much of it we might get to see here on the replays, but the bit that I'm thinking about, that was nice, but the bit that I'm really thinking about was here and just a bit before that. So he comes through it there, beautiful. So he comes through the window, the Razor Bloom activates and he's got the trigger. He goes forward, Shaiko's in his face, he drops back, but his positioning is perfect because it's not close enough to the Razor Bloom to damage him. He gets the kill onto Shaiko whilst he's got the red indicator, and then throws the shield up in front of him to prevent the damage. It was just brilliant stuff.
If he managed to get a knock onto Benja and then finish him off to win the round, that would have gone down as probably one of the greatest Monty plays you will ever see in Siege. It would have been spectacular. And my heart bleeds for him that it doesn't go that way, and now he hasn't got a chance to do it again because the Monty's been taken away. He's still going to sit on shields. He goes over to playing on the Blitz instead. And on the other side, Stompin jumps back on towards that clash. They need a response, a way to slow things down here, because when Twisted Minds get moving, they're pretty terrifying, to be fair to them. They're very quick.
Yeah, they really are. We know this about this team. We often talk about their intensity, the chaos they create, and the way that they are willing to, take those chances, get up in people's faces. They are a very decisive team. I don't want to just keep writing it off as, they're aggressive, they run at people. They're decisive a lot of the time. We saw it in round 2 with that attack onto Gym and Bedroom, recognizing Alamo's underneath. We've got 120 HP inside. Now's the time to flood, and they go with it. This is not just random random aggression like, yeah, throw it at the wall and see what sticks. It is about that decisiveness, and I really, really like what I'm seeing from Twisted Minds. So, Gods, he goes quickly into bar. Hatch is actually soft, so that's going to be pretty easy for them to open up. The Ram is in position as well, and again, if you have a look at the bottom left of your screen, everybody from G2 back inside of sight. Twisted Minds all the time in the world. I'm interested to see this from G2 because it really didn't benefit them last time they defended this site. You know, I'd maybe have liked a little bit more of a presence around the map. Burn a bit of time. Don't give Twisted Minds all these opportunities.
They've been somewhat withdrawn so far, but I think they try and rely on their ability to win out in the execute rather than strictly surprise them off on the roam. And I guess when the game is attacker leaning as it is now, you know, I spoke to Doki about this a few days ago, and he's like, yeah, the game is very attacker favored right now, and Snake has made that even more apparent. You're just inviting trouble if you're trying to play out on the roam by yourself. So instead, digging in deep to the most defender-sided site in the game doesn't sound like a bad deal to me overall. Either way, 90 seconds in, things are looking very, very reminiscent of round 1 overall, Tim. Just Noah's Army this time around playing inside of blue.
Jalad's going to get aggressive. Manages to go 1, make it 2, surely not. No, Doki shuts him down. P9, however, there for the trade. And again, Twisted Minds just bringing this brand of aggression, this decisiveness, opportunity spotting. They go in there and get the situation in hand. Gods manages to plant 3v2. Twisted Minds, it looks like another round for them at this point.
I've long said for G2, sometimes they'll do things and they look like absolute geniuses. Sometimes they'll do something and they look like morons. And I'd say the same applies to Twisted Minds. Jalad just freely walking down that corridor and picking up 2 kills. That should never be allowed to happen. But he does the things that teams don't expect, and it has netted his team a massive advantage. With him clearing out everything going on around Gen, it meant they could drop and go for the plant. G2 are down 3-1, Tim. Twisted Minds are looking ferocious on the attack.
Tactical timeout is going to be called by G2, so Romalio will have the opportunity to get some input here. It's interesting, where we saw a graphic recently about the effectiveness of timeouts and which coaches had kind of the most success rate after timeouts, and Romalio was very high up on the list. I think he was 2nd or 3rd. I do apologize if I'm wrong in remembering that, but Romalio, yeah, does great work in these tactical timeouts. We've heard them before. There's been kind of confusion about, you know, he does offer a lot of information in a short space of time, but G2 have always spoken very highly as a team of those timeouts and how he will give them a blueprint for the next 2 or 3 rounds to get it won and try and turn things around.
Okay. Recovery effort needed, boys. You can't really afford to be losing these next couple. This is what I mean, just in such an aggressive position. It's normally a death sentence walking down those blue stairs. You're stuck in a relatively long corridor with no easy way back, and a swing on so you can be enough to see you out. But Shaiko, I think, was distracted by what was happening inside of site itself. And you saw the potential turnaround from there. Wonderful stuff. Once again, opportunity spotting, benefiting Twisted Minds. Up to gym and bedroom we go. And P9's hovering over that Amaro. I don't normally like talking about hovers, Tim. It always comes back to bite us. But you see an Amaro, and you've just got to consider the hijinks and crazy antics they've got in their mind. Yeah, I shouldn't do that anymore.
It's gone too far.
That's my yearly reminder not to do it.
Yeah. So excited about the Amaru that is not going to be played.
Yeah.
So where are we going? Gym and bedroom is going to be the defensive site for round 5. If we have a look back to the last time it was played, round 2, Twisted Minds got the win. It was that round that I've spoken about where they took that aggressive approach in the 2v3 to get themselves into site. It worked perfectly and got that final kill onto Alamo. So there was a big battle around red stairs and cash, as we would expect. G2 heavily committed to it. 3 players were out there, Benja, Alamo and Stompen, all trying to hold on to that area. This time around, it's a little bit lighter, and I think Twisted Minds are going to get themselves in there fairly quickly. Although saying that, Stompen is in CCTV, with the clash, so is on hand to then. He will probably, I think, drop back towards that top red position again. Looks like there's a mute jammer there again. Yes, there is.
The only thing in the last time we were here was it was the shield that managed to get onto the door between sites that then cut off those that were at top red. And that really then started to cause a bit of a headache as Alamar had to then run downstairs to get back, to try and get back towards site. And as we saw, that was when Trixton guards just hit tight, won the 2 versus 2, and ultimately went on to win the round. So G2 have got to be mindful of being split again where they don't have a safe way back towards site. Guards already asking questions at the door here, even though they haven't got full control of what's going on. He's still playing on that south balcony. I said earlier, doing things that others don't expect. That's kind of what they're going for here. Like, Stomping's the kind of guy you'd look at and say, okay, it's his chance to be able to challenge on towards guards. But he's under pressure from 2 or 3 players here that it ain't quite that simple.
All a little bit quiet for G2 at the minute, just having to kind of wait for Twisted Minds to make a move. Hasham still raining around underneath with the Demos. We see the pot shots coming up through the floor. Not going to do any good for the time being. They continue to try to push towards these top red stairs. Stomping in position with the clash. We've got him supported by Benja, and they're not really managing anything for this clearance. Benja continues to have a great game. Threads the needle with that nitro out of the breach. Picks up his man, and that's diffuser down as well. It is recovered by Jalad, but 5 versus 4, advantage G2, and we've got 55 seconds left to go.
Hasham's really got to do something from below, and no, he gets finished off by Stomping 2 and his march up red. Really thought down the Demos if he had to get something done, but those mute jammers have been a real headache. They can't get a track onto anybody. They can't kill them through the floor. G2 showing how to pull off this extended hold, and look at this. They're leaving Jalad very much alone here to hold down inside of CC while the rest of the team focus on these south windows. Risky, but if it works out, it could be pretty good.
The problem is that Jalad has...
Never mind.
Yeah,
Benja!
Beautiful from Benja. Double kill with the shot. Flawless round for G2. The problem there for Twisted Minds was Jalad had the diffuser in hand, so there were always going to come a point where he had to move away towards site. And having not dealt with that extension, all that was going to happen was Benja was going to find the kills one way or another. As it is, he found them sooner rather than later. G2 off the back of that timeout. If you remember, I said Romalio is one of the coaches with the best numbers for success after timeouts. He does it again. He delivers. G2 get around. It's 2-3 now.
Attackers need to locate
Okay. If it's recovered to 3-3, they'll feel they got away from it lightly. Twisted Minds probably will feel a little bit robbed that they were up 3-1 and couldn't get to a 4-2. Could still build to that point. Cash CC going to be where we step to next. And once more, the focus should be around, I was going to say around Warehouse, but look at this. You've got 3 players extending out towards the west here, in towards Gym and Bedroom. There's no mirror available to drop down onto that single wall, but it doesn't mean you can't play out here. It just means maybe it's not as defensible as it might otherwise be. So a lot being invested on this Gym Bedroom extension. I imagine not a whole lot inside of the garage, which I think with the Monty being banned away makes some sense. They're mainly worried about giving up free ground to a Monty. Without a shield on side, things get a little bit harder.
Stomping just bringing along the DMR this time. Not too much kind of heavy usage of the DMRs that I've noticed from G2 so far. It has become a little bit of a utility in its own right as the DMR. Some teams playing them a lot more than others. And we're going to immediately have that wall breach. So a good start from Twisted Minds, nice and quick. That's going to make it impossible now for anybody to rotate through CCTV mostly. Shaiko and Doki going to continue with the Jaeger Wamai combo to try and hold on to Catwalk, but Doki's actually going to drop himself away and move over there, back into lounge, try and get up red stairs, and that's basically what you force the players to do by opening up that breach so early.
So you're a little bit lighter on the hold overall. They've only got the ADSs down there, plus a couple of magnets, I think, whereas before we had, of course, Kivas down there and other tools to help assist. Instead, all that has been invested, like we said, on that Gym and Bedroom side, where Twisted Minds are matching them. They are pushing in from this side and looking to contend. So, about 60 seconds in, you can very clearly see there's 2 or 3 players now all starting to square up. Tricks on towards the Logi hatch. And 2 out here on Jacuzzi Plat itself. 1 more down towards the gym window because they really want to get a push on. Hasham yet to get himself a kill in this game, down at 0-5. Narrowly evading away another one of those traps as the first phone call comes out. And that should be a little bit of a trigger for Twisted Minds to start moving forwards.
Yeah, they're going to start pressuring onto Alamau very, very soon. He's the player for G2 that we see there. Just near Logistics Arch. Stomping gives himself away. Just trying to crouch across that window. He was taken down by Gelada. Alamau manages to get one. Doki as well. 3 versus 3 as it all shakes down. Just having a look at how that means the chips lie. Doki is inside of Cash at the minute. Shaiko still holds Catwalk and Benja in Bedroom. So you've got to feel that G2 have come away the best from that exchange. They are still holding much of the top floor and those power positions. Benja decides now is the time to Scarper, but it's the same window. You can't do that, G2.
Can't lose a second player to the same position. That's a communication issue there, really showing its pain. Jalada's barely moved his feet all round long. He's still sat in this corner. and G2 can't power onto me like a 2 versus 1. They don't control construction anymore. Jalal going to keep them asking questions, though, constantly reminding them that he's here and nearby, and Doki gets his man. As I say it, that he can't get into construction, Tim, that's exactly what he does. A little bit of a misstep by P9 and Hasham.
Yeah, we got a beautiful view there of exactly how the battle lines are drawn. We've got P9 and Hasham both on that bedroom and construction side. G2,
seconds.
I think, realise that now and just need to hold their angles. They know that all the pressure is coming from one direction. However, there comes the track. There comes the kill. P9 onto Shaiko. Next track onto Doki. 9 seconds left to go. Hasham peeks the corner, finds his man, and Twisted Minds get the 4-2 that you have to feel they deserved on attack.
Absolutely. I think given how those first 4 rounds went, they do deserve to have this scoreline coming out of the half. And that round especially, it was a bit of a back and front one. When we were down with 60 seconds left and G2 had got Diffuser down at top main, I thought this is looking great. But Tim, let's have a listen in to the half.
We're gonna change the Benja and Kyle. Kyle gonna play the in the cash push. Kyle gonna play the ace, and Benja gonna play the snake in the windows. Okay. And for the direct, everybody remember the direct also. Okay. Shaco play demos below. Doki play ace in the jacuzzi. Kyle play the Blackbeard like in jacuzzi or office. And like Benja snake in the windows again. And Zaki in the server bridge. Okay. For the CC, what I spoke about is like they always play for the launch hold, so like we can kill them or we can like just the master push, okay? And then like we do the master push like with Cal and also Shaco playing for below control because like then like Cal can book like the guys like inside the cache.
No, but we said we can play for the to kill the guy launch first round, right?
Yeah. It's the 2 options I spoke about.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. And for basement like remember like we need to see how it's scheduled, okay?
لما نكون جيم نروح ويندوات سريع بيقدروا يبيكوا ويندوات حلو. اذا كنا فوق تحت ومرومين راح يجوا يدخلوا بار وستوك سريع وعادي انه يسحبوا علينا وينزلوا السايت. اوكي يا اخوان. ايه خلينا نكون جاهزين للهوريزنتال بشات الهوريزنتال سواء جيم او بيسمنت. تمام بس هيكون جاهزين لهاي البشات السريعه البيت فلور او الجيم الويندوز.
اوكي شباب احنا ندري انهم يلعبون لعب سريع ولعب همجي صح الدخلات الغريبه. ابي مهمه من كل واحد فيكم يروح يفتح اي ويندو يفتح كذي باترول يفتح باركيت صغير. اوكي
CCTV, I think we can break their steps in the with the mirror in the termite, you know. And Benja Master in the end of the round after the team get the garage, he like to go for bedroom. Okay. Team is default. After they get CCTV, they go open jacuzzi and they want to finish the round in the gym. So if we want to beat someone, beat the guy in the jacuzzi 2v1. Remember, guys, 3, 2, 1, play my contacts, trip look the cams, and try to identify what they're gonna do. Let's go, guys.
يدكم يلا let's go. Aban's default صح Monty and
Obviously, we don't really hear an awful lot from is Daigo, the coach of Twisted Minds. And when I spoke to one of the other staff behind the scenes, I said, my final question was, anything else you'd like to add? And they said, Daigo's the GOAT. Need to make sure some more chats. I'd love to hear more about obviously how Twisted Minds work, because to come out with 4 attacks against one of the favourites to win the tournament is no small feat.
It is not. We've got to remember the map choice, of course. G2 certainly not huge fans of Clubhouse, as we know. But look, that's not like in Clubhouse or not. That's just a silly mistake from G2, especially when a second player in Benja then dies from the same window. You know, that comm should have been clear that we've got somebody playing on that construction window. And it just, the information either hasn't stuck or they thought that 30 seconds later maybe he wasn't there anymore. But yeah, one way or another, G2 certainly offering opportunities up to Twisted Minds, who are more than happy to take them. As I always say, a mistake is only a mistake when it is punished. So 4-2 we stand coming into this second half. It's going to be Twisted Minds moving onto the defense, and they will kick things off as expected down in Church and Arsenal.
We will see, and of course a reminder, once this map is over and done with, we step into the halls of Chalet. Another map that G2 aren't big fans on, Tim. They've only won it once in the last year, and that was against Team Secret. They have lost it 6 times in that period. So I'm a little bit nervous for them, but maybe they know something that we don't, because equally, Twisted Minds haven't won it in the last 2 years. It's been a long old time. Granted, the team has changed quite a lot. The roster, of course, was moved over from Falcons over the last year or so. Prior to that, it would have been a very different roster. So take from that what you will. All I'm saying is, if Twisted Minds can get this done, dare I say, we could be looking at G2 being 0-2.
Well, I mean, on my predictions, on my Ubisoft predictions.
Who did you pick? You picked G2?
So you don't pick by individual game. So on the Ubisoft official ones, you pick for this phase. It was picking who will go through first and second qualifiers, who will go through third, fourth, fifth qualifiers, and who will go through 6, 7, 8 qualifiers.
Got it.
I think that was the split. But basically, you pick where teams will qualify. And I had G2 in the 3, 4, 5 bracket, so that would mean they would go through 2 and 1 and then win.
Yeah.
So
they've got to lose a game at some point, and you're quietly happy for that.
What? I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. I just want a skin, Des. I just want the skin.
This is the kind of stuff that actually really bit Weibo a bit yesterday, I felt, was Hasham being super aggressive onto external doorways and windows. He gets Shaiko off the rip. He's gone. A trade does come back onto Jalad elsewhere. So it's far from the end of the world, Tim, but they've lost the Deimos here. And that is a stinger, given he was one of their crucial intel operators.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
It's also Shaiko.
Definitely. We've seen a decent bit of work done by the Deimos in the first half. So ultimately, it's a tough one to stomach for Shaiko going by the wayside. A little bit quiet from him as well. 4 and 6, not bad, but we did see, I think, 2 or 3 kills in one round.
Second highest rated player at the tournament so far.
He's been doing phenomenal, and this is what I'm saying. We're now seeing G2. Like I said, Clubhouse maybe isn't a map that they love. We've spoken about that, but Shaiko has been great for them so far. A little bit quiet today, and you feel like if they could just get that bit extra out of him, but a bit extra comes out of Hasham as he manages to take Doki down. Benja's there for the trade, 3v3. G2 are doing well at keeping themselves in touch with the manpower. Often it's not like kind of being overrun. They're just not getting those kind of small wins that they need. But at the minute, Alamau trying to get himself inside of sight and do a little bit of bullying.
How fast these guys are at reacting terrifies me every time I see it. That was a pixel that Hasham was holding that changed colour for all of maybe 100 milliseconds. And in that time, he's clicked, he's got the headshot, he's got the killer, and he's back to wait. Lightning fast reflexes. P9 onto Stomping, onto Benja. Putting up the kind of numbers we were seeing from him yesterday. Timmy's down 9 and 4. Alamau with it all to do inside the dirt. 1 and 5, not going so good himself, admittedly. And I don't suspect that's going to change in this round unless we see something truly special.
Yeah, P9's having a hell of a tournament so far, and it continues. They know exactly where Alamau is now. He gets the first, needs to be careful. 1v3 becomes 1v2. Behind that shield, he could have done some work, but Guards says, I'm the better shield player, actually. Alamau, I think we will put a stop to this. Manages to find the headshot, and that's going to be Twisted Minds 5-2. G2 all at C on Clubhouse at the minute.
Up to 5 and 2. Well, that suddenly starts to make things very interesting. Guards in chat. For you, free courses, Alamau. DM me. Imagine being subbed in to play in the tournament and you got a world champion sat across from you just like, yeah, you want some free lessons, mate? I'll do this part-time. Not even part-time. This is a one-off for me.
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. Round 8. Round 8 is going to see us move up to the top floor, gym and bedroom, where Twisted Minds will continue. I think it's almost GG go next at this point.
It's starting to feel it, isn't it?
It really does. I don't. G2 are they the sort of team that can turn it around? Yes, of course they are. They've got great players. Are they showing me anything in this game on Clubhouse that suggests that they are going to do that, or have got the capability on Clubhouse to do that? No, to be honest, they're not. So right now, I expect Twisted Minds to just keep controlling this game and keep rolling from here. Gym and bedroom, they've got mirror available, so the jacuzzi breach is going to be really difficult to use. We've got a great spread on this defense from Twisted Minds. They've extended out as we would expect. So Shom's on red stairs, supported by guards. Got Jalad out there as well. G2 are going to have their work cut out, trying to get cash and CCTV under their control.
About 34.6 million channel points about to be lost on this one, so if it carries on, quite naturally, all of you backed up on G2. A lot of fans in the chat, no doubt. Twisted Minds showing how it's done. How to unsettle some world champions. Wonderful stuff. Well, here we go then. G2 focus out towards Jacuzzi for a couple of their players. Also got Stomping working his way in towards construction through the single wall, as you can see on your screen right now. So a lot of the map control they're seeking here to make sure they can move on through comfortably and start to get themselves set up on those south windows. It's Benja, as you can see here, currently watching into construction. They know that there are players hanging around here. It's Guards, P9 and Hasham all out on the extension towards Cash and CC. Doesn't mean that's going to distract the rest of G2, who are focused on getting this site opened up.
At the moment, yes, all the pressure and attention from G2 coming on that far side, really. Stompin is trying to work his way in towards CCTV, but the majority of utility being expended around Jacuzzi. Alamau managing to find tricks, but Jalad just will not stop Des. He won't quit. Manages to get 2, and that's the Blackbeard off the board again. Big loss with Alamau going. The shield is lost. The impetus of the strike, the tip of the spear, the one that you want to push in and create that space, is now not going to be able to. Stomp and hold in his time, but they're not going to peak there. They've absolutely no reason to give you anything. G2 need to start taking the lead here. They need to be the ones pushing the intensity.
I'll tell you what, our observers are on it today because Jalad has had 3 2Ks in this game, and we have caught every single one in the perfect moment. It just seems whenever we cut to him, that's his moment to go big. And that is another one like that where he's just completely torn apart by elements of G2. Hasham into another. Started really quiet in this game, but is quickly starting to play catch-up here on the defensive side. Stomping, good for 1 onto Jalad, shuts down someone who could have been a hero in the round. Now chasing down the next. Stomping, converting into a down onto P9, and Shaiko gets the finish. A 2v4 turned to a 2v2.
The big problem is that Guards and Hasham have got the diffuser down on the ground. They will know that's outside of the breach, so they know that G2 have to play for the kills here. That can factor into how they decide to hold this. I think Shaiko, I thought he might have gone up onto the roof to try and head over and get that diffuser, but G2 have made the call. They're going for kills. Stomping, he takes a lot of damage. Hasham, Guards just holding on, keeping themselves in cover as much as they can. Hasham finds the first. It's Stomping, low health, cut down by Guards. Twisted Minds win another and put themselves onto map. Point against G2.
Hasham seems to be everywhere, Tim. He's involved in the entries and he's involved in the end of round defense alongside Guards. Twisted Minds up 6-2. They are dominating G2 on club. And like I said, I'm a little bit concerned going in towards Chalet, Tim. I know G2 picked it. They probably feel that they've got Twisted Minds' number. But I wouldn't be 100% sure given how this one has played out so far. Like I said, Jalad again just landing some brilliant shots. Same as he did down in blue when they were attacking in towards there and towards Shaiko. He just doesn't seem to be able to stop. And every time we cut to him, he's hitting these unbelievable shots.
It's been a great team effort from Twisted Minds. When you look across there, 6, 5, 6, 9, 7, all very, very level across. P9, of course, having those couple of big rounds that just puts him a little bit ahead of things, but otherwise, everybody getting involved, and to a degree, the same on the other side from G2 as well. You know, they're all putting up some numbers at least, but just not really being enough. Twisted Minds in full control of this clubhouse. 6-2 now, G2. 4 rounds in a row required. Impossible, no? Unlikely. Absolutely.
All right, this could be the end of it then. Let's see how we go for round 9. Cash EC going to be where Twisted Minds set up their defense. If G2 are going to win any site, it should be this one. It should be the offsite, but as we know, nothing is guaranteed. Alamal moving across on towards the Ash. Had enough of running around on shields at this point, but Guards looking a bit cheeky here up against the mirror. Now comes the Salma, and that'll see that one off. Going to see for it off actually here as well. And sure enough, it still goes through. Unfortunate, I guess.
Going to see that breach then. That's step 1 done.
Not fully, though.
No, it doesn't matter. They don't need to walk through it. That breach is all about just holding the line towards Cash Door where Jalad is playing at the moment. You just want to stop defenders being able to rotate in. So you get that open. That clears a nice line of sight for you inside of CCTV. You then take Catwalk, which is now the next attempt. Nice and easy. Doki gets Catwalk. So if they can get somebody in underneath to hold Lounge here, G2, they have got everything they need in order to put a plant down. However, Guards is getting a little bit aggressive here. This is what you shouldn't be able to do with that breach open. Hasham manages to get Benja, Jalad onto Shaiko, and again, even with G2 taking the ground that they need to take, taking the control that will allow them the space to put the diffuser down, it still just doesn't seem to be successful. It doesn't seem to hold Twisted Minds at bay. Doki does manage to find Guards, but then cut down by Jalad. Beautiful shot from the Scopos.
He is absolutely unplayable this game, Jalad. So hard to stop. Tricks him for one more. And now Stomping has got to go nuclear. He's got to find 3 in the round. 2 more to go. Or G2's hopes of getting anything on Clubhouse are going to be over.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that could be the case. Taking out the bulletproof cam here, Stomping. It gives him a little bit of an edge maybe, but Just tries to play with that sound of the diffuser, takes out the mirror window. He needs somebody to peek him. He needs to play this so that he can bait them out and try and get that attention. They're on both sides. We've seen him do it before. He downs one, and now it's just him versus Trix. Trix on red stairs. He can finish that man and think about possibly putting this diffuser down. He's going to go for it, but then he's going to bounce off. This is all about the bait. It's all about the switch. Who will come out on top? 1 versus 1. Trix is thinking about going for the attack. Sees his man, hits the arm, the flash is there, and it's a ring around the roses. Stomping can't see his man, Des.
Trix has played it so well. Full white screen tucks into the back corner. They know where each other are. It's a case of who moves first, but Stomping has to do something, but no! Trix shuts down the king, and map 1 goes the way of Twisted Minds.
It doesn't just go their way, Des. It's convincing. It is destruction of G2, who never really looked competitive against Twisted Minds there. 1-0 they now lead in this matchup. They are 1 map away from qualification.
They'll be our first team qualifying to the main stage, and I guarantee you very few had Twisted Minds being down as their first, but they've made one hell of a run of it so far. What's one more team to breeze through? Back after a short break.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
G2 being handed a brutal defeat on Clubhouse. Twisted Minds taking a 7-2 victory. They are just now one map away from making it to our live stage on Friday. And Twisted Minds, Tim, have now got to go to a showdown on Chalet. G2's map pick, but a map they've only won once over the last year.
And I don't want to pile the pressure on G2, but the last time we saw them play it was just back in April against Shifters. You know what the result is?
What was the result, Tim?
7-0 Shifters.
Doesn't sound good, that, Tim.
Dear, oh dear. No, it's a funny pick from G2. It's like fourth preference for them, so it's kind of middle of the pack for them, but still, like, such a bad recent result on there. I feel like I've always kind of watched G2 struggle a little bit on Chalet, and now everything rides on it.
It's crazy, isn't it? But we'll see what happens when we get into it. Just to kind of recap the tournament that we're thinking about it. Again, FaZe, G2, and Fury are probably top 3 to win this whole thing. We're going to see FaZe play next. They play in the next best of 3 against Wildcard. The winner of that goes to main stage on Friday. G2 are struggling here, and Fury face elimination in their best of 3 on the B stream later today. It has been wild.
Yeah, it's this is why we love Swiss FaZe 2, because it's just chaos, and it's going to continue.
It's never going to stop, and a hero map is almost ready, so we'll jump into it in just a second. If this is a 2-0 to Twisted Minds, well, there'll be a lot of disappointed fans, I can imagine, out there, Tim, but a lot of jubilant ones on the side of Twisted Minds, who can really show the world something special here. More of you now twisting towards supporting Twisted Minds, almost double the share they had, Tim, in the previous map. See if they can get it done here 2-0, or if we need to go to Cafe as a decider.
I've lied, Des. I've lied. I pressed the wrong button. It was Twisted Minds who got beat 7-0 by Shifters. G2 last lost it against Falcons, so still not amazing, but that was back in November. But yeah, there we go. Twisted Minds, it actually is a 7-0. So I think that's probably why G2 have picked it here. You know, Twisted Minds.
Opportunity spotting.
Yeah, it's more we're going to pick a really bad map for you than worry about picking a good map for us.
Absolutely.
Is what G2 have looked at here. But it is always a roll of the dice, because coming into an international tournament like this, I'm sure that Twisted Minds have been aware of that, and they're going to have been looking at Chalet.
I remember this game, actually. Yeah. Shifters were on the defense. They won all 6, and I think in all but 2 of their defensive rounds, they had a player dropping a 3K or a 4K. They went absolutely nuclear, and Freck had a wonderful 1v1 to close out round 6 and give them the win that they got. I imagine in Twisted Minds' mind, it sounds weird to say, they're looking at that and thinking, it's a thing of the past. Don't worry about it. We know we approached that game wrong. This is going to be very different.
Okay. Bans come in. We've got, I think, a little bit of a tech issue that we'll just get dealt with. But the bans were Monty and Blitz, so a double shield ban coming in from G2, not wanting to deal with guards anymore, I think, is the message there. We will see whether guards just picks up Blackbeard instead. That could be the case. And then after round 3, we'll probably see no more of that. Azami and Mira will be the bans from Twisted Minds. Pretty standard for Chalet.
Yeah, nothing too crazy there at all. And as you say, those bans coming in towards guards, you know, I think in any other team, you'd look at their subs coming in and say, right, what does he play? Let's ban it away. And that would just suddenly make that player very uncomfortable, having to play things that they wouldn't normally step into. But I think in Guards' case, as you've said, it's kind of impossible to ban away every shield. Yeah, looking back to Virtus Pro from last year when shields were well and truly dominant, they still are now, but we're seeing a lot more info-heavy lineups coming out instead. They would turn towards playing the Fuse as a shield. And in fact, we saw that on one of our casts yesterday. Not always use the gadget just because you have the shield on side. And so I think you may even see at some point the Blackbeard coming out, as you said, and if we really have to, go towards the Fuse as an alternative.
Looks like it's Shaiko with a little bit of an issue here. Doki trying to assist, much like he did with Shaiko's interview yesterday as well.
Yes, he did, yes.
Building quite the duo there.
I'm starting to see more and more players have a little bit of fun in the background of these interviews now. We saw it coming out of Shopify Rebellion earlier on as well. Spoit having his moment. Ambi letting out a big cheer on his march on through. It was all good fun. And of course, a reminder, we're only on day 2. It only gets more and more mental from here as we ramp on up. Like, this is the end of our best of 1s after today, I believe, and we go then into exclusively best of 3s to see who it is that makes it through or who goes home.
Well, this is it. We start making decisions then, don't we? That's the big thing. You know, everything from here on, this game and the B stream onwards, everything is a decision. It's either a team qualified or a team eliminated, one way or the other. So in this game on the A stream, you're going to see the qualification games, so the winners will go through to that next phase. On the B stream, that's where we've got the elimination games. Every single time, somebody will go home. Big couple of days coming up for Salt Lake City and the Major.
Just in case you're curious as to what that schedule is over the next few days, as you've heard now, we're in our first best of 3 here. The B stream is as well. We'll then have another best of 3 after this, as will the B stream. Tomorrow, there are 3 best of 3s per stream. And then on the final day of Swiss stage, which is on Wednesday, we will have 3 best of 3s played out on a single stream. And that'll be those that are in the 2-2 brackets in for a scrap to secure those final few spots in our live stage finals on Friday, on which we have 4 best of 3s in our quarterfinals. 2 semi-finals on Saturday, and then, as you will well know and love, a best-of-5 grand final on Sunday, including the season reveal. I've not actually seen anything about the new season now I think about it. Not even a teaser.
No.
I haven't been looking, to be fair. Normally I'll go and check them all out, but I've deliberately kept away from this one.
I've done that for years, as you know. I've done that for years. I always try and avoid them because, I mean, I go all the way back to, going to events as a fan, being in...
Is Doki tech support, by the way? What's going on?
Certainly looks like it. Being in Montreal 2019, before we cast anything, being there as a fan and watching the reveals live, and so I still love to get that vibe if I can.
I've heard we've got a quick leak of FAQ interview to fill a little bit of time, so let's go and have a listen to that now.
I'm here with EFAC for some rapid fire questions. First one, which of your teammates could you beat in a 1v1?
Everyone.
If you could trade places with anyone in the world for a day, who would you pick?
Suzanne.
If you had to play one map in Siege for every game for the rest of your life, what map?
Bank.
Would you listen to heavy metal or country music for the rest of your life?
Hard one. Heavy metal.
If you could have any superpower, what would it be?
Go back on time.
What did you want to be when you grew up?
What I want to be?
What did you want to be when you grew up?
Like what I wanted to be, basically? When
Yes, exactly.
Young?
Exactly.
Okay, a success man.
A success man?
Yeah.
Okay, I like it. What is your favorite thing about this team? Last question.
The vibes.
Thank you.
If I speak, I'm in trouble. I heard that and I was like, the vibes? You sure? I think Enterprise have got it going on over there. See from that game earlier on today. Sometimes the vibes have got to be a little bit higher inside that Falcon side. Doki really is.
Doki continues to try. I'm quite enjoying watching this new arc for Doki from player to technician. I'm here for it.
I mean, at some point, I guess you've got to retire from being a player team and find a career. It turns out IT support might be his one.
Imagine in 10 years' time, we've got SI 2038 and Doki's down at the stage. He's sorting the PCs out.
Hauling a PC on stage with one pro down.
Love it.
I tell you what, though, he'd be fantastic at testing a setup to make sure it all works.
Yeah.
Because he'd tell you absolutely everything that is wrong.
Oh, you've got your DPI wrong here.
Oh, that's
DPI's all wrong.
I was going to say, Doki every few months seems to go through a Sens crisis. He changes it all around. He's always on Twitter like, oh, what's the best Sens everyone's playing with now? And he'll try something, then he'll try something else a few months later. I don't actually know how long he's been on his current one. We'll have to ask him and find out. But it's been a bit of a rollercoaster ride for Doki over the years on what Sens he plays on.
I haven't changed my Sens or my resolution in 7 years, ever. Basically, I just don't change it. I know what I like.
Respect.
And I know what I'm like, and I know what I'm bad with, and I keep it.
I tweak mine quite a lot, to be fair. Always trying to find the sort, because I don't have a background of like growing up playing FPS games. I play like RTSs, MOBAs, that sort of thing. And in those games, like you don't tend to use like big sweeping arm movements like you do in FPS games. And that was a really hard transition to try and get through. And even today, I'm still just like, I can't do this.
You just need to go with the reaps.
You know, I did try. I was curious to say, okay, maybe if he can do it, maybe it'll work for me. No. I'm just like, I'm doing 360s for fun at that point. I'm just like, I've got no idea what's going on. Oh, it is terrifying how good these guys are, regardless
there
of
we
what
go.
settings you
Doki's
seem to
got
give
the
them.
issue sorted. Look.
What can I say? That's a true teammate, that is.
There you go. He's got it done. We can, I think, look at getting into this game now. Certainly seems that way. There is a flurry of action in both rooms. We are indeed ready to go, so let's get into shall we? Just a reminder for anybody who's turned up, top of your screen will tell you, but we played Clubhouse for the first map, Twisted Minds. It was their choice, and they won 7-2. We've had one of those map bans where both teams have kind of picked a bad map for the other team, so Twisted Minds picking Clubhouse, which G2 don't like playing, and G2 picking Chalet, which has not been the greatest success for Twisted Minds. As I said, last time we saw them play, it was a 7-0 loss against Shifters back in April. So, who comes out victorious here. If Twisted Minds get the win, they qualify through to the next phase. If G2 get it, we move on to Cafe.
It's kind of as we said earlier on, I don't think G2 choose to come to a map they don't have the best record or success on. Clubhouse, they're 9th, aka their lowest preference map. Chalet, 8th. It's not one they often try and pick. They often ban it away. But it doesn't mean they can't play it, Tim. And very fair chance, as we've already said, they saw what happens to Twisted Minds and think they can replicate it. I hope to God they're right. Otherwise, this will have been an absolute disaster for one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. Let's get ourselves started then. Kitchen Dining to kick things off. And P9 has already got himself established in and downstairs. Of course, you can't shoot through the ceiling down here, but he can come poking up West Main at the right time and look to support the rest of his team when they come for a site hit. But there is an extension, much like we saw back on Club, down towards the southwest part of this map around Library, around Mez, that first needs to be dealt with.
A little bit of a peek around the corner to open up the other barricade for Trix. They don't want to be exposing himself too much to Library bots. How about this little bit of a walk up blue stairs from Shaiko. Alamau getting himself out onto off his balcony aggressively as well. It's too easy. He had to get, I thought for a second P9 wasn't going to come away with that.
Trade,
manages to get the kill, but as you say, Stompin there to back his teammate up. Managed to get the trade, 1 for 1. Deimos off the board. I would argue it's probably a little bit more valuable than that Fenrir.
And Stompin's now slipped away into the bowels of the map as well, down into the base, which is the last place really Twisted Minds want to start investing a lot of resource in trying to clear out. But I fear they're going to have no choice, or at the very least, they've got to keep tabs on him as he's now coming up the library stairs, looking to challenge on towards main door. Flash is coming out from guards here, who knows that Stompin is there. So although they don't know exactly where he is, Tim, they know that he's downstairs, they know that he can pop up. It's like a game of whack-a-mole trying to deal with him at this point.
Gelada's now got himself established. Alamau, however,
not very established,
will unestablish him. Alamau just going in there, getting a good aggressive fight. Kitchen Dining, of course, is the site here, and there's very little map control coming in from Twisted Minds, which I guess is kind of what we'd expect, given that we know this isn't a favourite map of theirs. So Shom does take down Doki, and they are now starting to get that verticality available above the site. Nitro goes out, but unsuccessful. Does not find its mark. Trix just takes a little bit of damage, but nothing more. And right now, it's Benja that is looking to hold on inside a kitchen, Stomping inside of Dining now as he's moved back. Alamau is the real kind of joker card here for G2. Just roaming around on that Oryx, but looks like he's heading back to site as well.
I was going to say, if they'd read into that one and realised 2 players were offside, that could have been a great chance for Twisted Minds to just barrel into sight there and try and get the diffuser down, similar to what they did back on Clubhouse on the gym and bedroom hit when it was Trix and Guards who pulled off a wonderful 2v3 to win that round out. But here, they stalled out a little bit and all the G2 players are back in. A wonderful 2v1 being set up by them. As Sean did all to do. Not even going to be able to secure that freebie underneath his feet, I'm afraid. It's a 1 versus 3 with no time left on the clock. G2 will pull off a first successful defense.
Yeah, I think what's missing from Twisted Minds here, a word that I used on Clubhouse was decisive. You know, we often talk about aggression, intensity from Twisted Minds, and I think it goes hand in hand with decisiveness. And like you say, I think, you know, maybe a map that they're a little bit less comfortable on here, a little bit less willing to take those decisions, to grab a hold of those moments, those opportunities where you say there's maybe a low man count in sight, maybe there's an opportunity to grab a bit of ground, a little bit of map control, and something that Twisted Minds maybe could improve on as we go. But G2 going to move us on. They are 1-0 up. A good start for them. We will head to the floor above the last site. This time it's going to be Master of Apples.
Which probably means we'll see the extension once again in towards Library. You often get this like triangle being set up there as well. A player on Mares, player at top stairs, one inside Library, dancing around back and forth, just to try and waste as much time as you can. And then you've got to be respectful about players that can try and jump in, of course, towards Solar or Trophy up towards the top side of things and make your life hell. So you can't over-invest in that sense. G2 can get themselves set up for now. And on the attacking side of things, Tim, we're seeing more of what we're used to, I suppose you could say. Mainly looking in towards things like that Solid Snake, who I think very quickly is becoming one of our most picked operators at the event. In fact, I want to do a little digging and find out who is our most picked. I'm very curious to know.
Well, while you find out, we'll keep an eye on how this round is progressing. We're going to have Benja only out of that office door to put the barbed wire down, and then he will be back in, just again making it a little bit more difficult for attackers to approach and try to take control, particularly of the double window, but also onto office door as well. Actually, 2 barbed wires have gone out there, so G2 really investing in keeping that area safe, investing in an advantage for themselves as Stompin manages to pick up the opening kill, using that Denari well, takes down P9, and that's the Nomad gone, and there's a good chance that the air jabs went along with them.
Should be curious, 55% presence for Snake so far, which is actually really high, like 7th overall in all of our operators. The ones who sit above Azami, Grim, Mira, Kaid, Ying, and Ace. Many of them being banned out the majority of the time, though, which is why their presence stat is quite high. Bit of fun facts for you, Tim. On Raw, a number of times picked, he's 12th.
You know me, Des, I always prefer the number of times picked stat, but a discussion for another day. We're going to have the nade going just to clear out that Denari. Will take down the trip connector. Scan will reveal a couple of people to try and deal with. That wall you cannot spray through, though. And G2, again, just going to comfortably sit in there, hold their angle. I like this from G2. They're kind of just allowing Twisted Minds to try and solve these problems and then picking them off as they do. G2 not getting aggressive, not going looking for fights, because they know that they don't need to expose themselves to that kind of risk.
It's a dancing game at this point. You've got that entry. As long as you keep yourselves alive and don't get picked off in silly ways, then this is, I wouldn't say G2's for the win. I mean, that was certainly what I'd call a silly way, Tim. It's a bit of a strange one to be in that
I was
position.
just saying, G2 aren't really risking themselves going looking for kills, and then Ben just stood outside and gets killed as they rappel through. So, you know, I don't know.
Again, this is I'll often describe G2's play style this way. It's high risk, high reward. When it comes off, they look like geniuses. When it doesn't, they look like morons. Right now, they're looking like morons, Tim, although Alamal spins for one. A trade coming back in for Tricks, given this was a very dominant round for G2. They've now found themselves only getting one additional kill before they lose all 5 of their players. And Twisted Minds pick up the round.
A good one from Twisted Minds. They need to grab as many attacks as they can. You're going to expect them to be a little bit more comfortable on the defensive half. So everyone that they can grab here is going to be a real positive for them. And getting round 2 just means they're not getting too far behind either. So next site from G2 is going to be Bar and Gaming. That will likely be our full rotation, and then G2 will move back through what we've already seen. Kitchen Dining, Master Office, Bar and Gaming. We've got just a look at the defensive lineup there. Again, no major surprises. Benja bringing along the Kaid, I would imagine, is looking at that stock wall that's just over the stairs that go down into garage. Thank you very much. Just looking at keeping that one safe and breached. I would imagine that's what the Kaid is going to be for, because the hatches, you would more often than not play with them open. So it wouldn't be too much about reinforcing the hatches and keeping them electrified. So we will see where they are played.
So the changeover coming in for the other side too. Interesting, I guess, to see that Kaid hasn't been banned away here too. It's worth touching on, Tim. Most banned at the tournament by a country mile, and I think it will be no surprise to anybody that that is the case. Although with the Twitch on the other side, there are always going to be ways through. Of course, you can make frag grenades often to destroy those things away too. But he is going to be a little bit of a headache for Twisted Minds to have to chew their way through. And similar to the last round, you're going to have this whole setup around library, around this upstairs, top library, Mez, you name it, all the areas that you need to be able to hold and contest. And that will mean Twisted Minds need to come and work their way through. They can go direct for the library take, or can start up towards Solar and then work their way down from there. And I guess really eyes will turn towards G2 and just how aggressively they want to hold this site.
Razor Bloom taken out by the Twitch drone there is going to allow slightly easier access across into Office and Master. Something that Twisted Minds really could do with gaining. Get yourself into Office, get yourself into Master, exactly what they're doing now. Sweep your way across, and then you can start pressuring that trinity that we see, that blue stairs, mezzanine and library players working in a triangle together and just trying to hold on. You can then start breaking that down if you get yourself that Office and Master control. But Dorky very much looking to hold on to that area as well, and Will manages to shut down P9. The Mav hole had been opened open. It really did not work in their favour. Dorky looking for more.
Yeah, I was going to say, does he stay here and try and keep on contending against the Blackbeard? It's a risk. You always know there's a second player in behind the shield somewhere, Tim. And Guards has got rid of Doki. So a 1-for-1 out on their own, but removing that snake feels like a pretty big deal, or it would be if we weren't already at a stage where asking questions of the site itself.
Having Office control now, we can see that pressure coming towards Mezzanine, as I said, opening up. They're getting rid of the laser gate on double window. They can then start to push forward, throw some utility in towards that position. Nitro is ripped and ready from the defenders, though. Benja looking to maybe make that throw, but at the moment, at least, nobody there to take advantage. Shaiko is the one in position on blue stairs, and as you can see, we've got them 2 silhouettes ahead of us, and that is the 3 players I was talking about that Twisted Minds need to clear out.
They made great use of tricks so far, whether it's peeking onto the Mav hole that was opened up or just stepping into around a corner and not having to rely on drones. He's done a lot for them. He's seen a lot of shots coming back his way, and of course has kept himself relatively healthy outside of the impact that's come at him. There's Shaiko stepping his way forwards. Guards falls as Stomping collects 2. Massive from him so far, taking a couple of shots, but not finished off. This surely should be a bit of a G2 round to see the close.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a masterclass here as to how to hold on to this, using those 3 power positions to support each other. G2 have done it really well. Hasham,
get involved, bro.
They've certainly got their work cut out here. Trix and Hasham continue working. 2v2. This round's not over yet. There's 2v1 as Benja picks up Trix and gets the second as well. G2 claws it out.
Yeah, really need Hasham to get a bit more aggressive there, I thought. You knew that the shield was bearing down on these last 2 players, that they wouldn't be able to challenge you inside a library without exposing themselves to the shield. And ultimately, G2 do get the close that they probably deserve, but for a few moments there, had me nervous they were going to see giving away. Into the quick tech pause then. IT technician Doki is back on the scene.
Yeah, I think it seemed to the tech, the admin was heading straight over to Shaiko, so it seems to be maybe a continuation of that issue. So hopefully won't take too long to get it sorted. Yep, it seems to be the same headset issue, but like I say, hopefully they've got a plan in place and it'll get us back into the game just as soon as possible. But G2 are looking good so far. 2-1 up against Twisted Minds. You've got to feel at the minute, Des, that there's a good chance this is heading for a map 3.
Maybe a little early to call, in my opinion. As we always say, 2 halves to a game of Siege, Tim. You never know what's going to happen when Twisted Minds get under defense, if G2 will lack the teeth necessary to attack effectively on this map. And that round there, again, for a second, I was very nervous when it came down to that 2 versus 2. I honestly thought that we'd seen Twisted Minds get over the line, but Hasham, as I mentioned, was being a bit too passive, and I think gave G2 a bit too much room to be able to contest onto the Blackbeard himself. So, down to the basement we go, Tim. Not a sight that we often see, but with that, we will have seen a full site rotation across this entire map. It is one of the very few maps in the pool where you actually have the ability to play all 4 sites.
I love Chalet as a map. It's not my favourite anymore. It used to be, in terms of the competitive map pool at least. I used to absolutely love Chalet. Still do. I've moved to more of a kind of a favourite on Night Haven Labs if I had to pick one. But Chalet, for that reason, I really like Chalet. Like you say, 4 very viable sites. I said earlier that I expected us to see that same rotation again, but no. G2 say, actually, we are going to use the basement. We are going to use all 4, and it is one of the few maps that you'll see here at the tournament where we do have all 4 used.
And all 3 shields banned away. We spoke about it at the head of things. Would we see a fuse coming along? Right now, the answer is no. I think they've probably identified where Guards has been offering a bit of a challenge. It was Trix in the last round on the Blackbeard, but it had to go. Maybe now G2 have a bit of a smoother ride towards the half, and obviously in their mind want to see this out 5-1, but I don't think we're going to see Twisted Minds wilt away and fail to take another round. They'll probably be able to grab 1, if not 2.
We can see a full map setup coming out of G2 here, looking to get themselves active up on that top floor, opening up the hatch. And
4 of them, wow.
Exactly that. There's very little on site at the minute, which is always a risk, of course. If Twisted Minds recognise that, they've got the Capitao. I'm looking at that straight away, get a couple of those smoke bolts in, and maybe have a look at a quick plant, but they are not going to do that. Rotating away instead, it's going to be purely phantom pressure from that front side, and now they will look to get themselves established on the big garage side, and also
is it a full rotate? It looks like it is. They've gone for a full rotate over towards Trench. I mean,
that's fine. You get the front wall open for a bit of phantom pressure, and then try and get the long angle, try and get wine wall, and working from there. I think, no major problems with that.
It's more that Alamar, I think, had to panic, throw out a smoke there as they realised they weren't prepared for a breach to come on through, and it could have been a plant going down. So just reflexively toss down one of those smoke babes and hope to catch someone out, but Twisted Minds, as we saw, fully rotated away. Still got Doki on the upstairs here as the first call from that Dokkaebi comes out. That normally gives a bit of angle, a bit of room for the attackers to get moving into the map itself, but not a whole lot happening off the back of that one.
No, and it's an interesting one from Doki here because he's not, necessarily slowing anything down. A lot of the work is still going on, but what he does do is he takes attention. They can't ignore the fact that there's a clash there that could just wander on to the flank, so they need to be very aware of that. Has now been forced back downstairs. Trix will pick up Alamau as well, so any smoke canisters remaining are gone. 5 versus 4, Twisted Minds.
And that was through Hatch as well, the smoke being gone, as you say. Any remained, I think it was just the 1. I want to say he used the 2nd at some point during that round. So 5 versus 4, 60 seconds to play with. Still got a phone call, lots of utility available on Jalad. A bunch of smokes and flashes they can also toss down. So they've got all the tools necessary. But look at the setup coming out from G2. Doki especially inside of trench is in a good spot to waste a lot of time, and Benja is there for the assist. They're going to have to find a way to deal with these two if they want to make something happen.
They do have a firebolt left on the Capitao who could help deal with that clash. Guards manages to pick up Stomping, 5 versus 3. They're going to open the long angle at the bottom of West Main here as well. So Doki at the minute is kind of the sticking point for Twisted Minds. He's the one that's preventing them being able to get into a position to put this diffuser down. Are they instead just going to go for kills? They're going to drop in into the fire. Doesn't mind, takes the bit of damage, is going searching for Doki, doesn't find him. Doki's dropped the shield and taken the kills instead. Shaiko, Benja, one apiece. Twisted Minds have done so much good work, but it is all undone by Doki on the clash. P9 fighting back, 1v2, 7 seconds left to go. They are out of there. Doki, Benja having nothing to do with this fight. They've dipped away into sight. They know how they win this round, and it's going to be on time. G2 get themselves another, and they've got Doki on the clash to thank.
In a way, it was almost a little bit of self-sabotage from the Capitao. That first smoke bot that came down that gave Doki cover. He dropped it and then thought, cool, well, if you're going to protect me from this angle, I'm running up trench. As you say, drops the shield, charges straight up to the doorway, looks left, sees two. Easiest spray down of his life. Twisted Minds really bottling it there a little bit. Maybe G2 were on the money, Tim, in seeing some of the mistakes that Twisted Minds made in their game against Shifters, and they believe they wouldn't have had time to fix it.
G2 then in round 5, going to be heading back to Kitchen and Dining. We saw this back in round 1. It was a win for G2, and just looking at across the setup, Fenrir, Oryx, Denari, Wamai, it is exactly the same with Benja on the mute as well. So they are likely going to be playing this in very much the same way as we saw last time around. Not surprised, because Twisted Minds were unable to unpick it. We saw them trying to get that vertical pressure, trying to get up there and get control of Master. It didn't really work out for them. They never felt fully in control of the map and that side of things. So this time, Twisted Minds, get in there, get some ground. I think they lost the Nomad early, if I'm right, last time around, which really didn't help. So I think get in there, use those air jabs this time, get yourself, you know, that flanks locked off, so you know you've got a safe, secure space, a beachhead that you can work from.
And again, leaning super heavily into the Intel lineup too, which I don't blame them for. That Lion, Snake, and Deimos all coming together. It's very oppressive if you're playing out on the roam, and given the lineup we have from G2, you're probably going to see a fair chunk of that, as we did last time around. There's this little mad dance around Baron Gaming before, if you remember. I think it's going to turn into more of the same here in round 5. So, eyes really turn towards who steps into the building first on the side of Twisted Minds. You can get a lot done from outside the map on Chalet overall. Lots of windows where you can hold cuts, and you're just hoping that the other side likes to get a little bit aggressive, a little bit too mobile, and you can catch them with the cuts. But there's your first catch coming out of it, Tim. Like I say, Hasham from outside the building, getting rid of Benja. Drone hole kill that as well.
Yeah, strong start from them, just letting G2 know there's no safe spaces, nowhere that they can hide. Twisted Minds at the minute focusing towards the library side, looking to get themselves in and also into games as well. As I said, just trying to really take control of that entire side of the map. Now that they've got that kill, they should be able to. Stompin and Shaiko are the sticking point for them at the minute. Shaiko is at top blue. Stompin is just down underneath him. Going to find himself tracked by the Deimos. Has a little look at the challenge and predicts the peak. Takes his man down. P9 out of it. Looks for more. Stompin just will not be stopped right now. Getting aggressive. And as I said, Twisted Minds, if you remember, they just don't take confident control here on Chalet. They're still allowing G2 onto their flanks, onto their side. A lot of utility thrown at Stompin, but he's still not dead, Des.
Yeah, how on earth he hasn't been killed off yet, I don't know. He's got Shaiko covering him inside of the hallway as well. So backs away, but Jalad is there for the collect. The trade is there as Shaiko comes down from blue stairs to join his teammate. And like that, Tim, again, it's this scrap around Baron Gaming that so far has rewarded G2. They're in a 3v2.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just not clinical enough about the clearance. They do manage to take down Shaiko there, but with 40 seconds left to go and in a 2v2, you're now asking for trouble. It's a lot to try and achieve in that time, and this is the problem. Like I said, Twisted Minds had an opportunity there where they could have caught Stompin and Shaiko earlier, had map control of this side, and started softening sight up. They haven't removed any utility from sight hardly so far.
Little vault hole for Doki to get back in towards sight. If required, was on his belly to avoid being shot at long range, and don't blame him. So Superior scopes tending to exist on those attacker guns. Alamar getting one. Tricks with it all to do. He's had some brilliant moments today. Sees one. Got the stiff on towards Doki. Now looking in for the next. He's out towards elbow. Off goes the air jab. It gives him away. Alamar going low. But on both sides, Tim, he can't fight them both at the same time, unfortunately. Will do his best, but Doki gets the collect. And G2 up 4-1 on the defensive Chalet.
Yeah, Stompin and Sharko doing some real work for G2 there. Twisted Minds completely unable to shut them down, and it left them paying too heavy a price for the map control that they were trying to gain. 4-1 now, G2 starting to really motor through this Chalet.
Whew, all right. Again, it looks like the big brain play was the one to go to a map that we thought they hated. And showing them what to do. Hasham still getting it in chat from Doki in the net constantly. Between the two of them, a little bit of banter going back and forth. And right now, it's Doki that's putting on more of a show than Hasham, unfortunately, for Twisted Minds. G2 could go up 5-1 here. And I struggle to see where Twisted Minds will necessarily find the answers from. Baron Gaming going to be that last site that we go to for the half before we swap sides and see then how Twisted Minds fare on the defense.
If you remember, I commented in the last game how on both sides, very even, everybody getting involved, kills across the board, and it's very much the same here. Yes, in varying levels between the teams, but what I mean by that is I don't feel like we've had any standout players that have been carrying their teams really. Yes, we've had a big impact from guards. P9's had a good game. On the other side, Stompin's had his moments. Benja's been there, but there is contributions all around from all 10 players in the server, and that is what is helping us have such a good game. How about this, Doki? He's out there by that door. Don't forget, he's got impact nades. It makes the run out nice and easy. He's just waiting for an opportunity if he sees anybody on an electrical gadget, but he won't. They've moved away. However, Alamau has got I'm going to say the best opening kill he could have done. You don't get to pick him, but the Ying is a big loss in this situation.
He was so locked in trying to get Hasham that Jalad drops down like Batman. Collects himself a freebie, and Hasham, of course, takes the opportunity to return fire, this time in the chat rather than in the server.
Yep, Doki just maybe overcommitting to that there. Could have wasted a little bit more time on the Solis, but he was hell-bent on finding that kill. And it's now going to give Twisted Minds the opportunity to move in through the basement and start working their way across. I don't know if the plan here is going to be up main stairs and into fireplace. Pressure from there. Maverick, of course, is going to look to open up that wall.
Gotta be so
but it's
careful.
more the question about what's going to happen afterwards. At the minute, Alamau is not watching, not in a position to challenge this, but he does have the hole opened up. Needs to be careful because he'll likely lose his life if he does come for a look.
Of course, got the two players here while the Mav was focused on getting the wall up. Then we had guards nearby to provide support, make sure he weren't going to get shot from above. But with that now being opened up, it means no one can really safely play inside of that back room. Alam out into a second. Benja finds another. This is looking all things coming up. G2, Tim, as they hold firm.
Yeah, G2 at cruising speed here. We did question the map choice from them. It's kind of middle of the pack. But I think, we are seeing a very different Twisted Minds performance here on Chalet than the one that we saw on Clubhouse. So, as we suggested, it has very much been about Twisted Minds picking a bad map for G2, G2 picking a bad map for Twisted Minds, and they have both reaped the rewards so far. It really does feel like we're heading for Cafe 5-1 at the half.
Good job, you guys. That's what I need, okay, guys? Like even let's close this map now, but let's keep the page whatever since the end of the Beyond 3, bro. Let's close this map with confidence. Everyone communicate very good. We pick when we need to pick, okay? So I'm gonna remember the defense, okay, guys? Look, Bar, they do the offset hold with Hashu playing Tiny. Okay, so it's they just repeat this. Okay, so you just know this because was the only round they played against Shifters. Okay, so anyone, everybody remember our attacks, guys. Spot Tiny, have the split Tiny. Okay, they're giving library push. Okay, so and for Master, remember also if they're holding games in Tiny, just stop, bro. They can't hold everything. Okay? And if they're not holding games, you can even do the solar push also. Yeah.
Right, I mean, if the mount is open, just gonna solar push every round.
Yeah, remember also the thing, Duke, the solar push, you go.
خلينا ناخذ كنترول بس كم راوند راح نجيب الجيم راح نضغطه تمام. ترى مو قاعدين نسوي شيء، هم قاعدين نفوز على اغلاطنا. يعني هسه لا نضبط الاغلاط ما نغلط خلاص بنفوز.
طب ابانز وش ناويين نسوي؟
مونتي
I think Monty Grim.
جريم يا اوكي
مونتي جريم. اوكي. اللهم صل على النبي.
نرجع يا
دبل شيلد ما احس ما راح يلعبوا جريم.
لا خليها مونتي جريم على المتعودين عليه بنجيب امها.
نلعب ترابات ها.
البوزيشنات ما اتذكر.
تبون نكثر ميوت يا اخوان لان عندهم سوليد. راح العب جيمز. تبون نكثر نلعب ميوت لان عندهم سوليد عندهم.
نقدر ايه.
انا قاعد العب
سوليد.
يا عيال والله نجيبها اقسم بالله اننا نجيبها يا عيال. يا عيال امس
ستيب
عب ايزي اقسم بالله والله.
Take a breath. We can bring guys.
يلا.
All right, well, you've heard the ban strategy coming out there, especially from Twisted Minds. Monty and Grim are likely to be what disappears away for these first two bans, and of course we'll see the third after 3 more rounds. On the other side, it's Azami. May even see a mirror follow here as a double up, Tim.
Yeah, I would expect so. We saw that in the first half. Fairly standard bans for Chalet. You really don't want to be playing into either of those two. And like you say, when you see the Monty go first, there's a good chance that you see another shield following on last couple of seconds, and then we will see those revealed. I'm not sure how much more Twisted Minds... Oh, there we go. Completely shocking us. And neither of what we expect. It's going to be the Soul, it's going to be the Grim. Plenty of value in both. And G2 just wanting to remove that intel threat of the Solus. It's one that we saw Doki using himself quite a bit. A lot of verticality available on Chalet. No matter where you are in the map almost, you can usually get a vertical angle on somewhere. So certainly don't want to be dealing with too much of that if you're trying to get that diffuser down. Round 7 is going to see Twisted Minds on their first defense. It's going to be Bar and Gaming this time. And G2, I think, are going to be looking for a very strong start here on the attack. So Twisted Minds, you better be ready for it.
That's the target ban for the Solus, by the way, onto Hishami. We've seen play it a couple of times as we've cast him throughout the tournament, but the alternative you can go towards that might not have exactly the same impact you're after is going to be going in towards the Valkyrie. Now, if G2 read into that and decide to bring along the IQ to respond, fantastic. Or they're leaning towards something like the Brava, as they're doing here, looking to try and steal those gadgets away. But quite a change up in terms of their lineup, actually. Still leaning very heavily in towards the information game. And Alamau, shock horror, running around on the Blitz. I actually wonder if people can hear, by the way, like the stage is being basically built right next to where we're casting, and every now and then we'll hear a really loud noise, something's lifted up or constructed or moved around or whatever, but it's exciting that we're literally seeing the stage getting built next to us in real time, ready for Friday.
Benja just opening up that main door, and that's going to give, again, a little bit of an issue for the defenders who are going to be looking to move around. Look at this, though, the aggression. I said that G2 might just get aggressive. I'm not sure if that flash was missed or not. It's not really going to matter as the battle continues. Doki manages to find Jalad elsewhere. Plant goes down. G2, they are looking to speedrun this Chalet attack.
Yeah, been a fantastic approach from them so far. And look, G2 just come out the walls, it feels, in places as well. As Sean trying to do what he can with the Deagle to try and fight his way back in, but this one already is feeling a little bit short. P9 has got the vertical, but it's the windows they need to be worrying about. Doki and Benja left alive. In fact, one falling down. It's all on towards Doki. They know where he is, Tim. They're going to have to do something really special, though, to get the kill. The best thing they can do is double stack on this window. They try their best, and they get the kill. Tim tricked again. Not his first big round today. Has enough time to stick the disable. 5-2 to G2.
Doki in a difficult position there. He'd saved one E1D scan, used it well, but ultimately he couldn't really just dip away from that window, because if he did, what was going to happen? Somebody gets on that diffuser and then somebody else gets themselves set up and holds the angle, and then Doki has to move back into it. So really, you feel like he had to take the fight in that situation, try to win them, but couldn't. 5-2 then, as Twisted Minds managed to get their first successful defense. G2, as I suggested, just looking to get a little bit chaotic, a little bit intense, get in there and get the round done quickly and get themselves onto that map point, but it was not to be, at least not in round 7.
Yeah, really close, and it's kind of a shame, and obviously hindsight is 2020. Had a nade sat in back pocket that he could have tossed onto the diffuser, and they wouldn't have been able to swing him easily. Could have even hidden himself away and just baited out the diffuser, and rather than getting stuck in a 1 versus 2, make it a 1v1 because they're running out of time. Either way, let's see if they can fight their way back. All right, let's break the fourth wall a little bit, kids. We've got 2 buttons on our little boxes in front of us. One which mutes us. So you guys didn't hear Tim sneeze. But we've got a green button.
Maybe they did on yours.
Maybe they did, yeah. But the green one which mutes you to your co-caster.
It was a big sneeze.
Yeah, so I got the full earful of the... And they got mute and silence on there, mate. They came out better on this one, I think. Okay, let's get into it, though, and see if G2 can get this one done. It was a really good attempt, and the rush was very well formulated. It was just in the post-pump where things then started to fall apart. And often the team went full for the same thing twice. So this round, there is no blitz rush to come on through. Sean being taken dangerously low there, hanging around bedroom. Gotta be careful. Of course, those frost mats already down, as well as the shield, so his gadgetry is in position. But I think on Chalet, at least in my opinion, you really need all 5 guns alive to be able to cover the breadth of it that you need.
I don't think Doki was hoping to be challenged from Ivy window quite so quickly there. The Claymore was going down. Hasham's going to be just moved back as the nade goes in. Ooh. Sticking his position, but needs to be careful because he's very low health at the minute. Doki's just going to remain in his position. As you can see, Hasham, I love how...
He's always on his belly.
I'm going to say, we know it's Hasham through and through to just be this aggressive, you know, to play right underneath a window like that. If a nade was to come in or anything, he's in serious trouble. Doki does have another one in pocket, and I think that's a good idea to stand up and keep yourself mobile. There's the nade I was talking about. How does he do it? Manages to escape still, and he's going to be playing from the bathtub instead.
Just all time wasting, isn't it? Not forgetting there's all this gadgetry inside it. The Rangers looking for the kill onto the player up on the roof. Would have been Shaiko, but missed his shots. Does he fancy get... Surely not. I was about to say, don't peek out again. It's a fool's errand normally to peek the same angle twice. A few seconds later, Tim, a P9's going to find Doki. That's the first death of the round. Knows the trophy is where another player is waiting. Alamar being super cautious there. But we've seen this so many times, Tim, where teams get stuck trying to move this player that's off solar stairs. You need nades to make them move. Otherwise, you can watch the window, you can watch trophy, and it can be a little bit of a bother. There's that nade that I spoke about. He's going to step on forward a little bit, but still keeps himself alive.
Yeah, this is really well played from P9 so far. He's been pressured both from trophy window and from solo windows. But G2, this is the second time they've had to rotate. Now, you know, they had Doki trying to work bathroom window, didn't work. Then they're trying to clear out solar stairs, hasn't worked. And now they find themselves 3 versus 5. Twisted Mind's looking very, very comfortable. P9 really doesn't need to challenge this. He can just hold himself back. Kashom, even on low health, manages to find Shaiko. 5 versus 2, and surely another round going in Twisted Mind's favour.
They really need to pressure guards because Alamar can't step into the building here while guards is holding on that long angle. So someone needs to come in towards lobby, and Stomping's the player looking out for that and start applying pressure in towards site. But the problem is naturally Twisted Minds are going to have that considered too. And guards, he can watch them all, Tim. That is a flawless round from Twisted Minds and an excellent defense. It had so many layers to it, you can call it an onion.
Certainly can, and G2's eyes are going to be watering after that one because they're starting to see these points slip away, so much so that Romalio will call a tactical timeout. Twisted Minds, of course, as a reminder, if they get this map, they win 2-0 and move through to the next phase of the competition. They will be our first team to qualify. So G2 deciding it's time to try and hit the brakes here and slow down the momentum that Twisted Minds are building.
Sorely need to get something going, don't they? And it's always painful after you've just had the halfway point, you've set out the game plan, you've had 2 minutes to discuss what's going right, you know, what's to be mindful of on the other side, what are they going to do here, the tendencies, what kind of strats and ops they like to play, what you're going to ban, and then 2 rounds in a row just completely fall by the wayside. And dare I say the first round was really of G2's own making. They had the diffuser down, Alamo was in a brilliant position, pressuring the Chanka so he couldn't stop it happening. And then it's a case of get outside the building, have a player on rappel, 2 sat outside the double window, and away you go. But they're throwing that one away. That last round was very dominant for Twisted Minds. I can only imagine Romalia saw where momentum was going and had to give her a little breather, a little chance to have a conversation and see if we can course correct. Master and Office going to be where we step for round 9.
Again, the fight, I would imagine, is going to come over to this side of the map that we're looking at. We saw G2 hold this very well. Twisted Minds really struggled to break down, you know, the hold of Library and get serious control of the map. That's what I kept talking about for Twisted Minds. They're never in confident control of the map. Let's see if G2 can do any better with that job. Looking at their attacking lineup, we're not going to see too many, if any, switches now that we're coming into those final ties. I say that 2 of them, they're very kindly switch off. We're going to have Alamau switching from Twitch to Ram. An interesting one to say that we're up on the top floor.
Yeah, noise thing sometimes.
Maybe.
Also the ability to just roll on through and create quite a bit of bother at the same time through walls. There are options, but I agree with you. It definitely is an interesting choice for a top floor and certainly isn't one that we see very often. P9. I look straight away down towards the bottom right corner of the screen like, has he got a C4? No. Shield for this round. You'd probably expect to normally see that drop down at the top of library stairs. It's not the case in this round, though. More dug, I imagine, deeper in towards site itself, out in towards piano.
Benja might just... Guards has just moved up blue stairs. I was just thinking Benja's holding that angle. I don't think Guards is going to get so aggressive as to move out in towards mezzanine, but he does need to be careful with his movement not to give anything away. It's P9 as well that could be an issue inside of library. G2 not really doing too much just yet to disrupt these two on this side of the map. They're going to be able to hold this down and waste a lot of time. A minute is already gone. G2 instead looking to apply a bit of pressure onto the Solar side, but Alamau just goes straight into sight and gets a double, so there you go.
That's what he does. Tross tossing the round, make yourself some room to charge on through, and Alamau is on an absolute tear this round, Tim. Made an absolute distraction and capitalised off it. 3 kills for himself, make it a 4th as G2 secure a flawless round.
Yeah, great round there from Alamau. I don't know if maybe one of the boogie drones was running at the time and it was always there to cover the sound of the rappel or not. I'll check that out later on. But either way, he rappelled in from that double window and just got kill after kill. I think it's one of those moments where it's just something that you don't expect to happen at this level. So Twisted Mind's not prepared.
Doki explaining the etiquette of shit talk to guards. Oh. Yike. I mean, to be fair to guards, he's kind of been suppressed by the bans that we saw in the first half. Yes. Very much had those shields cruelly taken away from him, which I'm sure he takes great delight in. But it does now mean there is a 3-round deficit for Twisted Minds to close. It's very rare that we see that done, especially not against a team of the caliber of G2. They're not the kind to bottle a lead of this caliber, especially off the back of a flawless round win.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd be surprised to see G2 not close this out now, especially given that it's really not a fantastic map for Twisted Minds. What would you tell me?
Shaiko's in the chat. I was asking for Brede in our previous game, but he weren't getting drawn into it. Shaiko, though, he's in there.
Shaiko's been on a real villain arc over the last 6 months, to be fair.
He has, and I'm all here for it. He managed to get a rare interview about him yesterday as well. Jonah managed to get him on for a little chat. Many have tried, many have failed over the years. I can think of many events where they've been called up and said, Choco, come for a chat. And he's like, nope. So that was definitely a rare win. Maybe we'll see him continue to evolve as the year progresses. All right, Bar Gaming. Let's see how things go. Last time round, we saw G2 rush in. And they were in a 4v2. It looked winnable. And then it all went Pete Tong. It all went wrong. It went upside down. And, of course, we saw Twisted Minds managing to recover. G2 this time round are not looking for a rush, but we have got Stomping. Looking to be a little bit sneaky-beaky-like on this Nook, Tim.
Is he going to hop on in? Yes, he is. Drone is ahead of him. He's going straight in. Is he going to head down West Main, or is he going to go towards Hasham? Hasham is there. There is the possibility of taking an early challenge. He is heading for Hasham. He does know. The ping is there. I'm not sure he knows exactly where, though. Yes, he does. He sees him around the corner. Can he win the fight now? He's given Hasham the opportunity to get on into it. Frag grenade goes out. Hasham just hits the deck instead. He's going absolutely nowhere. Stomper needs to come away with this fight.
They're just spraying all the soft wall. Anything they can do to try and shoot him out here, and he hasn't moved. Balls of steel being shown by this man, guards. That fire is dangerously close to your teammate, I think, and now he's going to get up and run. No one on front door, but Stomping was there waiting. Saw him through the soft wall and gets the entry.
Yeah, well played from Stomping there. Good patience. Didn't get overly aggressive and put himself into a bad situation. Just waited for the movement and then took the rewards as they were offered. 5 versus 4 then as G2 continued to mount pressure across the top floor. Shaiko and Alamau are starting to get control of Master and Office. We've got Benja pressuring onto Library. Twisted Minds must feel like they are really between a rock and a hard place at the minute.
They are, yeah, and this will only start to get worse as well, but they are holding pretty firm as well. Looking resolute, but just as Shalab walks away, in behind him comes Benja, and he's got a freebie. Classic siege timing moment, Tim. And this one is not going to be over in 2 like we suspected. Instead, it's going to take all 3 maps. Guards, I can't quite see him being able to get a recovery on the go here. A second flawless round in a row will send us to Cafe.
Yeah, much as you would have expected from those map bans then, both picking up a map each that is not a great map for their opponent and being able to win it on the back of that. We go to Cafe for our last one as G2 get cash, get Shally, and go 1-1.
Both teams have a great record on that map. I really can't wait to see how it goes. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the last map in this best of 3 between G2 and Twisted Minds. It has been a twisted series so far, back and forth. We thought it could be a 2-0 to Twisted Minds, but instead, Tim, here we find ourselves going into Cafe to settle the score.
Yeah, and it's a map that both of these teams like. It's, I don't think, going to be an easy game. Wouldn't surprise me to see it go the distance. Both of them know what's at stake here. Winner goes through, loser moves on to the next stage. Another match, another best of 3 to try and qualify. It is brutal when you get into that, so it's going to be a big one.
Best of 3s all the way through for those that are 2-0 or 0-2, of which these two teams find themselves. And we were speaking earlier on about the last time we saw Twisted Minds play on Chalet. It was a 7-0 to Shifters. We also saw Clubhouse in that series. That sounds familiar, Tim. It was almost like it was our first map. And then the third map in that series was Cafe, where Twisted Minds took 5 attacking rounds. They do start on the defense here, but G2 must have in the back of their minds that realization that Twisted Minds might be pretty good at attacking this map, Tim.
They both have attacking stats up in the 70%, so there's very little to separate these two teams. I really am expecting this to be a close one. Twisted Minds, Doki just asking, did you choose defense? Twisted Minds, you know, they are good on the attack here, but I think in that case, why not choose the defense? Go out there, see what you can get. If you can shut it's a little bit of a gamble, but if you can shut G2 down a little bit on their attack, it really puts the pressure on them in that second half.
Well, you'd hope so, yeah. It's a good way to start things out, and I think Twisted Minds having the defending side. I know what I've just said about their attacking success on this map. I think starting on defense is 100% the right play. Quick tech issue here. Come on, Doki, stop typing. Get on the IT support duties. Go help your boys out. And now we're having a debate about the English language. That's a bit more cordial and a bit more amicable than previous conversations in all chat.
Certainly is. Looks like we're going to be getting back underway then. Bans will be going through Azami and Monty. Not always sure with Cafe exactly where the next ones are going to follow. We will see what we get.
They're just talking about, like, oh, Doki's helping P9 out here. It's how you say this, like you say that. And then Shaka comes in and goes, you guys are so bad at trash talking. And I agree. That's what all chat is for. Shako remains the villain. Now, two bans are going to be Azami and Solus. On the other side, Monty and Grim, same as we saw back on Chalet, Tim.
Yeah, again, that's Solus, as you say, targeted likely towards Hasham. We know that he likes to play it, and Cafe, there's a decent bit of value there. Again, plenty of opportunity for plant denial with the Solus. No matter which side you're on, really, you can always get above, below, try and do something. So, yeah, good option, I think, from G2 there. And we're going to kick off with Twisted Minds defending down on that ground floor level. It's going to be Kitchen.
Thinking about, I've already started this map now, but also there's another series coming after this, don't forget, as well, in FaZe Wildcard. The big question is, can the back-to-back world champions actually go on to be successful in the next event? Because it's a constant curse, and I was speaking to Handy about this last week. It is a curse that has followed every team. They win a world title, and then it all just falls to tatters. No one quite knows why, but it's a thing that seems to follow the trend, and obviously FaZe are very keen to prove that that is not the case for them. They can carry on at being dominant. They are 2-0. They're coming up against Wildcard, who are exactly the same. It's going to be another banger of a best of 3.
That's it. And we haven't, you know, seen FaZe be successful in the majors or anything outside of SI. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not a bad place to be successful, but they didn't win in Munich. They didn't win at Rio. They're looking for that success outside of SI as well. Jalad manages to take down Doke. Big loss as the Deimos goes. Big loss for a number of reasons, because of course they're going to be looking to get that top floor and mid floor control. I would expect here G2. The Deimos would have been a great help in doing so, but also once you've got that control, using the tracks on players down into sight, being able to use that vendetta, plenty of verticality above the site. Big loss with Doki off the board. 5 versus 4 in favor of Twisted Minds.
And you may be looking at Alamar's pick here in this round of bringing along the Fuse and say, well, why not a Blitz in this case? It isn't banned. It's one of his go-to operators. Why bring on the Fuse? A couple of reasons. We saw a team do it yesterday, and it wasn't because of the gadget. It was because of the secondary gadget. Those hard breach charges the team needed, and I think there's a bit of a lean in towards that. In fact, he is their only hard breach available, so if they want to be able to get Kitchen Hatch opened up, for example, then they need to make sure that Alamar stays alive and in one piece, and there is a player below him looking to cause a bit of bother. This is a high-risk, potentially high-reward moment. It's on to Hasham. He's now going to back himself away, and so with that, White Stairs is cleared off, at least for now.
How do they deal with VIP? It is always always the question I ask every single time, and it is such an important position. Not going to be playing the Warden in there, which is what we often see, or the Tubarão, usually one of the two. Instead, Hasham with the Scorpos was the one that was going to be holding on there, but it's actually going to be P9. Sorry, Hasham has relocated himself, used that kind of teleportation, switching shells to get back into kitchen. Let's go do a P9 on the smoke to hold on to that. Does look like G2 are looking to pressure towards Freezer.
You can see what they've gone for as well, making use of the fuse charge, just chew through those are my magnets, get rid of all the other bits of utility, the Goyo, the bulletproof, barbed wire that might be around in site 2, just to give them a bit of an easier time when they do look to hit site. They are, of course, still down a man as we get into these final 60 seconds or so. I stand corrected, Tim, they're down 2 men. That was a bit too easy.
It was, and there's the Toxic Babe canister because VIP hasn't been dealt with.
Oh, I like this.
Exactly this. This is the problem. I don't feel like G2 have maybe committed enough to dealing with this VIP position. He hears the drop. He knows exactly where he is. If he'd have had anything but the SMG, I think he probably wins that fight. Stomping, however, takes down the smoke, creates a little bit of space for G2, but the big question here is, are they going to have time? 20 seconds left to go. Not in a position to put the diffuser down yet. Alamau has dropped the hatch with case in hand. He's looking to get into position, but he walks straight past Hasham, who just keeps himself quiet, finds a double. Twisted Minds get the round, and G2 were rushing, and they were punished.
That is criminal. That is absolutely criminal. They should have seen him on a drone every day of the week, but it also shows those nerves of steel that we saw back on Chalet and back on Club from Hasham at times. Doesn't care that the ceiling is coming down around him, that the refuse charge is going off. Tucks in tight and gets his just reward. G2 with a small misstep there comes back to bite them. And I do want to talk about P9's play there for a second too. It'd be very easy to look at that and go, why has he done that? Why has he stepped out into a spot where he probably can't win a fight with the SMG? And it's because he's used all 3 of those smokes. And for him to then get back to site safely is quite a tall order. So he may as well try and be a little bit of a nuisance. And knowing that G2 are looking to go for a drop at some point to make a plan happen, just being able to disrupt them can be enough. And although we didn't see it necessarily off screen, it could even be that was what let Hasham get into that critical position.
Okay, on we go then, Twisted Minds. I tell you what, they're a team after my own heart, Des.
They're not going to top floor.
We're still not.
I knew you were going to say it.
Still not seeing top floor.
I knew you
They
were going to
started
say
out
it.
in kitchen. They're now going to reading. So there will be a defensive top floor, but it's not going to be the top floor site itself. The question is which will be. I don't even mind if top floor is their 3rd choice site. You know, this is what I'm saying. But it could well be that they go to mining anyway, and we won't see it whatsoever. But
I do want to clear your name a bit here, Tim, in case people are hearing that and saying,
right.
why has Caster got a raging hate bone
Been
for
right
that site?
for years.
For the last, well, we've been casting now together for 7 odd years, and over those last 7 years, the top floor has consistently been the worst defensive site by quite some way. Yet teams often insist on going there as their first site. It's very, very perplexing. Either way, Jalad, the first to fall. The Mozzie is offline. His gadgets are down, so it's not the end of the world, but you do lose a C4, and Hasham once again just finds himself in these very, very risky positions, but has been rewarded for it. A spray through the floor finds 1, guards into a second, stomping on the line, falls down 2. 2 of their 3 intel operators offline here for G2.
Yeah, G2 need to be learning here. They've got to be tracking down Hasham, finding his presence, finding where he is, and making sure that they're not going in and giving him the kills that he's waiting for, because so far, 2 rounds on the bounce, that has been the case. 4 versus 3 now. G2 not yet established inside of the map. There's nobody in the map at the moment. They just keep dying when they try to get in there. And having a look through, Hasham is still in 2nd floor, has not been chased too far away. He's in mining, so the reason I point that out is he's near red. He was near red stairs. He's now going to dip himself back deeper into the safety of those mine cars, train cars for the time being.
Mine cars.
I have the word mining in my head.
I mean, they could be mine cars, Tim.
I don't know.
It's next to the mining rooms. The trains are probably escorting mining goods.
Very possible.
I'll give you that one. Hasham 3-0 then after a pretty dismal performance on the last map as well. He has been kept relatively quiet by G2, at least historically, but here he definitely looks like a man who's inside of his castle. A bit of a quick swing on towards Alamar there, and he's like, what the hell just happened? Who tried to swing me? It was Trix, sat inside on the mirror. A shotgun at the ready for P9 here onto White Stairs. No one yet pushing onto him, but there is a player outside on the window who no doubt wants to get inside at some point and look to start moving through.
G2 just they're stalling out a little bit here. You've got Doki and Shaiko are up in top floor now. Alamau's just holding this door. Twisted Minds can keep playing around with positions like that white stairs door because they've got the extra map. And all the while, they're just eating time away from G2, who desperately need to find this next kill and won't. As Trix manages to pick up Doki, that's going to be the Brava gone. Alamau does get the trade. 3 versus 2. Track comes out.
Okay.
Absolutely beautiful shot from Shaiko. It was actually Alamau who got the kill. It looked on our screen as though he'd taken his man down, but no, he's still locked in behind mining. Hasham survives for now, but Alamau closes him out. This is actually a great comeback from G2, but again, they're being punished because they don't know exactly where everybody is. Guards, just get yourself out of there, man.
He could have played the clock there. I don't think he had to step up into pillars and go for a challenge, Tim. Let him step on forward.
He certainly didn't need to stand in the open.
I'm with Doki, straight in chat. What are you doing? Like, look, the guy's a sub. Doesn't play hyperactively anymore, but you would have expected him to slink away there, just hide for a little bit and wait for the clock to hit 0. You've got a player down. The other player has to start sticking the plant or has to come and pressure you, and he chose to pressure you, and the round was lost as a result. G2 get their first attack. You guys might see this one in chat in a minute, maybe. We'll find out. It was a good first kill for Hasham, and again, he keeps getting into these really high-risk positions and doing a lot of work.
He's doing a lot of damage to G2, and like I said, I think that's something something G2 need to learn from. We've got a couple of incidences there with Hasham, but also Shaiko running into pillar there, unaware of where guards was, and I think G2 just need to be doing a better job throughout the round of building this picture, building that intel. Where is everybody? It's difficult when Twisted Minds are going to be bringing operators like the Mozzie. This is not the first time that we've seen the Mozzie. It is going to create a little bit of starvation for you on that intel side of things, but they need to make sure that they are aware as possible. We've seen them run past Hasham in kitchen because it was late round and they'd not had a chance to drone again, maybe run out of drones at that point, and he completely shut down the round. We've seen them miss him in piano and he's punished them from there. We've seen Shaiko running into pillar, being taken down by guards from brown stairs, so just a little bit better intel game and awareness from G2 will go a long way, I think.
The first line scan coming out, tagging up 2, getting P9 and guards identified, who both summarily move away into a more safe position where they won't be able to get a nade thrown at them or tossed out in a different direction. Now Benjo's asking the right question here on towards white stairs. They're chasing him down here, Tim, but I'm not quite sure they're going to be able to catch up with him as guards has just disappeared all the way through the basement and there's no one to collect him on the other side.
Yeah, guards is long gone. He's going to look to get back up red stairs. He could maybe challenge across that mid floor again. I don't think he's going to want to go as far as the top floor because it'll leave him under that hatch, which will by now have been opened, so he's not going to be too keen on that. And guards at the minute can just kind of run them a merry tale. He is going to be tracked by the Deimos, so that's going to tell them where he is. Shaiko, he does a great job with that vendetta.
Doki's that little brother at school whose big brother is like 2 years above and goes around talking mad shit, can't win a fight himself, but he's always got big brother Shaiko, Alamau, everyone else to step up and do his dirty work for him. I think he's just playing in the chat. He's playing the mental game. Everyone else is playing Siege.
Yeah, exactly that. Doki's there at the minute just trying to, I think, get into the heads, especially picking guards out as the sub. He's had a couple of opportunities to bite at him. Shaiko manages to get another with the Vendetta. He's doing really well so far, taking down P9, leaving us now in a 5 versus 3 G2. A serious advantage as Benja finds Jalad underneath the hatch. And a second. Absolutely beautiful stuff from Benja. Just makes it look easy.
Did he just? Yeah, Shaiko with the close on the back. A flawless round for G2. And that's 2-1 on the attack, Tim. I did say earlier on that Twisted Minds were pretty good last time they played this map. Against Shifters, they won 5 of their own attacks, but you don't want to be coming into that second half knowing that you have to get a 5-1. And Doki, again, still keeping up with the mental warfare, piling on guards here, who he thinks is starting to wobble a bit.
So he's seeing an opportunity there, obviously. I think we're going to have a tactical timeout coming in from Twisted Minds here, so going to have an opportunity for them to have a chat. But yeah, look, I think, to be honest with you, for Twisted Minds, a 2-4 half, so 4-2 in G2's favour, it's not the end of the world for them here on defence. They've got a 71% win rate on attack. G2 have got a 76% win rate on attack. So 4-2 halves when you're on the defence is kind of the standard here. That's what we're looking for. Twisted Minds have taken the gamble. They've gone to the defense first. They're thinking if we can get a 3-3, then maybe we get the win there straight from that. But at the minute, all is good for both sides, I think. It's kind of just sitting into, like I said, I think we're going to see all 12 of this, maybe even more, and it really is just sitting into that at the minute.
I'll tell you what, this is an effective way of using attack timeout, is nearly half the lobby getting involved in all chat. Obviously, Doki is still cracking on and winding him up. P9 saying it's been 3 rounds and you've had no kills, bro. And Shyko steps in. It's a team game, which it is. Doki very much affirmative on that. Said, I can be 0-10 and we'll still win this game. My team don't need me. Yours need you. And it's looking that way, given G2 have started out strong. Attack timeout done. Let's see how we go in the second quarter, Tim. I'm just here to repeat what happens in all chat. That's all I'm here for.
Absolutely.
Mentally, I'm in that chat. Yeah. I'm in there. I pulled up a seat. I got some popcorn, Tim. I'm here for it.
Twisted Minds, they need at least one of the next 3, I think. A 5-1 will be, I won't say devastating for them, but I will say problematic. But I think, like I say, 4-2 in favour of G2 is a fair minimum standard for Twisted Minds here. We are expecting bigger things from them on the attack. So G2 this time going to be attacking. It is mining, so we will see all 4 sites as well. We did see top floor in that last round. G2, of course, winning everything but the kitchen so far. Let's see how they do on this mining site. It's always a tough one because you've got that external window directly into site, and it's always a little bit of an easy judgment for sites, isn't it? When you've got that direct external access, it tends to make it a little bit more difficult because you kind of immediately lose one of your sites.
So Benjamin must know that there's someone inside to his right here, but sure enough, he's straight in, into the walls, and Malusi. No. You're playing Snake, brother. You're playing solid Snake. Tricks, no problem, gets a freebie. Straight back on the scanner like nothing happened.
They lost Alamo along the way as well. I don't really know what G2 were thinking there. They're going to try and now get themselves into top floor, but Twisted Minds are just running all over them and no surprise whatsoever. It's like G2 have just kind of decided to play TDM in this round. They're just going to go in, jump in, see if they get the opportunities to take a gunfight here or there, and it has not paid off whatsoever. Twisted Minds punishing them brilliantly, and the problem with that is, like I said, it's a 4-2 minimum standard for me on Twisted Minds' side. So if they get this round, that's their minimum standard met. They've then got 2 rounds of an opportunity to get that 3-3 split that they're really looking for.
Granted, one thing I've just realised, he was sat in a mute jammer. That's why he didn't get the indication, and that's why he assumed it was safe. Although, of course, I had the inkling someone was sat there.
You should know that there's a mute on side.
Yeah. You can even probably hear it from that window, being
gotta
truthful
be,
as well, Tim.
You can't. Snake is a super powerful operator, but you cannot just take it as complete law that because his scanner says clear, that it is all clear. You know, there are counters there. This is Siege. Everything has a counter. G2 then losing the round. Twisted Minds pick it up. Great round from them. Absolutely no fear in them whatsoever. They were not rattled by the aggression. They go 2-2. Like I say, for me, that is now minimum standard met with that 70% attacking win rate in mind that they're going to enjoy in the second half. So one more round from them, and I feel like the gamble of defense first might just have paid off for Twisted Minds.
We shall see. We shall see. And what I will say is, you look at that last round and you go, wow, G2 are so bad. They lost 2 players for nothing. They were trying to do what many teams will try and do off the back of attack timeout, when you assume that the other side, having a conversation, formulate a plan of some kind. They try and find a way to right the balance again and get themselves back to winning ways. Best thing you can do, hit them hard and fast. Whether you call it a rush or just someone crouch walking up a stairway somewhere, or in this case, running straight in towards mining and hoping to get a kill. They were trying to disrupt them. And if it comes off, they look like absolute geniuses. I say this about G2 all the time. When they do certain things, they either look like the best team in the world or the worst team in the world. There is very rarely an in-between, but they commit to else whatever it is they agree is the go-to game plan. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and in that round, it did not.
I don't think Trix is looking for a jump out, but you never know. You never know with Twisted Minds. He double knocks it. You realise he's going to smash the glass as well, just to try and reduce the audio later in the round. So the opportunity is there. Look at this from G2, but the impact nade will get rid of a lot of the light screen and will expose the fact they went in. Stomping, not ideal. Taking down Doki, does manage to shoot through him and find Jalad at least. So that's 4 versus 3, but they have lost the shield, they've lost the sense, they've lost everything that was the plan for that attack.
Again, in another round, that's a genius play by G2. In this one, it's an absolute disaster. More the team kill from Stomping, I think. Otherwise, they're in off the back of the shield and able to support Alamau. At least he managed to convert it into a couple more. P9's there for the trade team, and despite it starting out real messy, they're back in a 2 versus 2.
They are, but Twisted Minds always seem to be the team at the minute that have that extra 10%. We've just seen it there. Great play by G2. They get in through court, move through red stairs, get that kill into Wedding. But where's that extra 10%? It's Twisted Minds swinging out a double door and getting the trade, keeping themselves in the 2v2, keeping themselves from being behind at a man disadvantage. That's an interesting position that is being held there. I don't think it's something G2 would expect. And we're going to have Shaiko just trying to work the wall from that red stairs side. Ping information is coming out. P9, real opportunity to move around. He's going slowly here. Don't think he gets heard. He desperately wants to get there. They're on drone. Stomping is an absolute freebie. Finds his man. And the second beautiful movement from P9. Twisted Rounds. They get the 3. And that is the gamble paying off. I feel like that's the minimum they needed there from taking defense first. Well, 2-4 not the end of the world. 3-3 is good for the gamble. 4-2 on their side will be phenomenal for them.
Especially after being down 2-1, I think, as well. Yeah. And for those curious, P9 every single round is still in chat reminding Doki he's got 0 kills so far. That hasn't stopped at all. And for all we said about the SMG earlier, Tim, he just rots up and got 2 wonderful headshots with it.
He did. Hit his shots that time. A little bit tough
Bro knows ball
sometimes, but gets the job done.
All right, 3-2. What a recovery that has been. I feel even if they lose this round here, they'll still feel like the half wasn't all that bad and it is still recoverable. Again, I'm very curious to see how that second half goes. They played it against Shifters. Admittedly, the competition was different. Their opponent was a very different team in terms of play style and arguably quality, and not all any offense there meant to Shifters. Just that G2 has said are one of the favourites here at this tournament. Do I think they can walk away with 5 rounds there? No. But can they get away with maybe 3 to see themselves over the line? Absolutely. Cat can be brought along by P9 in this round, an operator we haven't seen an awful lot of, despite being in the trap meta. Nicholas Thorne has just been so effective along with the Ella at slowing teams down. And sure, a good way of slowing teams down is by killing them with explosives. That also works pretty damn well too. And the thing I always say about a Cat can is once you're aware that there's 1 trap inside the map, well, you've got to look out for the other 4. And finding out where they are so you aren't late round wandering into those lasers and getting yourself blown up is quite important. So we'll keep an eye on where those get set up. Right now he's drone hunting.
Maybe he's heard. It's one of those where maybe he's just heard it driving around and you think there's one here somewhere. But the thing is, the drones are particularly important to the Capcom. The last thing he wants is to be watched putting those traps down, because it means that they don't have to go and find them. G2 will just know exactly where they are. That's not ideal. He'll be able to pick that up and just throw it in anyway. It wastes 5 seconds, but not the end of the world.
Yeah. Nothing too worries to get yourself beaten up about. Now, we've got a lot of utility in the form of the Capitale. You've already heard one of the fires coming out there onto Pixel to help them try and get control in towards Piano. There's no one tucked in that corner, though, so for G2, I guess you could say mission accomplished, even if the firebolt wasn't required or essential to get that one done. Otherwise, they're largely sat inside a cocktail. We've got one inside of storage. It's a Sham, naturally, who's tucked in tight right in the center of the map. I'm just waiting for G2 to progress. I'll tell you what, that's got some balls on him. And so has Guards here stepping out. You near that carbine ripping away, but doesn't quite find the kill on towards Alamau. But it's just a reminder, you're not safe even on the windows.
Yeah, G2 not really getting moving yet, but it's going to be Shaiko who tries to hit the accelerator. He's moving in through Cigar at the minute, and that's going to put the pressure on from the other side as we continue to see this fight from window as the utility is getting dumped in. Can Guards continue to survive? That's the question. His ADS is doing him well. It's Doki who manages to waddle through the middle of sight and find that opening kill. He's backed up by Shaiko, but Asham, led pro, manages to find him. Doki from 0 kills to 2 in a heartbeat. And that is going to be G2 taking control of the top floor.
Yeah, much better from Doki there. Capitalizing as well off the back of Shaiko. Trade play, never a bad thing. Yes, Shaiko died, but if your teammate is there to secure a kill in the seconds after when your opponent is low on bullets or has to reload, wonderful. He gets another Tim. Maybe I'll start stepping forward here to make it all fine if he carries on. Still 2 more to choose through though. Jalad and P9 hunkered down here on the second floor while G2 have got full top floor control and about 40 seconds to work with.
tries to take the drop there. I think he was getting a little bit overconfident with those kills he'd racked up. P9 does manage to find him. Benja onto Jalad means that P9 now in a 1v3, taking a little bit of chip damage. 1v2 as he predicts the movement, and Benja finds the shot, and he's got the pings, he's got the intel.
Does he know the spot? Does he know the spot? I'm not 100% sure that he does. Punches it out anyway, and now it gets swung onto Surely off towards his right-hand side. Can't find either man, and this is a big recovery effort for P9. Really thought he'd be able to catch the diffuser planter going down, but no. Alamau gets what he needs. G2 keep it at 3-3.
Just as tight as we expected going into the half then. 3-3, even spoils.
Holy shit, bro. These guys are insane, bro.
So stressful,
What I feel like what a stressful game. Let's see.
Move your mic a bit closer.
Monty Blitz.
No. We said Monty BB.
Right?
You
And
think,
just
bro?
play dark for the blitz.
Listen, this is my theory, right? We have so much time to talk. This is my theory. If we ban Monty BB, they can't play the BB and Cigar to nade KDS, to nade Vase.
I like this.
But they can do the Blitz Repel on stage to push Pixel. Shaiko and Zach need to be more ready for that. The Bakery Direct is stronger. The VIP OPK with the Blitz is stronger. We haven't practiced against those things in a long time.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, then look, if they don't put much BB there, like if you go kitchen, don't go kitchen around, okay?
Go
Do the kitchen
turtle,
turtle,
okay.
especially if you have the Azami. So like you can use the Azami coffee.
Are you sure? Because Kitchen Turtle with shield open, I like the C4 and Bakery with a Warden.
You can play the Warden
At the back, yeah, I can.
Okay.
I can play it. It's just not as strong, but I can play it.
Okay, Kitchen, Turtle, you might play the Cade, right? It's good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's good. You can, because then it denies the more direct attacks. Cades.
Map attack.
The last thing, guys, remember they are the two. If they're gonna play kitchen, of course, they probably have a Valkyrie cam for rotate mid-late round. You know, let's try to put some good drones in prep phase, something like in second floor or in the third floor stair, and we see if they are hard roaming a bit or not. If they roaming a bit, we can bring Tokaebi, we can try to kill this guy, and we can have the control of the Valkyrie cameras.
Okay.
If they hard turtle, just bring IQ and we deal with the camera, retake camera. Okay?
يلا اخوان ضربت له صحصحوا.
Let's go, guys.
شاب اللي رب الكوكتيل والاماكن هذه شاب دير بالكم من تبرا ودير بالكم من يعني حتى لو تحت رماد راح يسوون دبل رن اوت يحبون يطلعون الكوكتيل.
اوكي نقدر نلعب اثنين انا وهشوم.
بانز ميرا سولس. يس.
بانز ميرا سولس.
سولس اكيد.
ايه سولس.
Really interesting stuff there. I think especially on the G2 timeout. This is one thing worth stressing. Like, coaches don't have all the answers or the only opinion that's right in a team. And often you'll hear, I remember speaking to Super about this a couple of years ago, that relationship between coach and IGL is so critical for a team to be successful. And obviously Doki isn't the IGL, but still wanted to step in there with ideas and say, no, we should ban this because I can do that. It does enable this over there, but that's okay. I'm willing to take that. And so sure enough, that Monty and Blackbeard ban has come on through.
Okay then, let's see how G2 can do on the defense. At the minute, it is Twisted Minds who have been able to kind of come out on top of the stats-wise there. So both of these teams have about a 50% defensive win record on Cafe. So Twisted Minds, yep, they've just met their normal bar. But the reason they've come out on top there is because G2's normal bar for attacking is 76% win rate, which they have fallen short of. Twisted Minds at 71% now have an opportunity to come out and get more attacks than G2 did here. Can G2 stand up on the defense in the same way that Twisted Minds did? Round 7. And I think we're going to have at least 6 rounds left to go in this match.
Ooh, you reckon?
I think we're going to have at least 6 left to go.
I mean, a map 3 OT does sound very us, Tim.
It'd be very tasty.
And Medics, who I believe is observing this game as well. It's that combo. It always happens. Oh, it's Nova. Sorry, Nova. You're not in the OT club, I'm afraid. Okay, this game's over in 4 rounds, Tim. I'm joking, Nova. I'm sure we can get this one done all the way. Let's find out what happens then. We've got a lot of C4s that we're doubling in behind, including that Mozzie setup. So a lot of intel denial on the other side. Looking to make Twisted Minds slightly unsure of themselves and able to get a full scope of insight on what's happening throughout the map. And I can guarantee you Alamau's looking to be a little bit cheeky with that pulse scanner.
So Manning is going to be the first site for G2. We saw this held by Twisted Minds back in round 4. They were successful in their defense of it. G2 were a little bit wild in that round. That was the one where they kind of just threw themselves in through windows, and Benja went running in, trusting the Soliton radar, even though the Pulse was stood on top of a mute jammer, and G2 were punished very heavily for those mistakes. I'm not sure Twisted Minds are necessarily going to give them the same opportunities.
All that information you just saw Alamar being fed knows where a couple of players are, and they've already called that Hasham was coming in bottom white. A shot on towards him, and Stomping goes round, gets the kill, and then straight back up white he goes before the second player stepping in behind, which was Tricks to believe, can capitalise. Shaiko onto P9 as well. It's looking great so far for G2. They have completely shut this down, all off the back of that Pulse information.
Yeah, so solid coming out from G2. Could be a flawless start here. Stomping gets taken down by guards, so it won't be, but you just know that it is a matter of time. Okay, just straight away back in the old chat, continues it. Alamau is going to be the one to find the kill though, and that is going to be G2 taking their first defense. I asked the question, can G2 stand upon defense as well as Twisted Minds did? And it certainly looks to be the case so far in round 7.
That was just really straightforward and simple, wasn't it? And what I love, you see this a little bit on the attacking side. Interestingly, we saw it last time on this exact map, was when Falcons were playing it, and Leakafat was running around on the Snake, making use of the information to call to the team what to do, where to go, where players are, so on and so forth. And Alamau here, as the IGL, on that Pulse could see. There's a player on Repel, there's one that's just come in bottom white as well. Someone should swing him. I can't see a second player out there covering the doorway, therefore we know that he's exposed. And Stomping capitalizes beautifully. And from there, they fold like a deck chair, Tim. Great stuff from G2. Really effective defense. Twisted Minds will probably want to push that one out of their memory and say, right, go again. That was a car crash. We can do better than that. Yeah, that's it. You've got, you know, if you're a Twisted Minds fan, like I said, coming in here, you're maybe a little bit worried off the back of that, because I said they're kind of relying on that 71% attacking win rate that they've had previously. They've got the job done on defense. Now is the time to come out and close this out. But if they are unable to put up the same sort of numbers, they're not going to manage to do that. We've got G2 on a kitchen defense. Lineup is all pretty standard. Benja is going to be, for me, the key component. Tsuburai will be playing inside of VIP, almost certainly. We see him just moving himself over in that direction. And Twisted Minds, they better have a plan to get him moved. And Benja asking questions on towards the banner outside here. Jalad was the one who was marching on forward. Few seconds, arguably too early on his shots coming through. Benja doesn't quite connect onto the man. However, with the wall now being opened up, he gets a lovely line of sight all the way through down that corridor in towards the bottom of Brown, which starts to restrict the movement possibilities coming out from the side of G2. But Tim, not their gun capabilities. 2 kills towards Doki, who I'm sure is having an absolute field day here, as single-handedly dismantled this bakery push.
Yeah, he's going to absolutely love that. I don't know what's happened to Twisted Minds here in the second half of this one, but they have certainly taken their foot off the gas. I'm going to see them down now at 2 versus 5. Hasham, this is actually smart play. There's 2 minutes left. He's just holding his angle. He's hoping somebody gives him an opportunity, hoping that they give him something, give him a cheap kill. They're not going to. Doki goes to the peak and finds the kill.
Come on, drop it in chat, Doki. Please, please, entertain me. They're all going for him. Run away, Tricks! G2 are coming. Might get one freebie on the stairs by the looks of it. Now they've all backed away. They don't want to give him a chance to land a few nice headshots. But this round looks already over and done. Try as he might. There's a lot to do here, and arguably, Tim, that's the second attack that has been an absolute car crash for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, really not been good for them so far, has it? Undone this time by a Doki double to kick things off. Guards and P9 both taken down very, very quickly. And again, Twisted Minds just unable to get themselves into the building. Like I say, this looks night and day different from the team that we saw in the first half. They got a good job done. They shut down what has been historically a very good G2 attack on Cafe, but they just aren't able to get it done themselves. It's like one of them. They've rolled the dice. The first 6 has landed by getting that 50% first half on defense, but now that second dice, it's just tumbling towards a 1, Des.
It's not looking good, is it? It's really not. Time, of course, correct, boys. You can't afford to have another car crash attack like the previous. Otherwise, you go into the last quarter with a 3-round deficit and all 3 sites being absolutely terrible for you in terms of attacking success. Now, Tim, we are going to the top floor. If they're going to win any sites, you would anticipate, predict that this would be the one they'd find some success in. It's a bit more direct. It's a bit more to the point than the other sites. So there's less that you have to chew through. Have to be wary, of course, of those potentially playing downstairs. It's where a Solus would be a bit of a threat. But with that banned away, Twisted Minds aren't going to be too bothered about it.
Stomping on the Warden. I'm going to keep an eye on him and see exactly where he plays that one. I think he'll be maybe out towards Pixel, just looking to support Benja, who is currently inside of Piano. Or maybe could be towards White Stairs, I guess, but at the minute just going to lock himself in Freezer and get on those cams, feed intel back into his team. Twisted Minds just having a look at the way they've shaped up. They're actually all around at the moment. They've got Jalad moving on to the Heaven Rappel. They've got Guards and Hasham P9 all over on the Piano side. So kind of a bit of everything going on. The question is, can they get into the map successfully? That's been the big failure so far.
Well, this is the thing. There's like, what, 3 players on G2, all staring down towards Piano. You can see we've got Benja, of course, stomping that we saw earlier, and Shaiko with a C4 waiting below for just the right moment to collect his man, and also hoping to find someone. I thought actually by the looks of it from the window, but not quite enough being exposed. Now they'll be able to get inside. Red should be in their control, unless Shaiko's got something to say about it, of course.
Yeah, mostly up onto the rooftop. Jalad has given up that Heaven window as well, which gives Alamau a little bit more freedom. Doki's the one in an interesting position at the minute, playing right underneath that skylight. Will be spotted out, manages to take down the Twitch drone, but also does he decide it's time to relocate? He's actually gone back into position after taking that drone out.
Ooh, and this is what I mean. Look, Shaiko said could try and work his way towards Red, and he's going for just that. They're aware of it, though, and of course no C4 in back pocket. I've just noted 6 barbed wires they've got inside Tim. Really trying to stop either side moving around, but there we go. It's Benja to full first, the Thorn offline.
The Dokubi call went in from Twisted Minds, but there was no real movement on the back of it. There was no real push to try and take any ground. Yes, they've got themselves an opener a little bit later. Benja was playing aggressively. He was kind of asking for that, but G2 otherwise has still just dug into sight, and I just question that use of the Dokubi call. No real movement, no real ground gained off the back of it, and now you've got to wait for this second one to come in.
It's time for me as well, Tim, that's slowly starting to wear down. They've got this man advantage, but that clock becomes a 6th man for the defenders. Do they know one's back in? They know Doki's got back here. Steps out for the window, but either way, it wouldn't have mattered. Tim, there was a player off towards his right inside a cigar shop. They could have seen him finished off, and it's a Shom to collect that. 5v3. Surely Twisted Minds can't lose this one.
Time is going to be the factor here. Jalad manages to walk up White Stairs, and I'll bet that speeds things up a bit. Shaiko onto P9. Shaiko onto Guards. How many more times am I going to say his name? That's going to be another one down. Tricks. Shaiko will be downed himself. Alamau is effectively 1v2 though. This is doable for him with only 15 seconds left to go. He's got Shaiko feeding him intel as well. He knows where they're pushing from. He finds it, and it becomes a 1v1. There's damage taken.
He got shot by the one, but down on the deck and behind him. Jalad has hunted him down. It's not going to be a 6-3. 5-4's the way it goes, and Twisted Minds, after almost giving up that round to Shaiko's 3k, Jalad keeps him going. Wow.
Brilliant stuff we are having in this matchup. Twisted Minds needed a round. They needed it desperately, and I think they need another one. They don't want to give G2 2 match point opportunities. I feel like it might just be a little bit too much to come back from. G2, they were playing with a lot of confidence coming into that round. Maybe that's just been tempered a little bit. Doki was running round at barricades, his usual self on defense, but it might just slow things down. Him and Benja, I think, both got a little bit over-aggressive there. Peeks onto windows, moving out into Piano, and just really being punished by Twisted Minds. So that leaves us 5-4, and we're going to have G2 move back to mining.
Oh, he must have... He obviously assumed he was going to round in towards bar, and again, it's a hindsight 2020 thing. He thought he'd come through the bar door, was ready for that angle, didn't realise he was being pursued, in hot pursuit by Jalad with the pistol.
He was on a Rooney. Imagine if he turned and give him the punch as he was running through the door. Been great.
It would have been phenomenal, but no cigar. We are instead going down into mining and fireplace, Tim. Find ourselves going here a little bit earlier on. Alamau once again is going to jump across onto that pulse. It was so effective last time around, and unfortunately not able to catch away the drone there. Shaiko will put one on the main door regardless. Any coming on through, well, they get themselves sniffed out pretty quickly. So Alamau's the one my eyes are on, admittedly, keeping an eye on that pulse scanner again because they got so much value out of it last time around, and I suspect it's going to be more of the same. I'm not even sure that Twisted Minds really understood what was going on. Maybe they just thought it was assumed aggression coming out from G2, whereas in fact it was very highly informed.
Benja's Ooh, I was going to say he's still got that nitro ripped and ready. He's actually going to get it out again, and this is the right time because Hasham is up there now. I think he's waiting for the sound cue of maybe a Claymore going down. He is indeed. Out it goes, but Hasham, alert to the danger, dips away, sees his man. Opportunity there. Benja really gets away with one.
Kind of giving Hasham the Hasham treatment, isn't he?
Yep.
Absolute aggression. C4 coming out, stepping up to peek onto the window as well. Doesn't want to let him be comfortable for even half a second. But given he's got away with nothing there, he's now going to have to resort to stepping back at least a little bit. Phone call comes on through. 4 players tagged up, but it's probably a little bit too early for that one, Tim. As for the rest of Twisted Minds, no real movement is made.
P9's going to take the drop on Snake, gets himself into top red and can look to start aggressing down towards site. I think that's going to be the angle that he looks to hold. Just looking across the side of G2, nobody now on that top floor, so Twisted Minds are able to go in and get control of that should they wish to. Start to use a little bit of verticality. They don't actually have too much on side that can open up anything. It's going to have to be more of a lateral push here.
I'm also wondering on where a few of these G2 players are, but they'll need a little bit more. Of course, the Soliton going to be excellent for getting a sniff on what's going down, as well as the phone call available to Jalad. But of course, earlier on, we also saw a mute jammer get in the way the first time of G2. It could still yet do the same here. The first call onto Benja was blocked by that jammer. So it might not be a case of, again, as we said before, relying entirely on what you see from the intel.
Shaco manages to find the first. That's onto Shasham. Not ideal for Twisted Minds here. Like I said, they really need to be winning this round. Stompin manages to pick up P9 as well. 5 versus 3. Jalad battling left and right. Just misses his shots. Unfortunate for him. Continues to try and fight. Doesn't know where he'll be pushed from. Stompin, Shaco, another one each. A double kill for both of them. 5 versus 1. It's all up to guards. It's on the sub's shoulders. Otherwise, G2 are going to get 2 chances to close this out and qualify to the final stage of the Salt Lake City Major.
Come on, Doki, back on the keyboard. This is normally your time to shine when your team's in a 5 versus 1, and not there you go. I knew it was coming. Well, look who it is. It is indeed Guards, who more often than not has found himself left alive in these 1vx situations. 10 seconds left here, and this one is going to be done. It's 6-4, Tim. That means for G2, 1 more round, and they will be on our live stage on Friday. They get to have a holiday for a few days now.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You know, it's that early qualification, isn't it? Gives you a chance to plan, to prep, to put all the work in, to watch, of course, the other teams and see exactly who's doing what, who's in form, where are they playing, and where is working, where's not. I'm sure Romalio will be grateful of that time to sit, plan, and prep. So, G2, 6-4. Twisted Minds just taking the opportunity at the end of that to have a quick 20 seconds as a team and have a chat, see if they can maybe get something in the pipeline that's going to help them get this next couple of rounds over the board. But you really do feel G2 have a huge advantage here. They've been, I said, Twisted Minds had a good defense by going 3-3 and shutting down that good G2 Cafe attack. You felt like they'd given themselves a real platform to build from, but G2 have just said, you know, look, we can do it even better than that. And they've come in and looked really, really solid.
They have. They started out a little bit ropey at the beginning of the series. It's been nothing but a battle back through since then. And I don't want to say an outright dominant one, because the Twisted Minds, they've still played relatively well. I'd say here we've seen them struggle a little bit, same as back on Chalet. But nothing that I look at and go, oh, these boys are in trouble here. They might not be able to make it to our main stage. I think with how they've played so far throughout the tournament and played, especially on the first map of this series, they've more than made a claim to say that they deserve to be on that live stage on Friday here in Salt Lake City. And they've still got another, 2 chances after this in which to do it? A best of 3 tomorrow and potentially a best of 3 on Wednesday to do it.
I think there's a very good chance that we see them there. I agree. I don't think Twisted Minds will lose too many opportunities. They're certainly not generally, you know, sort of nervous or that kind of team that's going to miss for the big occasion. But, well, G2, as we keep saying, one of the favourites coming into the tournament. Everybody's been saying it. Coaches, players, supporters, everybody at home. You know, everybody is thinking the same thing. So to lose here, Twisted Minds is not the end of the world. But look, there are 2 rounds left yet. There is nothing lost until it is done. We know this about Siege. Twisted Minds, it's time to get it done. They've got the Sense, they've got the Capitao, they've got Glass, Raura, they've got an absolute ton of utility to throw at G2 in this round. The pressure is all coming towards Bakery at the moment. It's going to be Doki tasked in that position to try and hold on.
Future of the utility first. Still got a glow canister on the other side that hasn't yet been dealt with either. That's what I thought they were going for with a potential nade bounce. And sure enough, it does get tagged out, taken away. Now got to wait for that to burn through before they can even think about moving on forward from here. Last time round, Doki was the one who got that absolute massacre onto the double door. Surely you'd hope Twisted Minds don't fall foul to the same thing twice.
That's smart from Shaiko. They've played the Rauro panel onto the wall. The Dom panel does its job. They don't expect him there. He's walked under it before it came down. Brilliant stuff as he manages to get the opener onto Jalad. Thinks about continuing fighting. Stomping. Gets P9. We do see Shaiko taken out at the same point. Guards with a kill onto Doki. He's going to love that one. 3 versus 3, Des.
Oh boy, it's still savable for Twisted Minds. They've still got a bit of utility to play behind. They've still got the players and the guns online. But for G2, I was going to say the one upstairs in Benja would have been pretty crucial, but now that he's gone down, they've lost that little side factor they had to be able to bring in the round. Just Alamau and Stomping inside of sight against the 3 on the other side. They've, of course, got this Soliton. They can get the scan through. They see where those players are. Surely with 60 seconds, Tim can get it done, but oh no. Alamau gets the first, and the second comes in as Sean finding this one onto Alamau for the trade. Can Stomping clutch up big? 1-0.
Doki's called it already. It's a 1v1. It's against guards. This could go very wrong or very right. Stomping, we know, has got the ability, but guards, he picks him up. He silences Doki for another round, and that is going to be all 12 as a minimum, Des.
Probably be some question marks back from Twisted Minds there. Stomping just getting a little bit too comfortable, assuming the guards wasn't going to move and wanted to reposition himself on the prep window. But, as we saw, a bit too mobile and catches them off guard. You said, Tim, you thought we might see 6 rounds. We've seen 6. Will we see any more?
Twisted Minds have still got a job to do. Their fans cannot get too excited yet. I would say G2 have been the better team in this second half on the whole, and it came down to a 1v1 in round 11. But they continue to fight. They continue to dig deep. They continue to show us. I love this player from Shaiko, by the way. Yeah, the Dom panel going on the door and just getting underneath it quickly. They really didn't expect him to be in there. I think if he wins that second fight there, maybe that's the difference maker for the round. But it was well played by Twisted Minds to win out that gunfight. So heading into round 12 we go. It all comes down to this. We either get a win for G2 or we get a few more rounds of this beautiful game. It's going to be reading that G2 try to hold on to.
Alrighty. And much of the same that we've seen before, that Fenrir becoming quite a staple. And that Kai not being banned away an awful lot at all by Twisted Minds is making its return. That will make this upstairs a bit tougher to work their way through. But we've seen Twisted Mind a few times, Tim. They've not even bothered bringing along a Hibana. They don't care about the range breach. They care just much more about having the right utility for smashing their way through the map. And of course, getting the close when it comes to the sharp end of things. So, keep an eye on those C4s. Keep an eye on G2 being busy. Most importantly, keep an eye on Twisted Minds. All this information on side once more.
Not an ideal start for Doki. Jalad takes him down. And it's interesting, Twisted Minds here have recognised the sheer volume of electrical equipment that they're going to be facing. And they've brought along Kasham on the Brava. He's going to be looking for that bulletproof camera. He's going to be looking for the laser gates. He's going to be looking for all that gadgetry that he can find. The FNATs are going to be the big target. Stomping manages to level things up, and that's a big loss. The Dokkaebi call goes with them.
I was going to say, that was the big one. The fact that it's the Dokkaebi removed, just lets other players on the side of G2 now play more aggressively around the map, knowing that they aren't going to get a call coming through and then get jumped on by 2 or 3 players. There is still the Deimos available. There are those tracks in the back pocket of P9, but even he's nearly finished off there. Tim, a couple of shots coming his way. For now, still standing. Twisted Minds looking a little bit rattled.
A little bit of go time there on the back of the Deimos scan. We see the silhouette in the distance drop. That was Alamau forced the way down the hatch. And it means that top floor is all up to Stomping, who's going to drop himself as well. So Twisted Minds now have control over the top floor. 1 minute, 10 seconds left to use it. They get aggressive out towards White Stairs, trying to see if they can get anything through the drone hole. They will not, but P9 does manage to find Benja. 3 versus 4 now. G2 try to hold on. They don't want anything extra here. They want to get it done here and now. Track continues to come out. They are making life a real misery right now for G2 or Twisted Minds.
A C4 available for Shaiko. I was going to say dancing around pillars. I don't think he'd have known, but there was a player hovering above him. C4 comes out but doesn't find what he needs. Instead, he's the one who's found out. Hasham brings it to a 4v2, and surely, Tim, this game now only goes one way.
You really think that's going to be the case, don't you? Alamau waiting though. Stompin manages to get one taken down. Trade from Hasham, and there it is. Guards with the final kill, and we're going to overtime, Des.
G2 will be kicking themselves. This felt like a game that they could have had sewn up a long time ago. But Twisted Minds have battled back through. It looked over those last couple of rounds like we might be asking a bit too much. But they've got it done. G2 on the defense, Twisted Minds on the attack. The sides don't really matter, Tim, because we've seen a perfect 3-3 split. G2, Romario stepping in with attack timeout at the start of OT.
Yeah, you don't see this too often, do you? The overtime tactical timeout, but I think this could be really valuable. I've spoken already about Romalio's success in tactical timeouts, so coming in now and giving the team that intel, giving them that blueprint for the future, for the rounds that they're going to play, I think this could be really impactful for them.
This would be a case, I imagine, of just figuring out exactly how to approach it. There's only 3 rounds that you've got to worry about. This is prime time to talk about, right, here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to go to this site. We're going to play this operator. We're going to do it like this. This is the time for the very specific instructions that often we've seen coaches at previous events given. Sometimes it can be more about the vibes, you know, calm down, guys. Let's take it one round at a time. We see those kind of timeouts sometimes as well. But here, I think it's more specific instructions because G2 shouldn't have let it come back to this. 3 of the last 4 rounds being won by Twisted Minds. G2 had every opportunity to see it over the line. And now they could yet be in a position to lose out and have to carry on fighting tomorrow.
It's certainly not to put, you know, the whole round on one thing. It wasn't the case back in the last round, but G2 really need to not be losing somebody in the first 15-20 seconds. You know, that was really not ideal. Doki being taken out so quickly and leaving them in the 4v5. But more importantly here, Twisted Minds have really got themselves some momentum over the last couple of rounds. They're the ones that have won 2 on the bounce heading into overtime. G2, they're going to be defending Kitchen. If we have a look at what happened previously, they won it back in round 8. Twisted Minds won it in round 11, so 50-50. Just like everything else in this match.
Well, sadly, Tim, at round 15 can't be 50-50. It has to go one way or the other.
You know it's going to 15.
I get the feeling it is.
The whole thing is going to come down to 1 round.
But we also assumed that back in the Enterprise Falcons game earlier after 5-1 defensive halves, and then we saw Enterprise win the attack in round 13. So we could yet see a surprise coming out of either side. Let's see, though, what happens. Trix taking some early shots there. Not finished off, of course, but it's a nice reminder for himself that G2 like to play aggressive as well.
G2 have actually... They do, but they've given away the rest of the map. So there's going to be no challenge on 2nd or 3rd floor here from G2. Stompin, however, manages to find one big loss with Hasham taken away. It's the Ram, so they're going to lose a lot of their vertical capability. In fact, all of it. They're going to be limited completely to DMRs. That is bad news for Twisted Minds. How can they adapt? How can they overcome? What is going to be the answer?
Like you say, DMRs is really the play at this point, though. I think you just don't even bother going vertically. You try and look to go laterally instead. The challenge here being actually getting inside the building is proving to be a little bit of a frustration point. You've got Bendra's watching off towards Y, Alamar's watching restaurant and lobby, and then of course Doki and Stompin are keeping an eye on what's going on in bakery with Shaiko just hovering around red stairs. So they've got really good coverage of what's going on. Shalad looking for something, has a phone call available. Might not be a bad shout to use it a little bit sooner rather than later here. As last round he died before he got a chance to use any of them.
God's just going to hold his position, but he might be challenged by Alamau in a second. However, Alamau looks around, sees the man, finds the kill. Trix taken down. Jalad tries to move out. Does find... Oh, he's a bit of a wild spray, though. He has to dip back into safety while Alamau finds another elsewhere. 5 versus 2. G2 look like they're going to be the one with 2 opportunities to win this one.
And we got all the phone calls available, Tim. Would really love to see one of those coming out. At least wins the fight onto Benja. Now there's a second off towards his right, the other side of Coat. Feels like you might be asking a bit too much of Jalad and guards here to be able to win a 2 versus 4.
Shaiko, Alamau both low health though. G2 need to be cautious here. They don't want to be giving any gunfights away for fun. Guards, he's going to be holding a tight angle through sight. Maybe have a look, see what they give you. Do they want to give you anything for free? Absolutely not. Guards taken down to about 10 HP now, and it is not looking good for Twisted Minds. Minds, they continue to try to fight at distance. Jawad even having to be very careful. That barbed wire could have been the end of him. It wouldn't have taken much. He's going to relocate, look to push down red, maybe see if he can get anything going into sight. A smart light screen there is just going to block off and force a little bit of movement from G2.
Shaco's tucked himself away beautifully, and it's in the right time. I tell you what, this man's had some magical moves around Small Bakery this game. You love a toe shot, Tim. Shaco finally finished off, but not before the damage has been done. Stomping with the closing kill. G2 up to match, series, and live stage points.
They get 2 opportunities as well. Of course, if you get that advantage of winning the first overtime round, then you get 2 bites at the cherry. Twisted Minds go on to the defense. Let's have a look at what site they are going to choose. I think probably Kitchen. They won that twice. 100% win rate. The others they did lose on. Yes, it is going to be Kitchen. We see on our other screen that they do choose to go down to that ground floor. So what did G2 do here? We just saw Twisted Minds lose Ram early in the round, choose to attack without verticals, and it did not really go in their favor. Will G2 take that full map control that we usually expect on Cafe? Sweep down from top floor. Use the snake to get that scanner out. Move quickly and take control before opening things up. I have a look at the line out at the minute. It may change. We've got the sledge being brought along. I was going to say it doesn't look like they're going for verticality, but as I say that, it looks exactly like they're going for verticality. Ram and sledge brought in.
I think you probably have to, because you and I have cast Twisted Minds a couple of times now throughout this tournament, and we know that Hasham is a nightmare, Tim. You can't pin him down. Loves to be aggressive around the map, and Scott Boss being the perfect operator for it. G2 know that he's going to be somewhere above them, and the last thing you're going to be doing is focusing on hitting sight as someone is peppering you from above and making your life difficult. So I think getting in towards the map here and making use of what they brought along to clear their way through is perfect. They've actually got so much vertical utility on side. Of course, the sledge and the ram, like you said, Tim, but also that fuse making a return once again. Last time around, it was there to deal with a lot of the Goyo canisters and the gadgetry inside the sites itself. I just really hope this time around that we do check on drones where players are hiding.
Yeah, that's a big one for G2. I said it at the time, I'll say it again. Their intel game wasn't always on point. We saw a number of mistakes from just being unaware of players' locations. So G2 need to make sure that they do their due diligence and make sure that they're aware of everything going on ahead of them. Going to have the entry coming in through Reading Door. I think it's going to be Doki looking to get in through there. But the droning will continue on that top floor. Have they spotted Hasham? That is the big one. We will hear the call go out as Dorkaby looks to push forward. Hasham has to drop a little bit further back, but the fact that he's staying in this position on his belly again suggests that he hasn't yet been droned, and that mute jammer could be crucial. G2, are you walking into a big problem?
They know. I swear they know that he's on white stairs. He's been here before. He's played this position. He's given them a spot of bother. I think they're just going to know. They might not be able to see everything because of the jammers that you can see scattered around. It was actually what Hasham used.
He's gone anyway. He's gone.
I was going to say he used the jammer there to be able to disable the call off immediately and then get himself laced straight back down. Here he's in the bunker spot that he was in last time around before he eventually TP'd over, got himself into that back corner, and there we go. That second shot probably going to be dealt with shortly.
Yeah, so G2 have got the top 2 floors in their control now. They're a little bit behind time here. We'd expect to see the verticality kicking off about the 1 minute 30 mark. It was 1 minute 20. So let's just keep an eye on that timer and see how we go. If we find ourselves in the last 5-10 seconds of the round, then that might just be coming back to bite G2. P9 is still in position in VIP. Another one to watch. Does manage to find the kill on the reverse angle onto Benja. Twisted Minds holding on. Hatch is going to be open, but if they want to plant in Freezer, they need to clear P9 out of VIP.
Probably a good time here to get some of those huge charges down. Just force the defenders to move, if nothing else. Clear out any final bits of utility. But Alamar, I think, is already thinking about this drop. Pleased to know and pleased to report that Hasham is not sat in the corner of bunker waiting for him this time around. There are smokes they've had to worry about. Last one has come out. There is a C4 still available as a swing comes in from P9. Does hit Doki, but thankfully, Tim, the range on that shotgun, maybe not quite what it once was.
Flash goes down and allows Doki to aggress, but there's not much of a plan for dealing with VIP from G2 again. It was just down to one man and a 50-50 gunfight, which they lost. Kill after kill comes in from Twisted Minds. It's been a really nice defense. They have been just entrenched in these difficult positions. Stomper manages to find one, but that will be all it is. An exit frag and nothing more. A consolation as we go all the way to 15.
It's just a classic, isn't it? Two EU teams fighting for a scrap on the live stage, and it takes all 3 maps, all 15 rounds. It felt throughout this map like G2 typically had the edge, but Twisted Minds just keep on doing what they do best. Being a little bit crazy and keeping the other side always asking questions. Where the bloody hell is Hisham? Is Jalad going to pop off this round? Can we stop guards? There's so much to worry about. And now we're going to set up a defense in Fireplace and Mining. G2 choosing that as their last hope of qualifying here and now with a flawless record to the live stage. The Twisted Minds may have something to say about that.
I tell you what, the old chat's quietened down the last couple of rounds.
I wonder why. I do wonder why. I mean, 1, Doki started getting kills, and 2, guards is pretty much up there as well.
It's certainly quietened down.
It's getting serious.
As these two have locked in, laser focus towards this. It all comes down to it. We saw Clubhouse, Twisted Minds won 7-2. We saw Chalet, G2 answered back with a body blow, 7-3. And now on Cafe, 7 apiece. The winner and the live stage spot to be decided over just 1 round. What's the chances of it coming down to a 1v1 Doki versus guards?
I think, Doki guards or Doki P9?
Doki P9, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, I'll take either. We've had guards versus stomping, so I'll say P9. That's what I want my money on, Tim. I want to see a Doki P9 to close it out. All right, we've got Alamal back on that pulse. I spoke to Death about it already. This is the 3rd time we've seen it on this map. Used it excellently to destroy 3 players on the side of Twisted Minds as they approach from the south side of the building, just like you see in P9 do now. But I'd imagine on the other side, Twisted Minds are a little bit more wise to it by now. They've got the inkling, they've got the understanding about what it is that G2 are doing to be so effective at dealing with them and won't let them get away with it again.
Stompin tasked with holding that top floor. He's supported by Doki, who's over in bar. And he's going to drop away very quickly, actually. So that's going to leave Doki the only one now up on that top floor. Maybe an opportunity for Twisted Minds to get aggressive. Needs to be careful here. Benja steps out and nearly takes a lick of damage. Will just manage to avoid those bullets, but he knows that they're playing on the half roof. Are they aware of Shaco's position? He's done it so well so far. Cropping up in these little surprise positions. You know he wants a bit of it. He sees the man.
Sees the gun, Tim. And that kind of gave him away there. A little bit too trigger happy, I think, and it has bit him at least a little bit. Lesion. The Shaiko working back down red stairs. Of course, able to do so much from that angle. He assists Benja inside of Train. Also able to help out inside of Small Bait, where he's had so many excellent plays so far in this game. And I think given the opportunity, he'll pull off another wonder, an absolute blinder inside of there, and potentially end this for Twisted Minds, who have got a couple of players dancing around that part of the map.
Sean's been holding that angle for a long while now.
C4 attempt.
Selma charge will be successful despite being electrified. As long as you get it on the surface next to it, it will be fine. And that's going to open the hatch up above Benja. Going to force him to just be a little bit more cautious in his movement here. He's in the train car at the minute. He's going to continue to hold his position.
So low. 1 HP may yet prove to be enough. P9 working his way down just above him, but it's stomping to fall first. This is not looking good, Tim.
Oh, you've got Stomping down, you've got Shaco low health, they're going to chase him down, find the kill, 5 versus 3. This could be a huge moment for Twisted Minds. They could be heading through to the next phase of the Salt Lake City Major. The Goo Mines are still doing their job, Des. They're still frustrating, they're still slowing down, but with 30 seconds left to go, Benja manages to find one onto Hasham. This is far from done. There could be another twist in a tale full of twists.
This battle over red stairs is absolutely huge. I was going to say Trix is coming down to join from above, and he's the one who's found Benja. A 4 versus 2. Who's going to be the hero? Alamal with the pistol for 1. Doki now finished off. Alamal's got to find 4 in the round. Otherwise, it's Twisted Minds going on through. What a shot. Gets rid of Jalad. Defuse now going down. C4 in back pocket, but it's up on the table, Tim. I don't think he'll quite find his man. No, he will not. Alamal's got to win a 1v2 post plant. And I don't quite think Tim has got enough time to do it.
He made such a good effort of that pulse play underneath, predicting the drop from the hatch. Almost found the C4 in the right position, but couldn't do it. He's on the pistol, he's sticking, he's committed, he sees the man, but he's cut down, and it's Gorbs to finish it off. Twisted Minds are our first team who qualified to the next phase of the Salt Lake City Major. What a game of attrition that was. They dug deep, and they found the win in round 15 of map 3.
Can I remind everyone of one very important fact? I'm just going to watch this play out. You ever seen them videos of like two dogs other side of a gate that are like, "Arr!" and then the gate opens and they both just go dead silent? That was Hisham just then. But that was a wonderful reminder of what more you can see between these two. No doubt we'll see it much more during stage 1. We'll see it plenty more in the future. But that's been a fantastic game. The reminder again, Tim, they're playing with a sub. Guards has been phenomenal. The whole team has. We'll go to a break when we come back. Well, a little more chats about that one.
It is Twisted Minds, a 3-map thriller, and they beat G2 in overtime. Hajom, you ran out of the room, right out of the victory. You were screaming down the hall. Adam, tell me about that moment as you were just sprinting across the hall.
Because he talking shit a lot on social media. So I just say that, Alimo. And he talk, we win because of the ping and blah, 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 and like this. But we see now, when we had good ping like them, they can't beat us.
And you're doing it with a sub, right? Dove couldn't make it. You have guards here instead. How's the team chemistry? How are things going, Trix?
I mean, personally, I think guards can still fit with us well because like before the email, we were playing with guards like for the SLC, so he fit in perfectly. Honestly, we quickly adapted to it.
Amazing. Well, you guys are on your way to the main stage already, just like that. Flawless so far through SLC. We'll see them on the main stage.
I have one thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah. And don't try to piss us off because when you do that, it's not good for you. And I think Shaku is washed. He tried to play Ayana, Finka. Bro, he can't help his teammate. I don't know what to say.
You know what? We'll leave it at that. Back to you guys.
Hello?
Hasham becoming another villain in the scene. I'll take it. But as you've heard at the end there, they're saying, look, in a zero ping environment, all things being equal, G2 are ass.
By 1 round.
By 1 round. I really want to stress that point. It was by 1 round. It was a very close affair, but
it was a great performance. It was a great game. It was a great performance from both teams. It wasn't about anybody losing anything. It was about teams coming out and winning rounds. Twisted Minds have earned their place, moving on to the next phase. Who would have thought that, I don't think many people will have that on their predictions that Twisted Minds would have been the first to qualify. A huge performance from them, and they should be very, very proud of what they've achieved.
Totally. And G2 themselves have got to kind of pick themselves up and go again on this one. But that's enough about that series. We've got another banger coming up for you very, very soon. FaZe coming up against Wildcard. What a series that's going to turn into. And in case you're curious on what maps we're stepping into, it's Chalet, Consulate, and Fortress. Big maps there, Tim. I've seen FaZe on Fortress. They're pretty formidable.
Yeah, it's going to be tasty. I think Wildcard are going to have their work cut out for them on that group of maps, if I'm honest.
Put any team name in the place of Wildcard against FaZe, and they've got their work cut out for them, Tim.
Yeah.
Never going to be an easy one. But we'll let your casters for that series talk to you more about it after a break. We're done for the day, Tim. I'm going to watch this one with you guys. So catch you very soon. Back in just a few minutes.
Well, I do not envy us, Ollie, needing to follow up that banger we just had between G2 and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds just barely taking it 2-1, 8-7 on the final map. Yet I somehow think this series maybe won't match it, but I think it can come close.
It should do, shouldn't it, really? We have got some juggernauts of the scene ahead of us right now. We've got FaZe, we have got Wildcard, who, let's be honest, just seem to keep coming alive at these international events. And I mean, FaZe, two-time world champions, they just don't really need much of an introduction at this point.
I mean, FaZe don't really come alive at the international events. They just kind of clock in, clock out. Even if they struggle in the domestic league, they still find a way to show up. We want to show the maps one more time, though, because there's a lot to talk about here, mainly in that both of these teams getting very high preference maps, but also Wildcard have let not just a good map for FaZe, they have let FaZe's best map slip through the ban phase.
10-2 is the current record that FaZe hold on Chalet. One of those losses came inside of kickoff. Now, that's all in the last 6-month span as well. So contextualize that. There hasn't been tons and tons of Siege played for all teams inside of the past 6 months. It just so happens that FaZe have kind of been at everything that's important throughout that, mainly SI.
And that second loss that you mentioned in the past 6 months was 6 months ago, was at like the absolute top of that range. So this is FaZe's absolute best map, something they brought into the pool leading up into Boston, and over the past year has not only become one of their best maps, one of the most banned maps against them. On the other side, Wildcard for Consulate, they played this once in the past 6 months, I'm pretty sure, all the way back against M80 in Munich. And it was a great victory. It was a 7-2 victory, but it's only one play in past 6 months. We have Chalet coming right up, though, because I just need to get into this, to be honest with you. 10-2 record, Wildcard's confidence letting this through. Whatever they have prepped, whatever they have in store, they've got to live up to some lofty expectations if they're letting that kind of confidence through.
50-50, almost on the social vote as well. That's pretty impressive. I mean, I don't know that everyone knows that this is a 10-2 map for FaZe. Maybe we should spread the word on that just a little bit more. Obviously, the flip side of that is FaZe have played it a lot of times. So there is a hell of a lot of tape out there on them for this specific map. And there are some very key ways and some serious player patterns that they've started to develop because there's been a lot of exposure on Chalet at this point. So if Wildcard have done the homework, they could see themselves with a couple of nice little counter plays here. That being said, we do often see teams go on and have incredible runs across maps over good periods of time, and there's not really too much that people can do about it.
And a great example is FaZe. Back when it was in the pool, Oregon was their best map, and I mean, what are you really going to do? Like, you can ban Oregon against them, but it's also Oregon. Pretty much everyone is going to think they feel comfortable on that map, and FaZe at one point, I think, had like a 15-2 record on it. But this is what I was curious about, because you talk about player tendencies. FaZe actually don't have a lot of clear preferences on this map. They like to play the shield. They like to play the disruption ops. But aside from one funny player preference that I'll mention later, the only other one is Cyber likes to play 2 info ops. He likes to play Deimos, but his most picked op, albeit just by one, is the Solid Snake. And that's what I was curious, where Wildcard want to leave Cyber in possession of the Soliton scanner, and I just think the answer to that question has to be no.
No, going to be removed straight away along with that Monty. We, of course, know that FaZe is a team that is very capable of playing on those shields. And in this instance, Wildcard don't want anything to do with it. Mirror and a Cade Band to round out the other side. Wildcard starting off on the defense here. They're going to be taking us downstairs into bar and games, and it looks like they're going to have a fairly hefty extension up onto that top floor as well, even operating it as far away as Master Bedroom.
I have to thank KDS because I do get to talk about the other funny player tendency on this map. In the past 6 months, KDS has played now 41 rounds of Striker, by far and away higher than literally any other operator picked on this map from a player from FaZe on attack or defense. A third of the rounds FaZe have played in total on both attack and defense, KDS has played Striker. You're obviously never going to ban Striker because why would you? It's just something funny, though. This is a comfort op for KDS on this map. And playing positions like this, FaZe have mastered the exterior angles on this map. They know how to play these windows. They know how to use it to facilitate that legendary component of FaZe. The way this 4 to 5 man unit, depending on what Cyber's up to, can play off each other and can zone out and zero out players and map control when they decide to.
Handy going to get himself onto that solar rappel. He's going to be greeted with a couple of castle barricades. That's going to make getting in maybe a little bit easier. He's certainly going to have a bit more confidence to put those X-Gyros pellets out there, especially when Cyber is going to be walking up those solar stairs as well. Only really the rotation to start to deal with, and they've already got a very good idea as to where Spike is going to be playing. Just tucked in behind that office desk at the moment. He's going to be a real target right now for this extension. And it's bold of Wildcard, because if you look at the time, they're already doing a good job to waste a lot of this going into the map, because don't forget, this is a bar and games defense, and they're still holding quite deep on this top floor.
Very deep on this top floor, though. Two players looking to try and deal with KDS on this window. Baby Shark peeking out from behind Blackwall. Another player sticking their head out beyond Ivy. It's Kansan the first to fall, though, as KDS is ready for it. Easy pre-fire for Cyber. This extension not being made quick work of necessarily, but when FaZe decide to kick things into gear, Wildcard get the message pretty fast. Handy, taking a lot of damage, but both KDS and Souls getting in on the action. Now in a 1v5, you might have banned the Snake with that Deathmark tracker, the nemesis of anybody in a 1vx. And now Bay's been spotted inside of Library. This intel on the Deimos' position, cold comfort for Azami at the moment. And that'll be the end of that. KDS comfortable as he gets that 3K, and FaZe get there first on Chalet.
No need to overcomplicate that there. Just take a little bit of a bait and switch. Cyber can track, KDS can swing, and the final kill can come in. Almost a flawless round to kick things off there for FaZe. Not really too bothered about that hefty extension. And Wildcard doing a lot to try and waste a good portion of time there. And they've done a great job. But the problem was they didn't have anywhere to fall back onto. As soon as you lose control of Solar, as soon as you start to lose control of Master Bedroom, Office becomes very restricted, especially when it's fully reinforced and you've got someone on piano or window. It was this position here from KDS that got a lot of work done. He's able to get 2 kills from outside to in there and pick up that final frag. As soon as you start to cut the map up in that sort of a way, and you've no way of getting out of there, you know as a defender, you've probably spent a bit too much time on the roam.
You also got to give KDS a lot of credit. I mean, a lot of players, I think, would struggle in that position with Baby Shark in front inside a piano, and then players peeking him from Ivy, and the fact that he gets 2 from that position and doesn't die, survives to the end of the round, that's crazy. I think Wildcard, to an extent in that spot, had a good idea, because, I mean, it's just one guy on a balcony. How hard can it be? And FaZe have played this map 12 times in the past 6 months and won 10 of them. KDS kind of knows what to do in positions like this. Wasting time, I think, is the right idea against FaZe. To talk about one of their only losses, 8-6 to Fluxo W7M inside a kickoff. It's one thing they did, but a strategy they employed quite heavily was Cade Tuber out in that kind of denial rather than the castle barricades. But Cade obviously being banned, Wildcard deciding to try it out with the extension and not having the same success that we saw inside of kickoff in SAL. So we move into the second round. Seems Wildcard just kind of abandoning the castle idea entirely.
Yeah, they're not looking to try and set up in that sort of a way, because I think FaZe took advantage of a lot of the space that those castles actually generate. Sometimes they can work against you in that instance. Bay's instead going to switch on to the Azami, and it's just going to give a little bit more flexibility in what they're trying to do and how they're trying to change these sites up a little bit. Blitzking there, just disabling a Mozzie Pest. Hopefully he's got another drone in his back pocket that he's able to roll with. But for the meantime, hot and cold, he doesn't waste any time, immediately jumps onto that stolen drone and can start to gather quite a bit of information. He now knows that there's somebody outside on the balcony. He knows there's a drone coming up main stairs, and he can feed this over to Bay a little bit. Bay being on those library stairs at the moment, that's where a lot of that Kiva barricade utility has been set up at the minute. And he's in a prime position for a little bit of a lurk play right now.
A good position for a lurk, but also Wildcard generally in a good position to hold fast on this defense. Cyber taking a swing in from Mezzanine. Will regret that one as he's sent to the cams as the opening pick, or the opening death. Now the Blackbeard going in for a bit of a backstab. KDS in turn shot from behind. Baby Shark's been sitting behind the shield the whole time, and I think FaZe might have underestimated that position a little bit. Giving a lot of 1v1s to Wildcard at the moment. Still FaZe. They can win them. They've got the gun skill to match Wildcard. These international upstarts in the past year. Vidiking will prove that again. He's made his way into the site. FaZe have tried to segment this defense and basically cut off the roam from one of the site doors, but Vidiking struggling to find disengagement on Solar, but is buying time. Soul's now hopping in right as one player hops out of bathroom. I think Kansan trying to catch somebody, and in the process, the rest of FaZe have hollowed out the site, made a nice, comfortable home inside of Office, and it's another 1vx early on for Wildcard. Maybe could clip Handy. Well, headshot is a bit more than a clip, but that'll get the job done anyway. Kansan's been so good in these clutches ever since he's moved to Wildcard years and years ago. Always the top-rated player. Might not have to pick up as much weight as he's had to in the past, but a 1v3 against the two-time world champs is always going to be a difficult job to accomplish. 2 rounds in a row for FaZe, and their attacks are looking just as good as ever.
And they're dealing with everything that Wildcard are throwing at them right now as well. Wildcard, no slouches on these defensive setups. I really like what they're trying to achieve there. They've got some brilliant ideas of how and where they want to try and hold. We had Bay playing in on those library stairs. Nice little Azami fortress for him. Was in the perfect spot for a little bit of a flank play and got away with it. Let's be honest. He was the one that got the opening pick there over onto Cyber and really opened up the round. But it's the response from FaZe. It's the lack of overreaction. We saw a brilliant angle being held by Hot and Cold. He was on Snow Balcony, looking through the single door, all the way to the top of those main stairs, past Fireplace, and he was able to put Handy down to 1 HP. But Handy, what does he do? Doesn't overreact, doesn't overcommit. Waits for KDS to back him up, waits for the rest of the team to get into a position, and in that sort of position, 2 versus 3, plan 1 versus 3. It's always going to be a win condition that FaZe are going to play to there.
Something this team has favored for a long time, really making use of the structure and the coordination that they have become legendary for at this point. It's got them 2 rounds so far. They'll look to continue. Monty might be banned, and Snake as well, 2 of the most important operators for Vidiking and Cyber, respectively. But this team has also developed the shields over the past couple of years, and while Handy might like to take out the Blitz, in this case, it'll be KDS bringing out the Blackbeard. Wildcard moving down to Kitchen and Dining. Like FaZe might decide to go for a clear, maybe secure some of that library control. It seems like a lot of players have spawned over towards front side, and no clear immediate take obvious from the spawn points. I'm intrigued to see where they go, though, as a lot of the same operators from the previous round carrying over into this one, particularly when it comes to that Azami and the Valkyrie. 2 highly important operators that I have to imagine Bay and Kansan will continue to play over the course of this half.
FaZe have got a nice pool of operators, haven't they, that they choose to bring for these chalet attacks. Twitch is going to be a big part of this. Souls is already moving through on that shot drone. There's going to be so much for him to try and search out this round. He's got the Razor Blooms. He's, of course, got the Valkyrie cameras. There's a lot that's going to be able to be dealt with through that shock drone, and it's all going to be guided by Cyber. Kind of surprised to not see him play the Deimos, but it might be one of those things where they want to try and slip it in through the next round of bans and almost make Wildcard forget about it a little bit and just prioritize something a little bit different. But Cyber himself is getting a lot of value out of this IQ scanner at the moment. They're going to know that it's going to be a bandit. Of course, Cade is banned, so any electrification is always going to be a big giveaway, but that should assist them in opening up this wall just a little bit, and then they can start to transition onto that first floor attack, which is where we're going to be focusing a lot of our attention in that kitchen and dining area, but it always requires a clear of this top floor.
It does, and this is where, I was going to say, Wildcard need to be careful. If they can play these trades, play off each other, they might have a lot of success. They will in the first engagement. Bay somehow dodges the second nade, but now in the 1v1 with the Blackbeard, that's a difficult one to win. Never mind! Bay turns the tables on KDS. I have no idea how he survived in this position. All 3 kills for Wildcard come from Bay back against the wall, winning gunfight after gunfight. Now Souls and Vidiking with 1 minute to come up with a solution.
That top floor clear has not gone to plan at all. There was a bit too much space between KDS and Bay there when he was trying to beat him down with the shield, and it's just given too much of a window of opportunity. Souls, Vidiking, they can start to try and take this top floor control, but don't forget the site's downstairs. These players can now drop off. Wildcard can say, you know what, there's 35 seconds. I've got no problem dropping off this, but it looks like Bay is in it for the long run, and why not? He's on for an ace right now, and he's only got Souls left to find.
Might as well at this point just give him it. Hot and Cold and Baby Shark eager for it, though. Getting the information as Hot and Cold swings around. Bay lands it. What do you even say at that point? Masterful work inside of Piano, dodging the Blackbeard, getting Cyber, and getting all 5 by the end of it.
Bay's made a Teflon. He's dodged 2 nades. He's managed to survive after a Blackbeard's punched him down to the floor, and a lot of it comes after a mistimed push, really, from FaZe, which isn't something, it's not a sentence, really, that rolls off the tongue, isn't mistimed push by FaZe. It doesn't feel very natural, does it? But if you rewatch that and you look at the replay, you can see Cyber just gets a little bit too over hot. He gets a bit too overheated. He's peeking Ivy door before the nades have gone in, before the play has been made by the Blackbeard in terms of hopping in through single window in Piano. Cyber gets taken out first in a 1 versus 1. The key barricade works perfectly for Bay, and from there he can just go from strength to strength. He's just about lining them up and knocking them down as FaZe desperately try to scramble to deal with that power position. Unable to do so, And it's going to credit Wildcard with their first round here. They're actually going to take us downstairs to basement. So they're giving us a full rotation here of every site on Chalet. All sites definitely playable, but not always all seen. Get a little bit of a replay here of just how Bay was able to dismantle some of those players. All fairly common positions that he's getting peaked from, and he's just hitting his shots. He's just better in the moment.
That's all you need to be. When the moment arrives, you just got to show up and take it. A lot coming down to that brief bit of mistiming between Cyber and the nade. It's going to be a completely different round. But those things happen sometimes. And FaZe are still up 2-1 over Wildcard. Now going down to the basement, you have to roam a little bit on this site. It is just a necessity. There's not enough room, especially when you open an exterior wall, and Garage has just become unplayable. Bay currently ratting inside of Library. 7-2 right now, and a good way to get that 8th would be to be misdroned, and somebody just hops inside a Library. FaZe are human. They can do it. Oh, Spiker's also ratting inside of Library.
That's a different kind of rat, though, isn't it? It's a smoke rat. You kind of want that utility for a little bit later on. We know FaZe are no strangers to getting the plant down and playing that objective. KDS, he has the ping. He's got everything that he needs. The stun goes out, and, well, it's as easy as that. Some thorough drone work from FaZe, netting them an opening pick.
Is everybody on the defense ratting right now? Baby Shark is outside, and we have 3 people prone behind cabinets on Chalet. Whatever plan Wildcard have does not seem to be working out so far. Kansan goes down, and Baby Shark does make it inside of the building. But now Wildcard probably need to think about retreating, as FaZe run that top floor really quick and have not faced any obstacles whatsoever. Bay still holding on. He's not being tracked by the Deimos. We even see Spiker come up to support him a little bit on those Library stairs. In a 3v5, you kind of have to play for a pick a little bit, so it is understandable why Bay stays here, but it's always just a risky position. It's inherent to the situation. KDS now moving down the stairs, does not have the 2-brow available to be tracked. There's a Z-ping on Bay. Got to be careful as this pinch setup, 2 players on each side of him. Just quickly sprints down the stairs and pushes it as close as possible before retreating.
I think Bay makes the right play there. It was very much like, look at me from Baby Shark and Spiker as they were rotating down. They made sure they were tap firing the guns. They made sure that they were known. And I think they were trying to get away with leaving Bay upstairs. He was droned. He was found out. However it might be, they had a yellow ping. They knew where he was. And now he's been dealt with. That's a disgusting angle from Cyber from the main stairs through one of the ramp boogie hole drones that he has already made. He choose to send another one out there as well and really continue to rip open this site. FaZe aren't in a bad position right now. They've had 3 kills on this opening, and all they've got to do is convert this in the final 50 seconds, which should be fairly straightforward right now. There's a lot for Spiker and Baby Shark to do, but Baby Shark's going to start.
And he does take down the Capitao with full utility in pocket. So probably the most important operator they could have taken down in that position. There's just still 4 of them. KDS still has a Deathmark tracker, though it's got to recharge. Souls has some flashbangs and some air jabs, a lot of secondary utility. Spiker going for a quick swing, but Vidaking's ready for that possibility. It's an understandable move in Spiker's position, but Vidaking can predict it. Nice spray, nice transfer by Baby Shark, but FaZe were always going to win that round at a 5v2, and even at a 5v3, it seemed inevitable. Moving out 3-1.
They just needed to work through the numbers there, didn't they, a little bit? It felt like a little bit of a lost round. We really don't see that many basement defenses attempted by teams at this level, and I was quite surprised to see Wildcard try and drag it out, and even more surprised with the fashion in which they played it, because they just tried to rat. They just tried to take advantage of hoping that FaZe had a lack of information. It's FaZe we're talking about. They're very thorough. They check the boxes, they dot the I's, they cross the T's. Tactical timeout now for Wildcard. Lagonis wanting his moment to just try and bring a little bit more stability back to these defensive rounds.
You got to at this point. I mean, attacking side on Chalet can be very good, but you need every round you can get your hands on against FaZe right now. You let this map through for a reason. You had a feeling you're probably going to go to the defense, given how Chalet kind of goes. It's not like Consulate, where you know for a fact every single time if you pick Consulate, the other team is going to pick defense. But you're going to be reasonably confident that if you pick this map, that FaZe are probably going to pick the attacking side. So you anticipated this going in. You need more than 3-1 right now. You don't have to be winning, but something's got to turn around quick. You still got a chance at a tie half. As we see things come through, we'll have to see something better than that. I don't think we'll see 3 players ratting on the top floor like we did last time, especially now as basement will likely not be played for the rest of this half. It's going to be a lot more of the standard setups we saw from Wildcard at the beginning. Master bedroom and office in particular. All things considered, while the Azami's been banned, you also see the Valkyrie drop away. Will be a new look. Pretty much a new look.
Some small changes. Wildcard opting to get rid of that Blackbeard. Just kind of free the way a little bit for Cyber and some of his information gathering ops, and he's going to make that change off the IQ over onto the Dokkaebi to try and facilitate that. Pinches it away from Handy. As well, if Blackbeard's banned, what's another good shield alternative? Not many people would say the Osa, but Handy is going to be playing the Osa. Osa always speaks to a little bit of a cheesy get the plant down, some early aggression being shown there, and even Cyber getting chunked down a little bit on his approach into the building. This Mozzie is actually serving quite well as well. We've seen it flexed around between a couple of different players on Wildcard, but it's having the desired effect. It's slowing down the drone work, even if it isn't always capturing Jones the same way that we've seen it done previously.
I also think if you can keep a Mozzie drone alive until the late round, FaZe are a team where if you let them get set up, there's a good chance they're going to win. But if you can get good information and enable some kind of flank right as they commit, just like every other team in the game, if you land a kill, they're going to get pretty majorly disrupted. And so I think that's generally just a good intel op that could really enable Wildcard to retake in the late round, depending on what kind of drone Spiker has available.
I really like the ROU projector that KDS has just sent out. He hasn't activated it yet, but it's going to be blocking off that Ivy single and that Piano single window, which is, of course, in an attempt to disrupt a little bit of the vision. So going to affect onto what's going on in Bathroom as well, depending on which side of that ROU projector you're going to be on. And especially with the fact that the Osa's being brought and that nothing's really happened yet this round, it really feels as though FaZe are just gently setting up for something right now. We've got a bit of pressure being applied toward the bottom of Trophy. Cyber going to be downstairs as well, maybe going on one of his signature solo plays, as we often kind of call this FaZe team as 4 players plus Cyber, because they do operate very independently when required.
Call goes out. Gotta be curious. Are they gonna move in? And it seems like they will. Handy repels in, shield in hand. Souls doesn't really trade him out as Handy doesn't die. But now in a precarious position, Diffuser and Osa stuck inside. Likely necessitates Souls using the rest of his Bs just to enable a safe repel. As he goes for the res, anybody down below? Yes, Spiker, in fact, but Vidaking's ready for it. Great coverage by FaZe, enabling picking his team back up. Good flick by Cyber as well. His team is firing all cylinders at the moment. But Bay, 9-3 right now, the main one showing up for Wildcard on these defenses. That's all he's going to get. Another 3v1 that FaZe seem primed to convert. Cyber low HP, some information of a player inside a bathroom. Hot and cold. One of his best showings this tournament was on Chalet. Won't get anything in the 1vx. FaZe 4 rounds on attack. Don't seem like they're stopping anytime soon.
I don't really feel like we ever got to see the full conclusion of that strategy or that plan and why the Osa was brought and where the plant was going down. It was going to go down inside a Master, and I think that was the general gist of it. But it didn't really fully come to fruition. That didn't stop FaZe from winning the round, however. Cyber was very busy downstairs, making sure that a lot of those kills were getting cleaned up as they went. KDS sat in Narnia with his ROU projector, keeping him nice and safe, just solely watching onto that bathroom. He was just watching onto bathroom window. That's all his task was that round. You know, he did a great job. He just had to rotate and move a little bit when things went slightly south a little bit later on. But as we enter now round number 6, FaZe, whichever way you cut it, have a commanding lead here on the attacks of Chalet. And with the record that they had going into it, is it too much to say that we're surprised?
No, not really. I mean, going back to what we talked about at the beginning when it comes to like player tendencies, we had some Vidaking on Monty, Cyber on Snake, which, let's be honest, odds are if you go looking in the stats, I bet there's a few maps you could say that about. There are really no team tendencies for FaZe on this map. They play shield attacks and win them pretty often. They play kind of disruption-style attacks with Yings and Brims and win them pretty often. Intel Ops, the same story. They're a very flexible team in general, it's FaZe Clan. But this being their best map, they have played a wide variety of styles in the past 6 months. And even if you ban the Monty, the Blackbeard, and the Snake, they use so many tools on this map. There are such a well-rounded attacking team on this map that it's very difficult often to find the right solution against them.
You could even say they've played a wild variety of attacks just on this very map.
Yeah.
Because no 2 rounds have been the same. There's been very different and separate win conditions. We've seen plants going down as being the main focus. We've seen pushes for kills. It really has been whatever has been most appropriate at that time. Wildcard, a reminder, they have used their tactical timeouts as well. So they've only got themselves to go toward, especially when they change half. Still a chance for them here to come away with something. So we've got Baby Shark. He's going to be tucked in to the back of bar stock there. This position is going to be known. He's got some nice little murder holes to work with and can just sort of flick and flop between the two. Doesn't want to take that engagement just yet, though, especially against Cyber.
Baby Shark, I was going to say he's had a killer tournament, but his support, that player going down, you know FaZe are thinking about a pinch in bar. I mean, they might just hit the side at this point. Baby Shark, low HP, Handy winning that 1v1, can now creep up the stairs. We've got 3 players ready to take down Baby Shark if they can just push in. Handy will fall, hot and cold, trying to support his teammate as best he can. In the process, Hansen's also gone down. Seems like this round might just end on the bar game side as Wildcard investing a lot of resources to keep Baby Shark alive, knowing FaZe will focus on him. The KDS finds him through the stock wall. Only full HP player for Wildcard out of the 2 remaining. Hot and cold, creeping down the staircase. As we're in that difficult position that defenders often find themselves in. You got to push for a kill, but if you die, it's just Kansan left.
And FaZe have got this infuriating tactic of they'll get themselves into this position, but there'll be a minute left on the clock, and they'll just entirely disengage. They'll wait for you to make the mistake. Hot and Cold didn't know which way to turn there, and it's no surprise to see him cleaned up. We knew exactly where the last player was. They'd not moved for the entirety of the round, and that's going to get cleaned up there by KDS. At the halfway point, I'm sure there's going to be some pretty stern words, particularly in the wildcard camp, about how those first 6 rounds have gone.
As pessoas via a arma dele, eu varei mais pra esquerda.
Achei que vocês iam me ajudar, tá? Gastei quase todos os meus peixes naquela dispensa lá.
Porque a gente tava pegando os outros caras, né? Os caras tava dando retake na rede pra ajudar.
Tava dando muito tiro, os caras tão dando all-in.
Os caras tava com medo de tu, cara. Colocar 4 caras pra te peitar lá, sabe?
Os caras tão na tropa do all-in full, viado.
É aquela parada, né? Tu falou que o nome já causa medo. Cadê? Tá jogando muito, só cagando bala. Só vai falando.
Hoje ainda vou comer um Five Guys de graça na conta do meu mano KD. Five Guys e sobremesa.
É verdade isso, cadê?
Five Guys e sobremesa.
Esse cara é igual o trouxa do aeroporto aí, não vai receber não com essa grana aí.
Pô, viado, rouba uma paradinha tua lá na mala, bem de boa.
Tá, pode roubar.
Gente,
pega cocô lá pra tu.
Calma.
Não, tá
vai dar
aqui
certo
do
agora,
lado, mano.
Vai dar certo agora, tudo que você planejou na sua mente vai dar certo. Cara, o bagulho é que a arma tá assando pra caralho, velho.
Pega
aqui um, pega um pano aí, pô.
Se tu... Agora falando... More. That's it.
They're playing really slow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Playing slow.
They were just like waiting for us to react and getting the kills when we reacted.
Yeah.
A lot.
They're able to rise some kills, but now focus on attacks. Focus on step by step. Remember to bait waves. We're doing direct bomb sites, right? So we have all the time in the world to work around, cook them, open the walls, right?
Yeah.
And of course, remember, like during the match, of course, played 2 rounds, like we won, but was not that good. If you need to play a little faster pace, feel free to do it. Like remember how to. Let's understand what is the truth about this map, right?
Yeah.
Let's it. Focus on the communication, guys. Super important. Communication, step by step. Okay. Let's manage. Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Round by round, fellas. Round by round.
Yeah. Try and spam some 3-2-1s.
Yeah.
Let's go, guys.
Remember to count bodies a lot too. If we find Cyber, that's like the guy who'll be outside the puzzle. Everybody else.
Ooh, I like that.
I was about to say, small note at the end, but very important. We mentioned this earlier in the DZ game. Even if you know things, even if they seem like truisms, it's just helpful to say it every now and then, and that's one of them. Remember, if we find Cyber, that's the one piece of the puzzle or whatever it was. It's a good note by Spiker. It might be obvious, but sometimes you need to remind yourself at moments like this.
And if we think that Cyber plays kind of alone and a little bit solo on the attack, wait till you see him on the defense because he is just out there 9 times out of 10. Of course, after I've said that, I'm sure this will be the one game where he plays linked up with the rest of the team
Cyber
and holds
actually,
somebody's hand.
We're about to see a crazy 6-round wildcard comeback with Cyber playing 6 rounds of smoke. He's sitting in sight.
Just locking himself next to Viking for the entire thing.
They've given Cyber a site setup that lasts until 2 minutes 30.
Somehow, I don't think that will be the case. Double shields banned out by FaZe. Monty and the Blitz. And the response. Speaking of smoke, you've spoken the smoke ban into existence there. You didn't mention it, but Azami and Smoke both removed by wildcard. So maybe in an attempt to try and buy themselves a little bit of time later on. But Smoke, fantastic operator. Real no complaints about it. But it leaves quite a lot available, a lot on the table.
True. It is Vidiking's most played op on this map as well. Again, does not come close to KDS's 40 rounds on Striker going into this. But solid 25. That is pretty respectable. But also, this is Vidiking after all. That's probably true on a lot of maps in FaZe's pool. Smoke, that is just for the utility, and any disruption it might have for Vidiking is probably just a negligible benefit, a little bit of an add-on. The Zombie Smoke, good combination for Wildcard. Vidiking will go to the Sentry. Handy will go outside. A bit of a walk onto Ivy balcony. Won't find anything. Instead, on the flip side, heard some words from Spiker about Cyber. I imagine one thing they will also keep in mind for FaZe is Baby Shark. There's the one player on Wildcard that plays a bit similar to Cyber. Usually the one off from the rest, the one playing the Dokkaebi, playing the Smoke or playing the Snake or the Nook. And that is true in this case. Immediately spots Souls and Cyber very early on. Cyber taking a lot of damage, in fact. Not entirely sure from where. Finds Baby Shark in that window, and playing patient pays off.
No surprise to see Baby Shark with that opening pick. He's a great player at just walking in and making something happen. And often on Shallow, you don't even need to walk in, do you? You can get those kills from outside to in. Hot and Cold got them in the next player to fall here. He will be taken out as a trade. And like you say, it's going to leave the diffuser cold. I don't think it's too far away from Bay. It's still going to be something that needs recovering right now.
And recovering it under these vertical angles. I mean, we still see FaZe making them at this point in the round. Just a little bit more work with that TCSG. I don't know if they were ready for the Blackbeard hop-in through trophy window, but they were ready for some kind of hop-in. Normally, we will see players playing down below a bit more aggressively, and to be fair, we did for FaZe. But adding on the vertical angles as redundancy on top of the two players playing around West Main and Kitchen Dining is a really nice touch for FaZe that obviously really pays off. Takes down the Blackbeard, disrupts Wildcard quite substantially. This is still a Master Bedroom Office defense. KDS and Handy, I think reasonably with a minute 15 left, decide to fall back.
Look at the change as well. Immediately going from that Solar side and realizing, okay, they've recovered the diffuser. They're not pushing Solar now. Where do we need to be? Where do we need to change? And the line immediately changed. Everybody turns their attention over toward that library side from FaZe. And that's where they start to think, okay, maybe this is where it's going to be coming from. There's been a massive stall out right now from Wildcard. So much so, we're back on Trophy Window. We're back on Solar Repel. And we've already been over toward Library. We've already started the round over here. They're really just trying to bait FaZe around a little bit right now, it seems. Big window, still not open, so the defender's moving with zero consequence right now. Spiker, please, open it. There's going to be two for you if you do.
He gets Vidaking. One is better than nothing at this point. With the Blackbeard going down so early, a man advantage, this is great. This is excellent for Wildcard. We've got three people all kind of stuck around Solar Stairs at the moment. Only other one is Spiker on the bedroom window. But he can only do so much to help his team. Nades going in, won't disrupt Handy that much. Kansan just takes a raw 1v1 and wins it on the staircase. With only 10 seconds remaining. There's only so much they can find. KDS and Souls with their own long angles leave it all left up to Spiker, who split the side in two, but with no time to come up with a solution. 6-1 now for FaZe. And I think Wildcard's confidence going in has been probably dashed extensively by now.
Just feels like FaZe have got too many opportunities at converting this into a map point right now. Wildcard, quite a significant stall out inside of round 7. I wasn't expecting to see them get the opening pick and then just immediately take all the pressure off. I think that's one of the things that when you watch FaZe attack, and particularly in this game, they get the opening pick, and they just try and make that hole wider. They just fill it with bodies, fill it with utility, fill it with drones, gather information, and it's like water rushing through and eroding the sides of the defense. And this time, it felt like the opening pick came, and we just backed up. And what happens? Everything starts to knit back together, and that gap that was there just disappears.
And even then, the little that they did, having the Blackbeard hop in a trophy window, FaZe were ready for that even. They weren't even trying to hit the site. They were just trying to clear out the one guy still down below, and FaZe were ready for it. It just seems that every possibility, every contingency has been mapped out by FaZe at the moment against Wildcard.
10 seconds left.
6-1, this just does not seem like we're stopping until we hit a regulation victory. Even if it takes a few more rounds from Wildcard, which is possible. Still only one attack attempted by Wildcard, and with that Blackbeard dying so early, maybe it's a different round if Hot and Cold's able to get in, even if he doesn't get a kill. But maybe if he's able to survive. Bar Games will be the potentially final site attempted by FaZe. Soul bringing that pulse would be good, though. I was about to say, if he's got the heartbeat scanner out, this is the prime time to do it. Blackbeard with a nade already cooked. I throw it in, destroy some utility. Soul's currently still just running around. Might be able to find these two players over by Library, and that'll be good information to relate to the defense.
Especially for Vitzking playing inside a stock. He's going to need to know if there's players on there just to how deep or how shallow he can play his hand. A lot of the focus going to be on this Library side, so whereas we saw Wildcard with a massive extension over toward Office and Master Bedroom, this time FaZe, there's not really that much of an extension. They've just dug over there a little bit, but the main force of this defense, and certainly this utility, is going to be focused around Library. Bit of a utility dump there from Kansan as he sends in a couple of stuns and the drones start to follow it in. Nade's going out now as well, and Spike is going to be primed and ready to hop in here. I do worry about Vitaking's position, because if he's still downstairs in stock, he can get a great angle up through that hatch onto anyone that hops in through the window.
And I also worry if Spiker's the one to do it. It was just last round that Hot and Cold hopping in a window as Blackbeard with Diffuser went down, and it substantially disrupted Wildcard. It's the same situation here, with Vitaking holding a very similar angle. They're not committing to it yet. Still trying to find information. Baby Shark takes down Cyber first. That is a big one. He's been, I think, roaming around the basement. We'll go toe-to-toe. Roamer for roamer, lurker for lurker. It works out very nicely, and some calls occurred in the wildcard comms. Spiker dropping off, rotating over to the bar double window. I think maybe seeing if they can get away with it, but FaZe flooding into library. KDS watching the hatch, providing a lot of support. They are not letting Wildcard get set up, and FaZe are thinking really quick on their feet. Wildcard react in turn. Firebolt going out, that means KDS is forced back. But they might be prolonging the inevitable because Wildcard seem like they still want to go.
How is KDS still alive here? He's even throwing impacts just to make sure he gets rid of all of his utility before he inevitably falls. The first kill will come in at about the 50-second mark, and it's Handy taking down Baby Shark. Another laser gate reactivating. That's the second one we've seen. Wildcard, they are throwing everything possible just to disable this utility. Finally, we see Spiker jump in.
But how telegraphed is this play? Vitaking's ready for the swing in from Hot and Cold. They downed on the outside. Spiker down inside. And Kansan, another round with it all to do. 7-1? We had such high hopes. It's not Wildcard's pick. It's FaZe's best map by a country mile. But letting it through? Giving them this right out the gate? We thought that maybe Wildcard might have something up their sleeves, some kind of trick they'd pull out to show us that they have something to prove. And they still will, going into Consulate. Their picks coming up next, but FaZe, confident, cool, and clear-sighted. 1-0 in the series.
Let's just make that 11-2, shall we? As the past 6-month record here for FaZe on Chalet. They are stamping down an authority on this map. You better believe you are a brave, brave team to take them there in the future. We'll be back right after this.
Well, Chalet wasn't close. We might as well just move on to map 2. But Wildcard not only playing to make it to main stage, need to win 2 maps in a row, but in Salt Lake City, on home soil, at this point, they're playing for the pride of the region against FaZe.
They really are. I don't think FaZe have got the memo. Or maybe the people that organize the games haven't understood how this works. We bring teams from all over the world to Salt Lake City to play each other. And so far, FaZe have only played North American teams. And they have only beaten North American teams up until this point. Now, of course, this series isn't over, but they still won map 1, and they won it very handily. Especially when you consider that the previous 2 engagements that FaZe have found themselves in here at Salt Lake have been a 7-5 and a 7-5. One against SR, one against 5 Fears. So the trend is trending. They're going the right direction.
I've never felt more conflicted. On one hand, my favorite team ever. On the other hand, they're smoking my region so hard. They're up 3-0 against North America. Wild card, you need to win 1, even if you lose the series, just so I can feel a little bit better going into the main stage if FaZe are going to be there. And let's be honest, Ollie, even if Wildcard win this, that is the thing about FaZe, isn't it? Their participation on the main stage, it feels inevitable. Yes. I don't think they have qualified out of the Swiss stage at anything less than a 3-1 in the past 3 years. They've not always gone 3-0, but FaZe on the main stage, it just feels like it has to happen and that it will happen, if not now, then later.
And there's a lot of talk on this FaZe roster as well, let's not forget that. We talk about dynasty rosters and teams that are able to go back-to-back, FaZe back-to-back world champions. It's not all the time that we get to say that. It's not all the time that we get to see teams that will continue on that fine form that they often set at the 6th Invitational and then continue throughout the course of a calendar year and go through and win event after event after event. Now, we're not there yet. However, that's what FaZe are looking to do. That's the sort of legacy that they are looking to stamp down here. And as fundamental as it sounds, it all starts in a group stage. It all starts in the Swiss.
It all starts with a best of 1 all the way at the beginning. When they played that first North American team, and now when they're playing a best of 3 up 1-0 against Wildcard, who themselves, I think, conversely to FaZe, who have remained so consistent, and getting excited about FaZe qualifying to main stage is kind of a hard thing to do when it's happened every year for 3 years now. But for Wildcard, this team has still surprised us basically every single time, making the main stage at Reload, making a deep run at Munich, top 6 at SI. Now with a sub, still up 2-0 in the promotion stage. 3 best of 3s, 3 chances they have to make a crazy run with Hot and Cold subbing in. And you feel like they can do it. With the success they had that came out of nowhere, you feel like they've got something to offer. FaZe playing Yana, that's the first time I've seen that operator in years. It's Kansan with the first pick, though. Souls immediately whips around, knocks Spiker off course, and Bay, comfortable with a G36. He has put FaZe on the back foot, on the top floor, moving directly into the site. Both KDS and Vidiking, ladder on Clash, now forced to take out the SMG. Bay stuck behind the desk, hops back up. Hot and Cold credited with the kill. Wildcard looking to change their fortunes right out of the gate. Momentum flying the way on attack.
I think that's how Wildcard have to approach this game from here on out. They cannot afford to meet FaZe softly. They need to be aggressive. They need to show us that flair that they have, and especially given that they're playing with Hot and Cold, because they can be unpredictable. They can make these pocket plays almost and just go for broke on some of these rounds.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
Got to do what works. And with 1 attacking win out the gate on Consulate, you know when you're picking this map that your opponents are picking defense. You just know it. It's a law of nature, or as close to it as we can get when humans are involved. And so with that knowledge, making that very quick play down the yellow skylight and losing their blitz basically immediately, by the way, with very little impact, and still they're able to get so much control. Bay with 3 kills, of course. That's quite impressive in the grand scheme of things. I mean, we literally saw a wildcard attack fall apart by losing a shield, and that one, it was just a blip on the radar.
Yeah, I mean, Spiker was nearly on forward watch, wasn't he?
All right. Don't you talk about him like that. But I will tolerate a lot. I will tolerate a lot from you. Do not say that about Spiker.
Souls had his back to him, and he missed like 3 shots, and Souls spins on a dime. Yes, I said
it's
a dime because
Souls.
You'll get it.
It's Souls. What do you want him to do?
Good attempt from Wildcard, and it credits them with a round. It's a round they needed because the momentum of the series was only going in one direction, and now they have broken that. We often talk about Consular as a map that 1 or 2 attacking rounds can be good enough. You don't have to go out there and get an even half. You don't even have to go out there and get a 4-2. That's unheard of almost. All you got to do is go out there and get a couple, and they put themselves in a really good, powerful position right now. They're going to be attacking into Garage, so it is going to be a slightly different landscape. And I don't think that anybody knows the landscape that Cyber is operating in right now, because he is really tucked away upstairs inside of Visa.
That's the unfortunate thing about Cyber. Well, I was going to say, you know he's ratting somewhere, you just don't know where it is. Unless you're Baby Shark in round 2, who just walks into Visa, has him pinned down on the hatch, walks away. Wildcard now with another shield, but a different one for the first round, in different hands as well. Can just continue on with the rest of their execute, the rest of their take, without having to expend anything for taking down that Ella.
2 rounds, 2 opening picks. Cyber is left with not much to do aside from cameras to watch, of which there aren't very many cameras kicking around. Something there are a lot of, though, is C4s. There are 3 of them, now 2, that FaZe are going to try and use to hold this line. Is there a pixel there? I don't think there was. Kansan just trying to hold a long line there. KDS thinking about a little bit of a rotate upstairs. He needs to be super careful here because he's got attackers on his right and his left, occupying in Visa and over toward Lounge.
Oh, they might have an idea. Creeping up. Are they aware of KDS or more just leery of Spiral, which KDS has already moved well beyond? The interim, Kansan and Bay down below, die. Well, call goes out for Wildcard to execute. Spiker moving in as well. KDS will have to retreat. But the fact that a flank doesn't need to occur because the attack seems to be falling apart is okay. He's still gone to retake the hatch, takes down Baby Shark from the vertical angle, and FaZe not at all worried about a one-off on top floor. They blink, they pick basement, and win a round that seems like it could have fit right alongside the rest of their Chalet defenses.
That retake was really strange, wasn't it? Because we're watching attacking POVs there, and they're in defender positions. We're like bottom yellow and tucked into security, and they're still fighting bodies that are upstairs. KDS with a brilliant play to just take that space. Understanding, hey, if I can get up to the top of Spiral, if I can just hang around there, I'm going to be very unpredictable. Wildcard are not going to expect in this position, when we're 3 versus 3, for one of us to make a play like that. They will more likely be expecting us to dig into these power positions, and it's the exact opposite that FaZe brought out there. They are going to be mixing things up once again here with a reattempt up on this top floor. I don't think we're going to see the same success if attempted some sort of a rush play. We would have to get Bay on the Iana for that, which we commented on at the time. That could be the first time we've seen Iana played this whole tournament long.
I think that's the first time I've seen Iana played in at least a year, maybe more. I've not seen her in a long time. Won't be a shield. No shields today. Instead, sticking Baby Shark on that Deimos. Snake is available, but not wanting to bring him. We haven't talked about the bans much, by the way, but Kaden Bandit banned by Wildcard, but more specifically for the attacking team. Montaigne and Grim, probably one of the most common, I feel like, ban combinations for the attack. I think you and I have at least casted or we've seen so far in this tournament. And so, with a lot of intel remaining, Baby Shark will pick at least one of them.
It is kind of surprising to not see Snake be brought, especially when you think about how techy some of the corridors can be here on Consulate. Especially knowing that Cyber is just going to want to be out on a bit of an island on his own often. It hasn't done them too well so far, and I think it's been a big focus from Wildcard to make sure that they aren't leaving any stone unturned and really choosing to find Cyber at the forefront and make it a bit more of a priority. Speaking of priorities, a bit of barbed wire to get rid of. Bay is diligent. He's going to be using his Rotero drones to get rid of not only the barbed wire at the top of Spiral, but also inside of Yellow. Perhaps a little look over toward that long bar as well, just to open up some further angles and give a few options, or take a few options away, should I say, from some of the defenders. Ooh. Cyber and KDS both getting softened up a little bit here. It looks like Hot and Cold is joining into the party.
Open up an early angle into the site. That position's very difficult to play, though. You've got the angle in from main lobby, but by the same token, if you back out the door, back out down the hallway, you're still a little bit visible. Bay, where has he found that one? Handy on the smoke going down as Baby Shark almost finds Cyber. Might send a Deathmark tracker after him. That's indeed what'll happen. A lot of lurking from Wildcard, trying to find these gaps, and it seems to be going very well. Kansas now taking down Vidaking, though massive trades coming in from FaZe. Still with quite a bit of fight left in them. Oh, just giving up the yellow skylight angle right as Souls passes. Wildcard have their advantage. Looking for the next dome. Souls right in front of them. It's been a very hectic round, a very bizarre round as well. Stop, start, staccato throughout round 3, and KDS tracked in a 1v3. We've seen this story before. A lot of the times it was wildcard defenders on the receiving end of it on Chalet. Not so here. They'll still check some of those boxes, but dropping down into the site is pretty easy. In a 1v3, when you found the Mira and can drop right down this hatch and flash off the angles. Hot and Cold moving into the piano. C4 misses. KDS's main chance at evening the odds, giving himself a bit more advantageous of a position, and it will go unrealized. Wildcard retake their lead. Massive correction from the shield rush we saw in round 1. A full clear, a slow take, and one that pays off.
Wildcard not taking any chances there either. 3 versus 1. They're still using deathmark trackers. They're still getting the plant down, and there's still only 1 person committing to the site and 2 watching from above. They're giving enough respect over to pretty much every member on this FaZe side and saying we are not squandering a single chance. Rewind back to what I said only a couple of rounds ago. Consulate can often be decided by 1 or 2 rounds on the attack, and Wildcard, for me, they've hit that marker.
And you can tell because FaZe have now taken their tactical timeout. Only down 1-2, but on these defenses, they are so important. If Wildcard are able to get 2 out of the 3 rounds played on the attacking side on Consulate, that should start ringing some alarm bells. You shouldn't start panicking, but FaZe definitely need to be a little bit concerned because a rush in round 1, that's one thing. But in round 3, that was a really good full clear from Wildcard. Bay able to find Handy early, getting a good view of that top floor. Hot and Cold and Baby Shark approaching it from different angles, cutting off those roamers as FaZe either try to retake or try to retreat. Just a very standard, utility clear into the cutoffs, into the site push in the 3v1. But on Consulate attack, the basics themselves can feel like Herculean tasks at point. And for Wildcard to do that successfully only in round 3, not at like round 6 in some kind of Hail Mary late attacking play, that's great for Wildcard, but it's worrying for FaZe.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Let's see what the timeout has done for FaZe here then as we enter round number 4. Some big changes straight off the bat as I'm noticing a lot more trap operator presence here. We've got Thorn, got a little bit of Mozzie Pest as well. Cyber is sort of handed over the operators that he has been playing. You think about Ella, you think about some of the Valkyrie that we've seen. It's not had the desired impact. He's getting searched out, and searched out good and proper. There's a real rescue mission going on at the minute from Wildcard to make sure that they take Cyber down. They're not wanting to give him any space to work in. And as such, he's had to switch over on something that's going to help him in that endeavor. Remove a little bit of the information, place some of those pests out there, make droning just a little bit more difficult, because information and any information that you can take away from Wildcard at this moment is going to be a decent idea. They certainly seem to have had a very good handle on the information game in the first couple of rounds. That's going to be something that FaZe are looking to change.
Round 3 especially, right? Whenever you're going to go for a full clear on a very normal style take like that, information is always going to be of critical and crucial importance. It always is in Siege. But if you're using all 3 minutes, you're going to have recurring bouts of information gathering. It needs to be good for all of them. Pulse getting some good information for the defense, spotting at least 1 attacker, but literally everybody currently around the yellow stairs at the moment. Andy asking for a tech pause. Not entirely sure why, but I think it will be granted. Don't know entirely what happened. Something, I guess, with his heartbeat scanner, maybe, because we saw him try to scan somebody, and I guess maybe got stuck or something. I don't know, actually.
He looked like he was stuck in the bathroom.
I've been there.
Not somewhere that you want to be. It's going to take a little bit of the pace out of the game, but hopefully we'll get everybody back in as soon as possible.
Player crash.
A little bit of a timeout for FaZe ahead of that, and then into a tech pause. Of course, the tech pause very drastically different. We can see that computers are being messed around with here, and we're getting everyone back on into the game.
only momentarily. The changes in that round number 4, they weren't just on the side of FaZe. FaZe bringing in a couple of different operators to that lineup. We've not had an Azami up until that point, and I mentioned at the time the Mozzie. The Thorn we'd seen, but it hadn't been a mainstay, the same way that we see it be in some games. But the changes weren't only there either. We actually got the introduction of the Sense. And for one, I always love it when the Sense comes out, because you don't always see it in regular league play, and it does tend to be something that gets saved for events, because once you've shown one of your REU projector lines, you're kind of given the game away a little bit, haven't you? You sort of know what there is to be expected there, and they don't always tend to work. So we did have a little bit of Sense action. I hope we get that again, and we get to see the full picture on what wildcard we're looking to try and achieve with that. I don't think that this break is going to do FaZe any harm. They had some brilliant momentum coming off Chalet, and since getting onto Consulate, the momentum has definitely shifted.
I don't think it's going to do anybody any harm, really. I think you even saw back on Chalet, the vibes still seem to be pretty good for Wildcard. They were down, like, I think 5-1, 6-1, and Spiker was still joking, keeping the team positive and active. Going back to me jokingly getting on you for making fun of Spiker, his progress inside of the NAL and inside of the national scene is probably one of the most, I think, impressive stories we've seen in the past 3 years. I mean, starting out as a young IGL with a lot of responsibility foisted upon him in his first stage back in 2023, now consistently making international events, still quite young to be a fragging IGL at just 21 years old. It requires a lot of you. And now even, I think, learning some of the more important things, keeping the team's vibes up, keeping people calming, keeping people happy and excited. It's one of those important bits about a team that obviously they're up 2-1 right now, but still important. Still important for a young player to do.
You've got to understand, it could have been anybody in that position, and I would have said exactly the same thing. It wasn't because of the player, it was because of what happened.
I don't actually, stepping outside of the bit, I don't actually think you were trying to go for him.
But I like how you've got the back. I like how you've defended him. It's very honourable of you.
I love that guy. Shout out.
Round 4 then. Looks like we've got everybody in this time, and fingers crossed no PC crash from here on out.
That'd be very cool.
10 seconds remaining.
See how the timeout is going to affect for FaZe here, because of course we've not seen the round after the timeout, and we know there's usually a decent impact from FaZe timeout. It isn't like immeasurable, the amount of impact that the coach can have. FaZe are definitely worried about this little top play though, aren't they? From what we saw in round 1, jump down the skylight, throw everything through yellow, and really start to make something happen through there. That's very noticeable with the attention already that's being paid. We've got Heartbeat Scanner over there. We've had Razor Balloons placed in that position. It's something that FaZe have got in the back of their mind. Whether it's going to happen or not, I don't think it is, because we've not got the blitz. We've not got the same tools, but it's definitely in the back of FaZe's mind right now.
It's also about the exact same start we had in the previous round. Handy only really spotted one player when he was scanning on this side, and he was inside a bathroom in this exact same spot. So basically just repeating things word for word in round 4 from what we saw pre-crash. The IQ also spotting that Pulse, getting more information, at least directly on that guy, than the Pulse is getting in turn on the IQ. Be in for a rude awakening if Bay gets in position. Through some verticality or through a soft wall. Find an angle on that Pulse with the scanner and pistol in hand. Hopping down, Handy will relay that and probably should start backing up pretty quickly. Careful, could swing with this shotgun. Ooh, Kansan caught with crossbow in hand. Handy will win that engagement. 7 days out of 7. Cyber put to low HP. Handy continuing his work. Will send out a C4. No. Keeps it in pocket. Not trying to make it move just yet. He's crafting a cross. This Pulse not with any good way out. Cyber looking to support. Just walk straight into the glass, right in front of the smoke. FaZe keep their advantage. Kiba on the window should give Handy the opportunity to move, but he doesn't.
Look at the teamwork here. KDS has come to Handy's rescue, and Handy's just gone, yeah, I feel pretty comfortable. I'm just going to try and challenge onto the angle. He really fancied himself for that one, and Baby Shark just manages to thread it. It still levels things up 3-3, and the advantage still isn't entirely clear. Baby Shark's on basically no health at this point and can't push up due to that Toxic Babe, but that's the last one. And once that dissipates, it's going to be down to impacts and other means to slow them down. Souls, he doesn't need much of an invitation. Domes the head off Hot and Cold. And KDS takes Baby Shark down, leaving it all on this young player in Spiker.
Well, and going against Souls, not many people, no matter their age, will be able to win that fight. And we are all tied up again. But that just seems to favor Wildcard. 2 rounds on the attack already. They are going to be feeling very good going in for the rest of this. They tried out CEO. They tried to go for a similar yellow play. And it didn't work out, probably in part because FaZe looked like they wanted to counter literally one push, and it was a yellow skylight drop. They had razor blooms on it. Handy was sitting there the entire time before the crash and after the crash, and even after he was facing relentless pressure. Even after a Kiba allowed him the opportunity to get off the window, he still decided to stay there because they knew the attack was going to come from that way, and once the Blackbeard hopped down, they had a perfect counter for the plan.
It was just so one-dimensional, wasn't it, from Wildcard? And it's strange to call it out because it worked really well in round one, and we were praising it then. But that's round one. It was new, it was fresh, it was different. That was a reattempt, and it was something that was reattempted in, whereas the first round, it happened very quickly, and it was quite succinct. That sort of dragged on a little bit, and it was very drawn out and just very telegraphed. It was very obvious what was going on there. And FaZe, like you say, they'd set up accordingly for it. And Wildcard just kind of banging the head against where FaZe was strongest in that round. It's opened the door here and given FaZe a chance to level things back up. But I still won't get away from the fact that Wildcard have done a brilliant job up until this point. 2 rounds very much could be the difference maker at the moment. And FaZe are going to be very mindful of that. They need to go pretty flawless for these next 2 if they're going to hope to have a chance.
And we're going to have a tertiary site defense if FaZe win this, and that's going to be a perfect moment for Wildcard, potentially get 3 as well. Cyber has not had much impact this game. A little bit of decent impact on the first series, but if Wildcard have had one mission and it is to neutralize Cyber, it's worked great on Consulate, and to a degree also worked really well on Chalet. He was the lowest rated player going back to map 1, even though it was a 7-1 victory for FaZe. They've got that part figured out. Now it's just the other 4 two-time world champions you have to deal with, you know, the 4 and the 4+1.
Yeah, only that small part of things, hey. This is quite a direct approach, isn't it? Hot and cold, looking to try and lead the charge. We've got Kansan sending in a little bit of the lifeline here, and there is some information. Yellow pings are getting sent out there. Wildcard know what they're working toward here, and you can already see FaZe start to move utility around and put themselves in a slightly better position. Drones are now working through the site as well. If that breach has been opened, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare. Bay's already moving through into servers.
King has to be careful on this angle. It's the exact kind of thing a defender would forget, too. Totally understandable. It's not a kind of angle you would expect, but still playing passive. He's got that Vulcan pack ready to shoot it, ready to delay the take if he hears the shield move up too far. Spiker has opened to the breach. It's a full exothermic, too, so wide angle view of the garage position at the moment. So FaZe without a lot of positions to play. Thing is, we've seen, I was going to say, defenders floating up to the top floor, going for the retake, but what a drone from Wildcard. Anticipating that exact possibility. Don't even know if they knew about the Solus, but they know about her now. They've got her dead to rights inside of X position. Now as Handy rotates back, tries to join the rest of the team, he's gonna run into this breach. The defense is going for the retake. Huge win by King. Costs some HP, but fighting back well on the backside. Soul's getting active as well. Hot and cold down for the count. FaZe commit to the retake over by Server, and they have completely demolished Wildcard's attempt. Baby Shark and Spiker, the only 2 left in the front and the middle, but no diffuser. In another world in which Spiker has the case, they could put it down on the front side. But now they have to retake across the fallen bodies of their teammates, the other attackers who failed to meet the challenge, who failed to best FaZe Clan over in construction. Spiker might land the shots on Souls, but FaZe have wrapped around Wildcard and are tightening their grip. But right as I say that, Spiker might just get surprised more than anything. Twice over. One gets a kill, and the other results in his death. FaZe, again, in the lead.
Handy's positioning there for round 5 was beautiful to watch. He went all the way down yellow stairs. He knew that there was going to be somebody outside of main breach, of course. And then as soon as King starts to see a little bit of success, bang, hits the rotation, straight back up yellow, straight upstairs, because they know where everybody is at that point. Can then start to drop the hatch. He picks up a kill as soon as he drops that hatch as well, and then was, of course, there for one of those final plays. You can see Spiker doming King there. A lot of players knowing where the other is. Handy just a little bit quicker on that final engagement. FaZe take another brief lead here on Consulate, but this is going to be the last round as the sides currently sit.
In the lead over the aggregate in this series, FaZe now looking to try and win on X position and Piano. The one other site beyond that second floor rush we saw in round 1 that Wildcard were successful in. Slow, it was a full clear, but it was good. Bit of a weird, disjointed round in terms of the pace, but in terms of the overall strategy, it was quite good from Wildcard. And not really a whole lot FaZe can do to specifically counter that, but there are some things they can try. Before our next position in piano, we had Cyber on Valkyrie. We'll have Cyber on Valkyrie here. But bringing in some of the tools that FaZe have decided to bring in the back half of this, it's not a trap specifically, though Vita King is on the Malusis, but bring in those Mozzie Pests. KDS not only can deny some information, potentially gain some information, maybe help out Cyber on that flank. If Wildcard want to get set up, go for a full clear and go for a plant like they did before, getting as much information in Cyber's hands as possible, or any flanker's hands possible, and hitting it right at the late round where Wildcard attacked before, it's a good idea.
We did have the Mozzie brought, didn't we, in the crash rounds, and it didn't end up getting played.
Oh, true, yeah.
So it is going to be the first time we actually see it played here now, and I think that the sentiment is very much going to be the same, isn't it? It's going to be to try and give Cyber a little bit more space, remove a little bit more information away, and allow some flexibility. C4s are always a big part of gameplay on Consulate, regardless of which team it is. FaZe again bring in 3 C4s, and this time they're going to have a bit more information to work off in that regard. Cyber getting himself dangerously close to lobby door here. It's going to be pretty reinforced and pretty blocked off. He knows that there's going to be someone there, but look at that rotating up tellers as well. Baby Shark, he's just trying to slip himself into pretty much the middle of the map right now.
This is what Baby Shark is notorious for. Look at how close these defenders are to the attack. KDS right by Spiral, Baby Shark and Cyber just shoulder to shoulder with a wall in between. KDS so fixated on the clutch drone, Spiker swings out from the single window. Another advantage for Wildcard. That's their 5th over the course of this whole half. But Consulate defense is being what they are. It's not sufficient. Important, but it is not enough to get the job done. 1:40 seconds now spent. Wildcard taking their time. The possibility of that information, especially as Cyber looks to flank Baby Shark. He hears the secondary shot. He has Spiker's getting the plant down. He's hopped in the window, but the smoke canister lands at the exact right spot. Tossing it down below off the vertical angle. FaZe, their rotation, they're just playing retake, playing up top, and I don't think Wildcard anticipated that.
Well, Wildcard have chosen to ignore it, haven't they? But they're not going to be able to do so. A brief chance there for Bay. As Cyber just gives an opportunity away. But Bay, now understanding the assignment, clearing this top floor is going to be crucial right now, because otherwise you might be able to get in the site, but you're not going to be able to do anything. You're going to get shot from above, or you're going to get smoked on out of there. And with only 35 seconds, it's not a position you want to be in.
No, and especially you might have the Capitao smokes, but no, Glaz on the attacking side. It's just the Warden who can look through, but he's not a factor anymore. As Spiker moves his way in, they might pre-fire it, they might land the toxic canisters, and it's the utility that does in Wildcard. Hot and cold and Baby Shark, the former recovering the diffuser, but the latter, how do you cover this? How do you protect the plant when they're all upstairs, when they're through the tightest vertical angles you've ever seen? Handy's good for 3 kills, Cyber's still only good for 2 on the half. But FaZe get exactly what they need, the minimum the Consulate defenses can afford to get, but 4 rounds, that's still a win for FaZe at halftime.
Smoke ali.
Calma, cabeça.
O cara tá
Agora
com
vai
fuzil
chegar.
pra lua,
Ele
mano.
vai
Vai
chegar,
secretário,
não,
no primeiro
agora
não.
vai chegar.
Não, então, eu smokei
Ah, não vi.
esse porta-secretário ali. O cara comeu. Eu até
Ah,
parei de marcar, eu marquei banheiro pra
Fala, professor, fala.
Ah, tu essa brava?
O ataque vocês levam?
Aham.
Não dá pra falar não, é?
Você pique esse mapa só, mano.
É, pode ser que eles compadam igual um louco, né?
Janela amarela.
Então, tipo, se a gente for fazer a play da DM lá, vocês vão ter que só
Varanda.
falar.
É, a amarela vai ser rapidão. A amarela,
Ah,
o
só
bagulho
no
é o
pique dos
seguinte,
cara.
no split é amarela, provavelmente os caras vão banir montanha. Aí faz com a Eng no CO, que é o Souls, e quer que eu faça com o quê? Boneco só de arma mesmo, pra trocar tiro?
É melhor você ter bang, só ter a bang só já te ajuda já. Pra você bangar lá
Quer
a
fazer um
tabelada.
blitz, ou acho que não precisa de shield. Beleza.
Faz a bang mesmo pra mim.
Só a bang tabeladinha ali?
É, tipo, não no quadrado, a padrão.
If since the first round you guys wanna like fight right there, but it's okay, and then Spark can participate on the lobby door. Or you guys wanna
Yeah.
like chill a little bit more, and then we play 2-layer.
I think we fight early.
I think
Fine.
we're gonna fight. I think we're gonna get
Just-
fucked on next
Yeah, just commit to the idea. And one thing of the success right here, guys, the key in my opinion, the mid rounds is the perfect moment that you guys can get the kills against them. So remember, like they're gonna be talking, they're gonna be doing like a progression in the map, but mid round is the moment that you guys can get some kills when they use some utilities, etc. Focus on this moment, right? Execution round is gonna be a little bit difficult in the late round because they're gonna be already set. But in the mid round, when they're clearing long desk, vein, etc., for any bomb site is the moment that you guys can get kills.
Yeah,
Like,
heard.
on this moment, like
Heard.
Try to talk a little bit more. That was the example on Chalet, right? When they were clean Bay and Piano. So mid of the round, right? And remember what we talked. Let's have a plan, right? On Chalet could have been better. Right here, let's be better. A plan. Okay, we're fighting. We're leaving. What is the win condition? Make the question. Okay, what do we need to do? Talk about it, right?
Yeah, win conditions, etc. Guys, let's fucking
remember shit.
Love that little bit from Lagonis right there. Something we talked about, how good FaZe are at getting set up. And at the beginning, they're droning, and at the end, they're executing. Where might they be most vulnerable? At the midpoint, when they're committing to plans, when there's comms going on, when there's utility, bodies everywhere rotating, getting excited. That's the point where a flank might work, where a bit of utility might work, but at the point where FaZe, and also most attacking teams that emulate the FaZe style or play that structured style of Siege, that is generally where they're most vulnerable. We'll see how it happens for Wildcard. Again, the thing about Consulate is you can just kind of shut out the attack sometimes at the beginning of the round. Maybe you won't even need to get to the middle.
If there's one person that knows this FaZe roster as well on the side of Wildcard, it is going to be Lagonis. Battling against them for years inside of both BR6 and SAL. He's going to be very familiar with this opponent. FaZe, talkative bunch, aren't they?
Chatty.
I reckon they said about 20 words during that whole minute.
Just jubilant as well. Cyber's always cracking jokes.
But yeah, the insight there for any English speakers or people that only really understand English is definitely going to be on the wildcard side of things. And I like it, right? You know, it's let's focus on them when they're a little bit weakest. You know, they're going to be good in the setup. They're going to be good in the execute. Mid-round, that's when we're going to look for options. And by options, I read that as they're just going to want people to walk around and try and find kills, be a bit more unpredictable, and just put yourself into harm's way. And they've got a couple of good players at doing that. Baby Shark and Bay, no stranger to being put inside of harm's way.
Bay will probably find himself in harm's way on a Vigil, kind of the natural spot for him to be. Spiker as well on the Ella. Kind of depends how you want to play it, but Ella with the Scorpion and most of your utility being placed at the beginning of the round lends itself to roaming, lends itself to going for some flanks. Quite down below the bomb site, it's the second floor defense. He is looking towards the basement currently. Kansan early getting stunned by, I think
he just punched the fire extinguisher as he went by just to get rid of it.
My brain immediately was like, how has he been hit by Gershmat? There's no Brava. Makes sense.
Handy. He's going to be starting off his attacking phase here on the IQ, looking to try and search out some of these gadgets. Of course, with the Vigil being in play, it's not a bad bring. You're also going to be able to discover where those Grismot mines are and really assist Cyber. Cyber, interestingly, playing the shotgun on the sledge, in part due to the fact that the machine pistol is just so good, especially on LAN right now. Ooh, I like this from Spiker. Okay. Droned.
Unlucky.
Well, he takes down a drone. It's not a bad trade, really, is it? All he's done is stood at a window, and he's been able to grab a drone for his troubles. There we go. That's the machine pistol we're talking about. It's Baby Shark. He just tries to make something happen inside of admin. Bay pushed out by the nades as well. He's between a rock and a hard place right now. Either go against the Blackbeard or try and make something happen. There it is. The Boss G takes Souls out. Another nade to try and displace him, but he's not leaving.
No, he's staying and just gets killed right as he tries to leave and run for some kind of escape. Now FaZe with an advantage, fully focusing on the admin office in the beginning of the round. We're at the midway point. I don't know how much disruption Wildcard will manage at this point. Gonna have to likely play the site. Utility being used as well. Kansan using one of the two C4s that were present on the defense. Hot and Cold still with 2 toxic canisters, and FaZe don't exactly have a lot of time.
They've got a minute, haven't they? But they should be able to work around that. This is a team that is very capable of working under the clock. And just in the fact that they have a man count advantage, you would expect them to be able to convert on that. A couple of obstacles that are going to be in the way. Hot and Cold and his 2 toxic babe canisters are going to be a big part of that. They're going to flood a lot of this time out of the round, especially if he places one on this meeting door. He's already spent one there. Good bit of information getting exchanged. We're going to know about Handy moving up this spiral. So with time ticking by, you can see a world here for Wildcard.
You can definitely see a world, just kind of the nature of this map. So many tight corridors, great for shotguns in particular. Hot and Cold will use the last of his toxic canisters, and probably a reason Cyber brought that shotgun as well. If you get to this position, a really strong tool. Handy, great on the flank watch, great on the cover too. Catching somebody peeking around the long bar. Hot and Cold, no shotgun possible in this situation. Got to pull out the SMG-11, and he will not pull out the round. 4-2 for the defense, or at least for Wildcard. That's good. That might be okay. But you got to make good on it. Now FaZe up 5-2. We start getting a little bit worried.
This is where you've got to believe as Wildcard, though, because guess what? Wildcard won the first round of this game, and they were on attack as well. So it's not too unusual. It's not too much of an alarm bell. It was the same bomb site as well, that top floor. It's expected. That's where defending teams are going to go first. So it's likely where is going to be prepped. The big difference for me inside of that round, we finally saw a bit of contribution from Cyber. Not that he was he was very quiet on the defense. And the kills that he got, not that they weren't impactful, but it was never a big opening kill like that. He was often the opening death. He was the tip of the spear there inside of admin for round 7. And if he continues to be that for FaZe, it doesn't matter that he's had a quiet defensive phase as long as he turns it on for the attacks.
Especially an important moment, which FaZe objectively had a lead. The question is always, how good will that attacking side be? As you said, Wildcard won the first round out the gate, only got 2. We'll have to see if that changes, because you always have to be worried when the team is up 5-2. That can turn into a nigh unwinnable comeback very quickly. Just one round, 3 minutes might be enough to do it. Position in piano is the next defense for Wildcard. First one might not go their way. This one, playing a retake strat that we've seen quite a few times throughout North America and worldwide. You've got the vertical angles, of course, but Hot and Cold with that Soulless up top, filling a similar role that the Warden normally would, but he's actually in the site right now. We'll see if that changes. At least the early round position for Hot and Cold will inside of Exposition and Piano itself. Meanwhile, most of the defense on that top floor.
Hot and Cold just able to search out here on his Specchio scanner, grab any early drone game that might be happening. It's kind of a less good version of a pulse for that, but your focus is much more in terms of getting the plant or stopping the plant from going down at a later point in the round. So you do need to keep yourself alive to see the most value out of that utility. KDS already going to be moving in through Visa Office right now. It looks like he's got some drones working at his feet as well. King already clearing the way in terms of default cameras as he starts to move a little bit through Lounge and over on in towards site. Probably not realizing just how free it is, but it can often be a trap. We need to see that upstairs clear, as that's something that really caught Wildcard out inside of round 6.
Ooh, you can see one big idea for it. You mentioned getting Cyber activated. Sitting inside, just waiting for the call to come through, and maybe even the Dokubi call to recharge. Then push on forward. You can see it. FaZe give the call, push in the site, Dokubi call hits, Cyber goes in for the backstab up top. It doesn't matter if Vidiking or Souls die in the process, because if all of the defenders upstairs are focused and looking down at the vertical angles inside of the site, a flank from Cyber will catch every one of them slipping.
FaZe are really setting up for this now. This is the time where Wildcard need to be being active. This is the time when they need to listen and remember what Lagona said and said, look, this is the time. They're setting up right now. We need to attack them. We need to be a little bit more aggressive because it could be a little bit too late.
Ooh, here's the Dokubi call. Soulless found down below. That is a really important find that Handy will try to push in. Just as Cyber was moving up top, Handy will be it below. But part of that goes down. Bay is ready for it, and now Hot and Cold, he could be distracted. Can Handy push in? He can relay this information, instead communicates it to Spiker up top. And Hot and Cold, he doesn't need to get active whatsoever. He gets the kill just for fun at that point. And Souls looking to get just anything that remains, anything he can find as the round has fallen apart. FaZe tried to outthink Wildcard, and they gave it a really good attempt. But Wildcard with layers 2, thinking ahead of FaZe. Beating Cyber, avoiding Handy, and a trap inside of the site. Ends up getting Souls. I don't even know how that slipped by anybody for FaZe. But Wildcard with a really great response. Of course, the vertical angles, but Hot and Cold not overplaying his hand. That is a big-brained IGL right there.
Very impressive. Very impressive indeed. Wildcard taking the timeout after that round as well. Going, hey, this is what's worked really well. Lagonis has clearly seen something. FaZe spent so much of that round setting up as well. Everything was about the setup. It was very clear that they were going to try something sneaky, which makes it not very sneaky when it's very clear that that's what they were going to try. But that's what they were looking to do. They were looking to kind of try and pull a fast one. And like you say, a lot of it relied and a lot of it hinged on players upstairs being preoccupied, being busy with Cyber running them down, which, I mean, that's going to do it for a lot of people. That's going to make you a little bit too preoccupied to worry about what's going down on the site. But Wildcard were able to hold on in a very big way. Still very curious that Lagonis has chosen then to take that timeout just to clear up something. but he's obviously looking to try and give the team a little bit more confidence here. 5-3 starts to look like a pretty decent scoreline, and the pressure really on FaZe. They have to find another round here on the attack.
And it seems Wildcard's choice will actually be the one site FaZe have won so far. FaZe have won one attack out of 2 rounds, and it was on CEO. Wildcard could have gone to basement, as that one hasn't even been played so far this second half. Exposition Piano was the second. Wildcard decided to go back to the one site that FaZe have won so far that put them up 5-2. Could be a risky decision. Still one of the primary sites, so it's not like they're going to, the split site, but still something to consider. Clearly not only something they saw in the round, but an idea Lagonis might have had going back to the beginning to what we saw either go well for FaZe or go poorly for Wildcard. And when you think in the latter category, it was that admin hold that got quickly dismantled.
This round was won and lost inside of admin, wasn't it?
Pretty much.
FaZe were very quickly able to get in there. They were able to use the Blackbeard a little bit as well. They brought the Blackbeard this time. Souls is going to be playing that Cyber. He was playing his sledge shotgun. I'm sure that we're going to see the same again. Plenty of nades trying to flood those players outside of admin. Now, I doubt that the plan is just going to be run it back, guys. It was fine, because it wasn't fine, was it? There were a couple of glaring holes, and there was a bit of an overcommitment to holding on to that admin side. If FaZe go for the same kind of push now, they're going to be met with a very different prospect.
What is going on here?
There's a crystal maze of Denari Trip right now, just spanning right across the length of the map. All the way from vending, all the way over to the other side of those visa stairs. And it's going to be a bit of a problem to deal with. Now, a couple of nades and it should be done. But if you're able to provide enough distraction and you're able to provide enough sort of nonsense going on inside of admin, it might make things a little bit easier. And that could be something that gets a little bit overlooked, or something that takes even more utility.
Vigil indicator appearing on Vidaking's drone. Won't confirm his position, but we'll give some good information, though. As we know, Bay is just sitting out by the vending shield, not even really having an impact. Anybody could be playing this spot. It doesn't really matter that it's Bay, but it will at least stoke some uncertainty in the mind of FaZe. Just going to be worried about the possibility of a Vigil. Okay, the barbed wire hit on Visa stairs. Cyber logically backs up, dodges the oncoming C4. It is a very calm back and forth between these two teams at the beginning. Remember that mid-round, when they're setting up, when they're calming, when utility's being thrown, that's when Lagonis wanted them to disrupt. And Spiker now creeping up the main stairs as the utility hitting behind the shield, as FaZe moving beyond the admin position, hitting the normal spot on a take like this, and taking the normal long amount of time we often see.
Yeah, FaZe, they're hitting pace right now, aren't they? There's a minute left on the round, and they've done exactly what you would expect. They've got a good portion of control inside of admin, but they are now trying to get the plan down with everybody left alive. It's no surprise that Souls is getting Toxic Babe kind of stood out of there. Hot and Cold still got another one of those in his pocket. Cyber needs to have a bit more impact from below, because his job in this round is going to be to disrupt those players inside of Meeting.
He's got to do it, and somebody has to. It's a bad job. It's a thankless job. KDS on the next attempt. That'll be Hot and Cold's last toxic canister. Nade to keep Bay at Bay inside of the long desk. Trying to find some way around this air jab. I don't think he's going to see it. But Spiker, he's found by Handy. But again, there's still the site push to worry about. KDS gun up, finds his way in. And those are the 2 kills we needed. Souls might be down, but FaZe are up, baby. They are up and at 'em. 6 rounds. Promotion point. 1 round away from main stage.
That little insertion there from Vitaking, getting himself through Meeting single and just finding himself in the Viper's nest of the site. Able to pick up a couple of kills. KDS as well, having to pick up the diffuser because Souls was just so low from the Toxic Babe canisters. The setup from Wildcard, it was decent. There wasn't too much wrong with it, but FaZe were thinking on multiple levels. The presence of Cyber down below, it just alleviated any threat from Spiker that was going to be a successful flank. And when there was enough time on the board that FaZe were able to bait out that utility. It was only Toxic Babe canisters. It wasn't like there was Vulcan packs or anything like that was really going to start to chew up a little bit of time. Even a Tachanka in that instance might have been good because you would have had a larger span of denial. Yeah, you've got to place a lot more utility. But there just wasn't that level of denial. It's not enough just to make it off the back of one Toxic Babe.
You could even see FaZe, I think, really thinking that there was going to be something else because we had both Cyber and Handy down below for most of that round. I think expecting there to be a Solus that comes from below, a C4 that gets tossed up. And aside from Spiker on Ella, it just never arrived. And I think they were probably just as surprised as us when it never manifested. And Cyber was like, oh, guess I'll join the push.
Especially for a Solus, because look, we've got a Solus here and now. We've had a Solus a couple of times already this game. It is expected. It's a map that you're going to be getting the plant down on, and there's a lot of verticality. Guess what? A Solus is going to be a pretty popular pick. As it stands, though, FaZe 1 round away from locking in main stage. Yeah, hell of a journey that they've been on so far. We've kind of joked about it and poked a little bit of fun, but they really have been the nemesis of NA so far this event, winning every single one of their matchups against the North American team. But that cannot continue. If they are successful here, they will have to play somebody. I hope so anyway. I hope they don't get drafted into a bracket and it's another NA team. I don't know if it could happen though. I don't think it'd be possible.
That'd be so funny. I'd find that very funny at least. Got to address it. Wildcard have decided to go to the split bomb site. We have not defended basement whatsoever. Not a single time throughout this defensive half. Before going to that, they have decided to go split. We have the contractually obligated 3 C4s and tons of plant denial that you have to run on this site. Solus being another important element of that. The Pulse also, I feel like, being obligatory since all the way before we were CJX, all the way before Consulate was even reworked. Main site, you see this operator. Bay spotting that blitz through the wall. So we'll know that there is a push coming from the yellow side. Castle barricades in their way, of course, so they'll be able to fall back. We'll see how long Wildcard decide to hold out on this side. Cyber with that AK, laying down a very intense line of fire through the soft wall. Defense has to be careful now as the castle barricades are getting destroyed, as FaZe are getting real close to Longbar. Baby Shark and Bay need to be careful and might need to fall back, especially as the Deathmark tracker activates. Bay's ready for it. Instead, just swings out the bathroom window. Long desk still in the hands of the defense. Just fighting tooth and nail, not falling back an inch. But now the Blitz pushes forward all alone. Have they overplayed their hand? No! 50 bullets and Bay uses every single one. Up 4-2. KDS, much too late.
It's a trade, but it is a trade that comes in a little bit late, especially when you think about what you've thrown at that problem. You've thrown a Blitz and one of your best guns in Cyber to try and deal with him. They have both been sent back to the cameras. The diffuser, able to be recovered now. Souls can pick that up. He's placed a couple of boogie drones upstairs, so there is going to be a few lines of sight that need to be worried about, but Wildcard aren't stupid. They know that FaZe can't occupy all of that space. They can't be in every position at once, and you can take some very good calculated risks as to where people are going to be. The diffuser juggled around. Souls has now taken control of that as KDS is turning his attention lower. There are a couple of C4s here, and Kansan, more importantly, on the heartbeat scanner. He should be able to call this entire play, and given the fact that it's 3 versus 2, he's only really leaving his teammates even. Souls is going to start to attempt to get this plant down, but he's got a little bit of time to bait.
Ooh, Kansan, I was going to say, caught switching weapons. KDS looking a bit too high. Evades the site entirely. Now with 1 C4 remaining. The worst player possible to try and attempt to plant again. C4 will hit the floor, and up goes Souls. Still match point for FaZe, but Wildcard, off the back of a 3K from Bay, still got something to say.
Doing a really good job of holding on that top floor, and the push was great. Let's not get away from that. FaZe did a really good job of trying to make that push happen. The stuns were well placed, but Wildcard were helping each other. We had a player at Vending, and we had a player at top of Spiral. The top of Spiral player starts to struggle, and bang, Vending player is immediately there for assistance. Bay, of course, being that player at the top of Spiral, and well, I mean, it just happens sometimes, doesn't it? It looks a bit windy, it looks a little bit dicey, but who cares how you get the kills? If you get a double and you put both the players in the dirt, then who cares?
Bay will get the job done. Kansan sealing the deal at the very end. Split site paying off. But Wildcard continue their reluctance to go down to basement. We'll give a retry of Exposition and Piano. Other than Split, the one site that Wildcard won. And won it they did. You could see FaZe thinking, really calculating for a long period of time how to disrupt it. And Wildcard, even though FaZe came up with good solutions, Wildcard were ready for not only one, but both of them.
Yeah, I don't think that we can't see the same thing from FaZe again because it didn't work. And I don't think that it would have worked even if it had gone as they sort of anticipated because of the line. Now, the lineup's very different. We've actually got a Capcam coming out this time as well. A brilliant time to bring out a Capcam, by the way, just when you least expect it and you already think you're having to drone every inch. Well, get ready to drone every single doorway now, or bring something to deal with it. Of course, we can see the lineup there for FaZe. He's not got an IQ, they've not got anything that's going to assist them really in finding where those Capcan traps are or even understanding that they are there. Speaking of, Bay takes a good portion of damage early on into the round. I think he was just hanging out over there inside of admin. But FaZe can't go for the same thing again, and they're not going to, are they? The lineup's very different here. We've got the Ram. It's going to be this top floor clear. They know they have to flood these players out of this top floor and take a little bit more map control. It's not going to be as simple as just trying to send Cyber in above.
No, they'll have to come up with something a little bit more complicated. So many magnets getting used in the first 45 seconds. Catching a lot of secondary utility, nades, flashbangs, all being nabbed by this wildcard defense. FaZe just poking. Prodding within the first minute. That's likely going to be what will continue for the next 30 to 45 seconds. I was going to say maybe we'll see a Selma tossed on the main lobby wall. We won't even do that. Could go over the admin side, try to clear this second floor from that position. It's where we saw Cyber last time, hanging out around admin. But no Dokkaebi this time, instead it's Deimos.
Cyber's going to need a bit more help, and I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see both Vitzking and Souls occupying that space as well. It isn't going to be as easy as just let Cyber do this on his own. He's not capable. Nobody is. You can't just send one player after multiple every single time. And I think it's a good call. Use the sledge, open up some of these lines of sight, and really get in there. You've got the Deimos. You should be able to find out the information.
Should be able to find it. Cyber gets some information on Cold's position. Never mind, Bay on that Capcan's the one that goes down. It's hot and still a factor. Baby Shark trapped inside of the single panel. Don't know how you're going to get out of that one. Cyber's not even aiming at him. He knows that guy's not doing anything. Nade over top, but Baby Shark still gets him. On the way out the door, knows he's not making it out alive. Accepts his fate and decides to take a FaZe player with him. Hot and Cold and Spiker now rotating back as it's a 2v2. FaZe with the vertical control.
Spiker still has a Toxic Babe canister here, and both attackers are very low. Mozzie targets down on the death mark. Hot and Cold, no option but to try and retreat. Try and just feed this information over to Spiker as to where Souls is going to be playing. He's also got a drone that he can place inside of sight. That's massive right now. If only Hot and Cold had a C4.
If only he had a C4, could rotate below and take down this exact plant spot, but he can't do it. So Souls watching. Oh no, Hot and Cold dances right around him. Creeps in, but right around Vidiking as well. Checking the other site, now taking the long angle. Spots his head and shuts him down. Calling him a sub feels a bit demeaning, but Hot and Cold still having massive impact for just making a quick entrance on this roster. And Souls in the post plant. He's got the best position. Now just a 1v1. Looking for his 4th kill on the round. Spots him with the revolver, but it's Hot and Cold quicker. So little ammo on that Roni, though. He'll make another attempt. He commits to the retake up top, and a death mark, 2 of them for this exact moment. Hot and Cold, his chances might be dashed as Souls pulls back deeper and deeper on this top floor. Hot and Cold will commit, but can he get there in time? Does he have the angle? No, Hot and Cold commits, and Souls has nothing!
Hot and Cold, nerves of steel there. Doesn't matter who you're playing for, that is always going to be a nerve-wracking situation. But I can't help but think he feels a little bit freer to make slightly different decisions. Just cut things slightly finer. He was playing entirely unleashed there. He nearly domed Souls, by the way, through the reverse vert. So much so that Souls really backed all the way up and started panicking, trying to send a death mark out there. A death mark that never actually really materialized. Not often we see Souls lose a 1 versus 1 like that, especially after we got the first kill onto Spiker. And with the vertical that was being held, I'm just so surprised to see him go so far away with so little time left.
And can you think, if he had just stuck with that deathmark tracker, he might have seen Hot and Cold go down that quick. And it's understandable with the time remaining for Souls to think that Hot and Cold might commit and
overstay. He
overstay.
just dropped the hatch. Like, it's not like he's got to go all the way down yellow. He just drops the hatch. It's so simple. Like, from Hot and Cold to make that play to go upstairs, it's perfect. It's the right thing to do because, guess what? He can be back down in less than a second.
5 seconds remaining.
Insane stuff from Hot and Cold. Again, calling him the substitute feels a little mean. This is one of the most experienced players in North America. And a player who, once he gets dropped, boy, does he seem to just skyrocket back into relevance. Though, that being said, Hot and Cold was very relevant before making it on Wildcard. I just want that to be clear. There's a 2-time major champ we're talking about.
He was also quite relevant because he'd just been dropped by a matey.
Well
So
okay, but I mean relevant for a different way. Relevant for a different way. He's an excellent player and proving it right there.
Well, he's the sole reason that Wildcard is still in this game, and he's the sole reason that they've got a chance to take this to an overtime. One of 2 things are going to happen at the end of this. Either FaZe is going to win, and they're going to take it 2-0, or Wildcard will win this round and take us into an overtime. At that point, anything could happen. A lot of importance needs to be placed on the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And you better believe that FaZe Clan are going to start to feel that heat.
And I know we don't like setting one player at 5 people, but if anybody's going to do it, it'll be Cyber. Dokkaebi call goes out. He hears the P90, but the Solus drops. Whether wildcard know it or not, that was the right move. With Cyber moving in for the kill, they drop off in the first minute. Wasted Dokkaebi call. What am I thinking? Bay moving back up to top yellow. Taking advantage of now that Dokkaebi call lapsing. He's got a shotgun close around the corner. Trying to punish anybody from FaZe who decides to step a little too far. But Cyber has also completely left that side of the map, and instead walking down to Visa and into Visa proper. Kansan in the depths of Consulate as we have our first basement defense at 12 rounds. This is where Wildcard decided to bring it out. Good information being shared. Spiker prepping that C4, but not committing just yet. As the second Dokkaebi call goes out, I don't think FaZe are going to get anything from that.
I like the addition of the mute here into the lineup. You've got the mute jammers. That's going to keep players safe, especially when those death marks start to fly around. A big focus on C4s as well from Wildcard. They're bringing 4 of them at the moment. And, of course, they've got the information to back that up. Kansan is going to be frantically yellow pinging left and right. Again, mute targeted by the Deimos. Bang immediately into the mute jammer. So you get a brief idea. Like, Soul's nose is at the bottom of the stairs, but there's no information beyond that. You don't know if he's still there or if he's moved off.
Ooh, a lengthy pre-fire, but he just gets the bandit after Wildcard get 2 kills before. Cyber and Handy, the Dokkaebi and the Deimos taken out. Handy still with 3 death marks, by the way. Full utility eliminated by the defense. And the setup they still have down below, these mirror windows as FaZe takes some time to drone. They've got a big thing to overcome.
4 versus 3 right now. We're going to see the drop from King. So he can start to try and work his way in just a little bit. Another C4 sent out. You can be quite liberal with these at the moment because you've got plenty to spare.
Plenty to spare. FaZe can't say that about their time. Almost hits the flick on the yellow pillar, but Bay, with just a few shots, shuts down Souls. Wildcard keeping things ahead, 2 bodies wide. And King, not trapped in a crossfire, but in a hallway with no way to exit, no way to retreat. And he walks right in the middle of them. 3 in a row for Wildcard. Hot and Cold went big in round 11, but it's all 5, the full team victory to push us to OT.
Nothing separating these 2 teams. We are going to overtime. Round 13 is upon us. Both teams good for 2 rounds on the attack and for 4 rounds on the defense. And as we said at the start, sometimes 1 or 2 rounds is all it takes. The coin flip in this, the dice roll, is that FaZe kind of get the short straw.
Unlucky.
They're going to have to attack twice in this overtime. Wildcard, they get the defense side. So if the balance of things remains the same, you would expect Wildcard to walk away with a map here and now. FaZe, they're going to have to do something that they've not been able to do. They're going to have to be successful on this attack. Yeah, they've done it twice. Wildcard did it twice as well. So what? Wipe the slate at this point. It's 6-6. We need them to bring out some very convincing attacking rounds here. And from Wildcard's point of view, kind of business as usual. They don't need to reinvent the wheel. They don't need to go looking too far to try and get these rounds, because what they've been doing up until this point has been fantastic. They've been suffocating FaZe out at every turn.
It's only been 1 round that really came down to a big clutch for Hot and Cold. Everything else, as you said, was business as usual. That first exposition round, 4 players left alive. That next site on split, I mean, that was honestly kind of crazy. Sure, there might have only been 2 left alive, but they had really good control. Still a lot of C4s going into the late round. Then, of course, round 12. Didn't even feel close overall. Putting FaZe down 5-3, then very quickly 4-3. Wildcard, the majority of the defenses they've won have been team victories, really good, strong, team-wide performances, though, of course, with a triple kill from Bay thrown in there and a hot and cold 1VX as well. Baby Shark is trying to find some information, contemplating a run out, maybe just shooting a drone. Ooh. Decides not to reinforce off the rotate. Now decides to reinforce off the rotate. Thinking better of it, probably for the best. Wildcard's first defense will be on Exposition and Piano, and you don't want to drop the Solus of all operators within the first minute.
No, I think he was maybe trying to bait to see if he could get someone to come up on the rappel, anticipating that it had been closed. King is going to be that player, but I think they're a little bit too long in the tooth to be falling for those little tricks, especially given the importance of these overtime rounds and where we are going to want to see King's utility used, given that he is the only hard breacher here. He's going to be pretty crucial to trying to get that meeting wall open, which I believe it has been. Of course, mid-floor defense, so still top-floor requirement to take, and we've seen some of these top-floor rounds come very close. Obviously, we've got the hot and cold clutch of only a couple of rounds ago. I don't think that FaZe are going to want to be leaving it that close close this time, but there is a difference. Whereas we've seen them bring the blitz earlier to try and assist that a little bit, they don't have that same level of pushing power at the moment, and Souls has already gone down.
He's gone down, but can be picked back up. Don't really have to expend much effort or time to pick him, but Souls now 1 HP. Just something to consider going forward, especially as a lot of these attacks have come at quite low time, Exposition in particular. Both times we saw it, I mean, for Exposition the first time, opening kill not happening until 55 seconds left. These have been slow defenses, slow attacks for FaZe. Bay hitting the standard program, running his routine, drops down, runs back up, ooh, gets a little antsy. Fires the shotgun very quickly with nobody around the corner. That'll reveal his position to Souls, but still a shotgun close on yellow stairs. I would favor the Mute to win out on this engagement, but you don't want to push too far, Bay. You don't want to push your luck.
I don't think this is the end of the world because Bay is in a position where he can't retake upstairs because Souls is watching him and keeping an eye on that angle. Bay's instead actually going to drop off, and Vitaking going to continue to try and chip away a little bit at this site. Baby Shark takes Handy down. Some terrible time in there for KDS, but the plant is being stuck.
Yeah, Vitaking trying to move in off the back of that 3v5, not super worried, and Wildcard not very aware. Pulse and Solus on the board, nobody aware that the diffuser's been put down. Baby Shark finished off by Vitaking, I believe through a vertical angle, though maybe on the same floor. Wildcard continue with the lead, have the advantage, but what information can they acquire? Vitaking swinging around, oh, misses an important engagement, and now it's Cyber. In the eye of the hurricane with Calm about to retreat, tags up Kanzan, pushes him back with the nade, 2 line up for him, but only 1 goes his way, and Kanzan good for it. Counter defuse, somebody, get on the diffuser. Get on the diffuser, please. There we go. 2 seconds remaining. That was a little too close for comfort, but Wildcard still on map point.
Very close there towards the end.
I didn't like that. I didn't like that.
There was a bit of a panic. I don't know if it was, well, that's your job. That's your job. Where is it? I don't know where it is. It was a little bit stressful. 2 seconds. Not a lot of time. Cyber had done quite a lot of work there. He'd certainly created a lot of distance. He had the right idea for a lot of those flicks. But again, Wildcard reacting really well to it. No overreaction. Oh, they've got the plant down. Okay, that's fine. We can just play retake here. FaZe really trying to pull a fast one, and it was a fast one that did not pay off. I must admit, though, if there's anyone that's going to pull it off, it's Cyber. I think if Afflicting got hot and cold, it would have been a very different series of events. I probably would have lost my mind at that point, because that would have been a nutty spray transfer.
I don't even know what I would have done at that point.
Attackers need to locate.
Well, the expected outcome, Wildcard won their defense. Now they've got to win their attack. If they don't, they get another chance. They get defense again in the overtime. There's a chance for this thing to go all the long way. However, FaZe, they were pretty good on their own defenses, so I'm kind of expecting it to take it to the max distance.
I expect that too. And to be clear, I'm not going to predict it, but I am expecting that as well. There is a little interesting wrinkle with this second floor's defenses and attacks, though. Because both times, FaZe, well, the second time certainly, but both times FaZe anticipated and Wildcard committed to a completely linear, direct yellow skylight drop.
Yeah.
The first time it worked because FaZe weren't expecting it. The second time it failed because FaZe literally weren't expecting anything else. But we've only seen literally 1 attack from Wildcard in which they drop down onto 1 part of the map. We've not seen anything else from this attack, let alone anything more complicated like, I don't know, involving a second room. And so, Wildcard could very well surprise FaZe because based on what we've seen, it's been very limited for these attacks, or for this attack on this site specifically. Oh, Spiker! Just taking quick control on yellow. I eat my words, it's not the skylight drop he's doing, just a quick rush up the stairs and pulse down right off the bat.
It's totally different. What do you mean?
True.
It's the same staircase, it's the down, not the up, though. He's not dropped skylight, he's walked up from the bottom. This is entirely fresh right now.
I apologize.
Great first find, though, and especially onto the pulse. Removes the C4, removes the heartbeat scanner. Hot and Cold can now start to get this meeting single panel open and can really work from there. There's no need to rush here from Wildcard. This is a massive opportunity, not only to get the game, but really stamps down a bit of authority for them, and it's going to give them loads of confidence in the series.
Also, now thinking about it, that was probably a counter strat, knowing that the pulse was there earlier. Spiker just quickly running up, not anticipating Handy to have fallen back to bathroom yet. Oh, there's so many layers to that. I'm a big fan of it. Snake also coming out. I think this might be one of our only Snakes the whole series. Yeah, played only 1 other time by Wildcard, barely at all by FaZe, who are still getting active. I was so focused on the operators, I look back up, and FaZe have just won round 14. Hot and Cold trapped inside of the breach. Kiba in his way, and 4 guns trained in his position with, and this is the best part, Ollie, a diffuser on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, diffuser on the opposite side of the map. Toxic Babe canister in that close proximity is always going to be a bit uncomfortable as well. So forced out and kind of just forced to spend a little bit of time here. Can maybe get herself up onto the roof, can maybe just run back into spawn, just have a bit of a discussion, steady the nerves ahead of what is going to be the final round.
I'll take a
because
seat.
as good as Hot and Cold is and as impressive as he's been, I don't care who is in this position. We can't give them the benefit of the doubt at the moment. FaZe, they know this. I think they are just going to dig in themselves. Probably not a bad time for FaZe to have a little breather between themselves as well. I know they're not the most talkative bunch. I'm no expert, but now might be a time for chatter.
You know, this is the first time in a long time, actually, we've seen a player in like a 1vx actually like go into spawn and take the full time.
The impromptu timeout.
I call it the pseudo-tac timeout.
Yeah.
Both, I think, fair. I do wonder if he were in like admin or yellow instead of the breach, because that's just such a comically unwinnable position.
Oh, horrible.
That you're just like, all right, there's just
15 seconds left.
trying this would even be embarrassing.
Yeah, it was one of those where everything was obviously trying to happen around it. If you think about the position of the diffuser, it's cold inside a CEO, so there was an attempt at hopping in and making something happen, and admirably so. We were kind of worried that Wildcard were going to go for exactly the same thing where everything just happened through yellow, and it didn't. It happened a little bit elsewhere. Yeah, the first kill was through yellow, and it was nice and funny, but aside from that, they did attempt something different.
What that was?
Didn't work.
Did not work. Unclear. And we won't see it again. We might see it sometime later in the tournament, but at least right now, Wildcard will be back on the defense. FaZe will be back on the attack. Both teams with one more chance, but for FaZe, it is just 1 round, still 1 round, separating them from a very routine appearance on the main stage, but one in which they still need to secure. It is not a given until you are there, until the victory screen comes up, and you're going over to shake hands with the opponent. For Wildcard, conversely, they're just trying to push it to map 3. We've got Fortress coming up. Ollie and I's 85th Fortress this whole tournament, but honestly, the one we'll probably be most excited for if Wildcard are able to win this one, close it out 8-7. Basement, the very site that pushed Wildcard into OT, which they were saving their full defensive half. It'll be their last shot to push us to Fortress.
Basement, not been the most popular site today on Consulate by any stretch. An interesting last stand.
10 seconds
Look at the lineup that they've got, though. They're really trying to dig in. I kind of worry because this lineup's very different to what we've seen work so far. We've seen a lot of flexibility, a lot of moving around, not really like sort of chaining yourself to one spot. They bring a Clash, an Echo, and a Mirror. That's like the most chained utility we've got.
And then the other two, Smoke and Mute, famous roamers. Famously flexible players.
Famously slippy, maybe, but not famous for really stretching their legs, let's say. I mean, Baby Shark, his position right now, he is out there.
He is out there, and I think he's been found. Cyber pistol in hand, not the shotgun this time. How is Baby Shark going to get out of this one? You might hear it. C4 out. Cyber in front! Can't land the shot! Baby Shark, not even a Hail Mary play. That was all but guaranteed. Now the Ram. Looking to be the next 1v1. Instead, it's Handy on a long angle on the rappel to get him. But Baby Shark already making that roam worth it.
Not too much of a loss from the side of FaZe. They have lost Cyber, of course, but they still have Soft Breach as a redundancy factor. You've got the Ram, so you've got those boogie drones that you're going to be able to make a lot of that Soft Breach happen with. It so happens you lose Cyber. Cyber has been subpar, I think it's fair to say, over the course of Consulate so far. It's not going to be the biggest loss. Baby Shark on the flip side, a real big contender for Wildcard, so always a good one to get rid of. Interesting to see the Rams being used to try and clear out the backside of this basement as well. No focus over toward Piano and that sort of side yet. Really trying to make sure that servers is going to be clear, and that could be an indication as to where this push is coming from.
This is also an indication that FaZe are going to take their time with this. If we're doing vertical control or vertical angles over server, they want to clear every single inch of this map. And rightly so. We've got Bay. I joked about the Smoke not being the most flexible player, but if Bay is holding that shotgun, he likes to play these aggressive positions. Yellow stairs, we've seen him a lot. But now in server, only issue, he's a bit cut off from the rest of the defense. These two SES operators might need to play their lives far away from the site, far away from any kind of help, but it's bought wildcard 2 minutes and 5 seconds, and Bay might still have some funds left to spend. Taking some shots against Souls around the corner. He's playing this well, playing his life. Information on one, lands the headshot on Souls, and still waiting. Another player around the corner, can't land the flick on the shotgun, but 2 minutes, 20 seconds, I'd make that deal.
It's a really good deal. You've got some incredible value out of both of those SAS operators now, and now you can lean into some of the strengths that you brought a little bit earlier on. You've got Hot and Cold on the Clash. You've got Kansan with those Yokai drones, able to rotate those around and move them. And the biggest problem that FaZe have got right now, they haven't got the extra man to send round to that front side, and it's going to leave them a little bit light.
But now they have an extra man. Advantage found. KDS cutting not only Hot and Cold, but the Clash as well. C4 can't land the kill. Handy instead gets it. And it's the young IGL in the 1v3. Has information on one of the planters, but he doesn't know the stakes. He doesn't know where he is. KDS keeps it cold in wildcard. A great attempt, but it's the inevitable. It's what we all knew. It's FaZe, your second team to make the main stage.
An 8-7 there on Consulate. A heartbreaker for Wildcard. They put in an incredible performance, fought tooth and nail, and hung with some of the best in the world on a very difficult map. And it all comes down to the last round. And FaZe again do what we know them to be fantastic and very consistent at doing. And that's closing out series.
They literally get paid to do one thing. And for 3 years, they have done basically one thing. A team who, in terms of majors and SIs, their worst result is top 8. Nothing else you should expect at this point. They will make the main stage 3-0. And wildcard, we're still all good. They're 2-1 right now. They'll have a promotion best of 3 tomorrow. And given this team's international success in the past year, Ollie, I have a feeling even with a sub, they're going to put up a good fight and a good argument to make it there too.
Wildcard have given a good account of themselves, and I don't think that whoever they're going to play tomorrow is going to look at them and go, oh, it's only Wildcard. That's going to mean something, that game against FaZe. They showed a hell of a lot of heart.
Hell of a lot of heart on Consulate, but still a lot more Siege, but not for today. We'll be back right after this to give a recap and to lay the land for tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
FaZe take down Wildcard in what felt like it could have been a main stage preview. I'm here with Vidiking after the win. As Wildcard started to make that comeback happen, did you guys change your playstyle in any way to adjust to what we saw from them?
Cara, então, a gente não mudou muito o nosso playstyle, não. Eu acredito que a gente manteve as mesmas coisas que a gente estava fazendo, só que a gente estava tendo uma certa afobação em alguns sound de ataque que fez a gente prejudicar... calma, tô nervoso aqui, cara. A gente não mudou nossos ataques, a gente continuou fazendo a mesma coisa, só que da maneira correta. Eu acho que a gente estava um pouco nervoso assim para finalizar a partida, talvez em alguns momentos. Isso fez com que eles conseguissem buscar a partida, mas a gente é um time muito resiliente, a gente já venceu muita coisa junto e basicamente é isso.
So they didn't change their play style too much. They were like making some small mistakes because they wanted to end the game right now. I think they took it slow and were able to finish the game. They've been together for so long. They've been in this situation before, so they managed to pull it out.
Well, as he said, you've been together for so long. Does this feel like the team that is in invite-winning, major-winning form?
Vocês estão achando que agora a forma que vocês estão é de campeão de Major?
Então, a gente ainda tem dois confrontos, né, para conseguir chegar na grande final. Com essa line aqui a gente ainda não venceu nenhuma final de Major, mas a gente está trabalhando duro aí para dar tudo certo e a gente conseguir levar mais um título aí.
So they've been together for a while. They won a side, but they still haven't won a major. So they're still keeping focus. They still have 2 more games to go, but they are confident they can do it.
Amazing. Thank you both. FaZe looking good, but I don't know. I kind of want to see this rematch on the main stage in just a few days.
I'd certainly be happy. Going into this game, one thing we talked about, every single time that FaZe and Wildcard have met in international tournaments, at least in the past couple, has been on the main stage, or at least in the bracket stage, and it's usually been a very close game. Maybe we'll see it, but at least for now, it is FaZe to make it to main stage, Ollie.
It is, and you can see that Viking there is obviously, a little bit of emotions running through at the end of that one. They were trying to close it out quickly. They were making some mistakes. They realized they had to slow things down a little bit. I think they're just going through the motions, aren't they? One of the annoying things about FaZe is that whichever outcome they decide, they can tend to control it a lot, and it's just like we kind of decided to win, or we're trying to close it out too quickly, and we needed to just make some adjustments. But they're just so good at making those adjustments on the fly, and it's one of the reasons we credit them time and time again.
And really one of the only teams that can just decide literally within a match that we have now decided to win the game, and we will be winning the game.
Enough is enough.
Took all 15 rounds on Consulate, though, but they did get the job done, and they will make one of, I don't even know the number off the top of my head, but basically a main stage appearance at every major. But as Vidiking pointed out, 2-time world champs, 0x major champs. It's a small difference, but clearly one important to FaZe. But that is our last best of 3 of the day. We still want to give a bit of a recap as going into tomorrow. It is only best of 3s. Ollie, don't have the seeding done yet, but only best of 3s. That's enough of a thing to talk about on its own.
It really is. That's the single stage done. The best of ones, they are now no longer. We are either qualifying teams or we're sending them home. It is that simple. For anyone that missed out on some of the games that were going on today, there was a very close game between G2 and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds are the first team to qualify, FaZe of course being the second, but only in the fact that one game came before the other. But the important distinction to make there is that both Twisted Minds and Wildcard, of course, will now drop down into the 1 bracket. So they have won 2 games and lost 1, and henceforth we will be looking to see who they're going to be playing moving forward.
And of course, on the flip side, CAG and Furia both going out. Furia, really disappointing run from them, expecting a lot from really a star-studded roster inside of Brazil. First place team in Brazil as well. Unfortunate not seeing the win come through, and of course CAG an early exit, but it makes them for exciting lineups for tomorrow, exciting matchups potentially for tomorrow, and frankly, Ollie, I am just excited to get there because whatever we end up seeing, I know for a fact it's going to be good, because if you thought today was real, tomorrow the stakes get even higher. We'll promote more teams, we'll send more teams home, and we hope to see you there. We'll see you then.